Oh, on YouTube. I read the fuck up. There we go. Yeah. That's how I feel. That's truly how I feel. Here. I'll have some more shit that makes me feel how I feel. Oh, fuck you! What are you connected to? What the fucking fickety fuck? Oh, sure. Just stop yourself. Oh, it was just... This piece of shit. Being in my goddamn pocket. Really? Fucking... Man. There we go. Jesus. What the fuck? That was some bullshit. That was bullshit right there. I forgot that I had that Bluetooth in my pocket. Oh, man. I had to stay late, and you know what? Because of that, I said, fuck it. And I have my Bluetooth with me, so I've been blasting fucking Sodom Creator and Exodus. I don't give a fuck today, dude. Like, I was just... What's happening, Chaplin? Oh, man, I'll definitely get into it here in a sec. I'm finishing up this. Anyway, man, let me get this nice fat bowl crack-a-lackin'. But let me just kind of get started with, like, today. Give a general synopsis, I guess you could say. And I feel like I'm going to be going through this broader shit over and over again. You know, every now and then throughout the stream. But, fucking... So, like... Or, like, Ecolab came in today and shit. Which I now, honestly, have now just started to realize that it's, like, a private fucking company and not, like, you know, a state health inspection. I just actually realized that today, and it's like, what the fuck? And it just made me realize, like, what the fuck are, like, private health inspectors, you know, coming in here fucking, like, you know, doing what the state's job is supposed to be? Like, what the fuck? I was just like, wait a minute. I just kind of realized that today after all this time. And I just went, wait a minute, what? Wait, why is that a thing again? But they had a wild hair up their fucking ass today. Because there was all sorts of shit where, like, they hit us and, like, and we got, like, 4 different little audits about, like, how we had some shit not cleaned or whatever the hell, or we just, like, you know, didn't have things sanitized. And basically, like, tore the store director and pretty much the cook that was cooking that day, and like pretty much everybody else, you know, because of this, a new fucking asshole. And it was just ridiculous. Like, I don't know who the fuck it was, you know, for the inspector today, but they were just a piece of shit because they just laid out like hell in a handbasket on fucking everybody. Mostly on our department. Like, from my understanding, the other departments kind of got, like, you know, some shit here and there, but nowhere near as bad as us. In fact, somehow our department single-handedly made our store go from, like, you know, a green sanitization level or whatever the fuck that means to a yellow. You know, and they fucking got, like, you know, just creamed over it and shit. And I'm sitting here like, huh? I mean, like, seriously, I was just like, what? Wait a minute, because like, after all the different shit I was, definitely doing and stuff, when it came to deep cleaning, there ain't no way in hell. There ain't no way that, we were just, like, somehow, like, torn a new asshole over this shit. But we were. Don't even start, dog. But, yeah, so, and all of it was in the back, too. And when it came to a lot of my deep cleaning that I was doing for the last week, it was all in the front. So, of course, not one thing was mentioned about the front outside of the fact that, well, nothing, actually. It was just that everything in the back looked fucked up, which I don't even understand how in the fuck that's even possible, that somehow everything just looked atrocious. And in fact, at this point, I'm just gonna start documenting shit. Because, like, I actually took pictures, as well, due to some of this shit, because it's starting to become bullshit that we're the main ones who get fucked for this. And I got single-handed gaslit, over a lot of this, too. Like, somehow all of this, laid down on me as a closer, because I'm, like, the longest one being there, so thus that means— shut up! So that thus means that, like, I'm somehow, like, the sole responsibility for all this. And it's like, huh? Like, one, shouldn't. Two, you don't think I do shit? I mean, it's like, goddamn, like, fucking, like, go look around in our damned apartment for a second or two. Like, holy shit. Oh, wait, I guess you did freak the fuck out about it. Because, like, Ecolab freaked out on your ass about it, apparently. Even though it was stupid, like, cause I showed up early today. I would have done my little morning coffee stream, but, like, I got berated to please come in, because we were also understaffed today. Like, our, other closer was actually scheduled as a mid, so they were only here till 6, and then there was just 2 of us for the rest of the fucking day. On top of this whole fucking Ecolab thing, and and that mid I was talking about was by himself for 30 fucking minutes. And that's why I had to come in. So I was just like, the fuck? Like, so, great job on the scheduling today. Oh, and also health inspection. Yippee skippy. Good shit right there. Like, my god. I mean, we wouldn't really be understaffed if it was for the fact that we have people on vacation right now, so, oh my god, I can't even imagine what the fuck it's gonna look like when I'm gone. What's a fun day Monday? Well, I was hoping that Sunday would be the fun day. But nah. But fun day Monday? Oh, what a fun day Monday. Well, yeah. I can't even imagine likely worse without you for sure. Oh, yeah. And also, like, that's not even the iceberg, the tip of it. Because there was, like, some accusations thrown a little bit. And this is where a lot of the gaslighting really came into play. Like, and I really want to unfold this package. Because, like, this is, like, it's some bullshit, for one. And for two, I think it's just, like, kind of pretty, like, abrasively, like, fucking really type of shit. Especially knowing my own fucking rights as a worker. Like, I know, like, I follow Attorney Ryan. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's been making a lot of YouTube shorts and stuff like that about workers' rights and advocating, what rights are for workers and, federally and when it comes to state by state to some degrees. And, lets people know what officially their actual rights are and how to protect them. And when it comes to protecting your ass, so, and also your ass of the fellow coworkers that, you work with, too. And one thing especially is, just for a little bit of foreshadowing thing, is make sure everything is on record. Verbal little backs and forths of conversations don't really mean jack fuck all, especially when it comes to, like, legal shit. And also, like, basically rumors mean fuck one when it comes to shit, when it comes to, like, legal things, and that's another thing that's gonna come into play. Because apparently the store director said rumors. Some rumors. Which mean, again, fuck one. And, oh, for sure, yeah, like, cause, I mean, anyway, like, this type of shit is, like, it really, again, exceptional, because, like, especially in my mind, it's just like, you know, knowing some of these things that I do know, it's just like, I mean, even if there is, you know, like, visual, like, you know, video evidence of something happening, I mean, there's still a benefit of a doubt of, you know, shit that's there, you know, especially in a legal sense. Like, it can be considered evidence, but, like, unless there's, like, an absolute for sure fact, you know, that there's something in writing or, you know, an admission or anything, I mean, it can't absolutely be proven. And, you know, so, like, there's just, like, this sense of, like, intimidation that was used a little bit. Like, oh, if you clap back about me over this whole, like, Ecolab bullshit, or if you clap back about, like, you know, you doing this or that, whatever the fuck, like, outside of just being a yes man to me, you know, like, all this other shit. Like, it was a heavy implication. And it was just ridiculous because, anyway, I'll get started with this part, because this is, like, actually at the beginning of my day. The whole, like, you know, me getting pulled aside, you know, and type of shit was earlier today, like, right when I first fucking started. You know, like, I was there, you know, maybe for, like, 20 minutes, you know, kind of getting, like, oh, shit, I realized that, you know, Ecolab came through, shit's kind of fucked, and this and that, blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, alright, well, you know, might as well try to get things tied up and see what I can do right now, at the very least, to try to help, you know, get things better, you know, just because apparently we got fucked. And then, like, on my way up there to go take the garbage out, the trash compactor was locked, so I was like, god damn it. So I go out to try to find the store director, or at least a PIC that would have the key. And of course, like, she happens to be by the meat counter area where one of the meat counter islands, I guess, is closed or shut down or whatever. I guess it's broken. And she was there with some of Ecolab and a contractor working on the fucking thing. And she immediately is like, hey, you know, like, saying my name. It's like, hey, you, like, come here. And I was like, yeah? She's like, I'm not happy about, you know, like, what's been going on close and stuff. And I just, like, went, what? She's like, I'm gonna, you know, get you and blah, 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 you know, to talk about this earlier, but, you know, right now I'm a little busy, but, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, okay, well, I need the key to the garbage compactor. She's like, I'll be with you in a minute on that. I'm like, okay. So I walk back over there, then the guy from the gas station comes over being like, oh, it's locked. I'm like, yeah, you know, so-and-so is fucking, you know, like, store directors, you know, like, over there dealing with the meat thing or some shit. She's like, right there. So she said she'd be here in a second, so I just kind of waited there, and we waited, and we waited. And eventually he said fuck it and went to go grab her. I sure was not going to go back to try to talk to her again, so he did it. Like, I mean, so, like, you know, and he eventually got the key and was able to unlock it and blah, blah, blah. So it was just a fucking nightmare with that. And then I came back, you know, to my department. That's when, you know, me, one of the closer, well, the mid-shift guy. I mean, he's usually the one of the closers, but, and then it was our head China chef. Like, I don't know why they wanted him, but they did. So they pulled his ass too. So it was all three of us in there, just getting fucking, like, even Wing was like, the China chef. Even he was saying, it's like, oh my god, she, like, got us in there, and it was like an M60, you know, taking us all out, just, like, out of nowhere. I was like, fuck, and it felt like that. It's like, holy shit, like, literally, like, you know, fucking, like, you know, you got, like, the Huey helicopter, she just came down and fucking laid down the LZ and just, like, just, like, blasted at all of us. I was just like, fuck. What do I get, like, a belt fed right to my gut with that? Jesus. Figuratively, at least. But it was like, my god. Because, motherfuck, dude. But let me get to the details about it, though. Because, holy shit, it was just fucking some ridiculous, silly shit. Wait, hold on. A bunch of nonsense, and like I said, I didn't even get to the kicker. So, the whole rumor bullshit and all the gaslighting and stuff was basically the sense of, like, so I've been hearing rumors that, you know, like, people mainly from night shift have been, like, you know, taking, you know, samples and, you know, leaving, like, open food in the back and this and that and blah 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 blah. and you know, and also like how people are taking free stuff home and all this and that. And I'm sitting here just like, really? You rumors, huh? You heard rumors of this? I honestly, like, who would even say that? I don't fucking know. So apparently she's heard rumors of this, and she's also saying, like, you know, I could check the cam stuff, and we all, like, all three of us are like, yeah, we know. I mean, because we got nothing to hide, so we're all just like, yeah, like, we understand, yeah. I mean, because we straight up were just like, you know, it's not really, well, I mean, honestly, I mean, I will admit, the guy on the mid, I mean, he kind of likes to take samples and stuff. I mean, and to be fair, I mean, I will too and shit. Like, the whole sample thing, like, I mean, I won't even grant her this. Like, she's not even wrong about that, but, there's maybe, like, a couple, I will grant her this too, in another way. She didn't call it grazing, like we were fucking cattle, like, you know, our original store manager, like, the guy. We've had, like, female store managers ever since him. Not that it really matters, but he's the one that we've had the longest. You know, we've had him since since very much the store's been there. And but like when he would talk about the same thing about like, oh, samples and whatever the hell, he would call it grazing, like, you know, we were cattle or something. It's like, oh, grazing had cattle or some shit. I'm just like, what? But she didn't do that, so at least, you know, she was more humane about that, I guess. But, you know, like, and the thing is, at least, you know, for two things though, like, one, we do that every now and then on just a kind of implicit virtue of like, hey, we gotta make sure there's quality control a little bit. We want to make sure like things are good. It's not like we sample literally every fucking thing that, you know, comes out. But every now and then, you know, we'll have a snack occasionally, right? So it's just like, it doesn't, you know, it's not like, you know, and the thing is, you really think, you know, something like this, like, which costs like $1.79 is really gonna be that big of a deal? Or a chicken tender, when weighed out, is probably like $1.20 at most, maybe. You know, it's like, is shit like that really that big a deal? Or maybe like, you know, a couple JoJo's that would not even register on the fucking scale. You know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, it's a little fucking bullshit, honestly. I mean, I can understand, you know, by discouraging it and refraining from that, but I mean, if it happens, I mean, big whoop. Just be like, no, don't do that. Which I guess is kind of where, you know, that whole, you know, conversation about the rumor thing about that kind of implied. Just scare us from not doing it. You know, and also, like, if the whole cams, we only have cameras in the front of the deli. In the kitchen area in the back, and in the little office area, there's no cameras back there. So this whole idea that she has cameras of us having open food and sampling and shit like that is kind of bullshit. Because we go in the far back corner where there's no way for a camera to fucking, you know, see us there. So, like, this idea that she can just pull up the cams and prove this shit is bullshit for one. So she can't prove any of that. And for two, like, rumors mean, again, like I said earlier, fucking nothing. It means shit. So, for all intents and purposes, you know, those type of accusations is just used strictly as retaliation, unless they can absolutely prove it. Like, basically, as far as I'm concerned, unless she walks up on an employee literally doing that, like, having a sample or something in the back, she can't prove anything. I mean, you know, like, seriously. And of course, snitches get stitches, so I ain't about to rat somebody out if, you know, there happens to be open, like, you know, if she caught this in the back, you know, or something like that. I ain't gonna fucking rat out, you know, anybody just because it wasn't me who ate that. I just say, I don't know, that was ever since I got here. I haven't gotten a chance to throw it away yet, blah, 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 blah. Even though it was probably there because of me. You know, I ain't gonna fucking rat myself out or anyone else besides, I don't know. And also, it's just like, you know, and also the weird idea about, like, stealing shit, like, I mean, it's like, bitch, like, do you know how many motherfucking people who are not employees who obviously walk out of that goddamn store every damn day, walking out with thousands of fucking dollars a fucking day over that shit, and you want to bitch at, like, us over that? Like, sorry, we're not the problem here. And the thing is, like, I'll grant, yeah, you know what, like, I know there's a couple coworkers, not just from the deli, by the way, but literally every department that does this shit when it comes to quote-unquote stealing shit or having samples or whatever the fuck. They actually got this with one of my homies who was a PIC. I nicknamed him JC or JD because that was his initials. But or at least I nicknamed him that here. But he got fucked because and one of the Starbucks ladies and one of the baristas there, because she got caught giving free water to him specifically, even though she was giving free water and every other Starbucks barista free water to everybody else besides. In fact, she, you know, like every now and then she would like come up to us like, hey, you want a water or some shit? And you know, and by the way, the baristas still do that. They're not like intimidated away from doing that, by the way. But they fucking fired him and literally escorted him out because of it, and like because he was technically stealing water or sampling water and getting free water from like Starbucks, even though they literally do that for fucking everybody. But they singled his ass out for it though, because he, you know, visually got caught by the store director or some shit and got fucked over it. I mean, but still, I mean, and also when it comes to water, you know, that is a protected right either way, you know, so it's like, and also you can't steal water, especially if it's just from the tap. Like, that's just retarded. So it's just like how, you know, again, it's just like literally a form of retaliation when they use shit like that. And it can be proven, especially if you got shit in writing and have it documented. Because at this point, I'm like, you know, starting to take some fucking pictures at this rate. Like, and I'm going to. Like, you know, it's like, because, like, it's kind of bullshit. Like, the idea is like, hey, why hasn't this been done? I'll be like, hey, you know what? No, I took pictures, you know, here is, you know, what I did, and here's the aftermath. You're saying I didn't do that? Bullshit. Like, here's the fucking visual proof right here. I have it on record. In fact, here, I actually do got this shit on record. You want to see some of this? Because again, like, this is how much bullshit that I think all this is. Because it is bullshit. Especially after work all we fucking do, we don't get any goddamn, like, you know, recognition or, you know, like, you know, congratulation over the shit that we do. Because when that, you know, little thing meeting happened, she was asking me, like, oh, yeah, at least when it came to the cleaning shit, like, how come it looks so bad? Like, it looked like it haven't been swept back, you know, behind those bins and stuff for weeks and this and that. And so, like, and I was telling her straight up. Actually, let me see. Do I even have pictures of me dealing with any of that shit? I don't. I wish I actually had pictures of me dealing with the fucking meat counters, just so I can fucking prove that too, even. Because I was telling her, it's like, I've been, you know, working my way to deal with the back of these, you know, counters and stuff, and right now, and I've been dealing with the front, you know, counters predominantly, and my main focus was meat because it looked really bad there. And I know that, you know, things look like have been built up, backed up, and that was going to be one of my projects. Did not know Ecolab was going to come today, you know, or else I would have, you know, done this way sooner. But, like, you know, at least as my projects have deep cleaned shit, knowing that Ecolab was going to come by pretty much any fucking day, because, like, they'll let us know literally like 2 or 3 weeks in advance, never say a fucking word about it. They'll say they're going to come by on a certain date, literally never show up for a week and a half and just ambush you. Like, and then they'll fuck on you for every tiny little damn thing. Like, anyway, here. So look at this shit here. So I know it's kind of hard to think, but you see all that stuff right there? This is all like, you know, different mildew and shit, or like, you know, stuff that has been, you know, broken away from the floor itself. Like, this is not like stains. This is the floor deteriorated away. These are little potholes in the hole, in the floor. And some of that's over there too. You know, and I also kind of showed right here, just kind of showed like, hey, you know, like, you know, of an example of like how things look a little gnarly and shit. Even back here, and I haven't taken care of this yet, but this is going to be what I'm going to do tomorrow. Because, like, I mean, yeah, like, you know, these were going to be a part of my deep clean projects, and I might as well at least start having this shit on fucking record, since apparently, like, oh, I never do it. Oh, by the way, here's the before. You can see, like, there's some funk, there's some gunk, right? You know, I pulled all that shit out, you know, and then, you know, I also got down over here a little bit to show. Here's the aftermath. Look at that. You see a difference of this? Look at this. Dirty funkiness. Nice and clean. Not there anymore. In fact, that shit is all gone too, by the way. Oh yeah, this is just like another section where I kind of pulled out to fucking mop away. But look at that. See? All gone. For the most part. There's like, you know, maybe some smidges here and there, but that bitch is gone. There ain't nothing left. And can't fucking get on anyone for this shit. Because if so, I got this shit on fucking record. And if they really want to bitch about it, I got a fucking rep and a lawyer that I'm willing to fucking hit up about it. And then also, like, look at this shit. We got leaky ass fucking pipes in our goddamn main kitchen area, or like, you know, where we do our dishes and shit. We got leaky ass fucking pipes. You can even see the mildew residue for where it was leaking before we put those fuckers under there. It's like, this is another fucking thing. It's like, instead of like harping on us to clean every goddamn tiny little motherfucker, like, why don't you actually, like, you know, put some work orders in for us? Because we got, like, I mean, like, she was there back, you know, like, you know, back there. She, you know, was literally looking around, you know, and seeing this shit and trying to get at us. I forgot to take pictures of the faucets because apparently that's a big fucking deal for some reason. I'll do that tomorrow. Because, like, I mean, because the way the faucets look, I don't even know how they expect us to, like, get them super, super, uber, duper clean the way they want us to. I really legitimately do not fucking know how. Like, honestly, it's like, especially with the lack of proper, like, you know, cleaning equipment, especially since we can't have steel wool back there, apparently, and there's, like, barely any to ever fucking find in the store. So it's just like, I mean, there's that, too. Like, half of the time, we can't really do our proper job when it comes to cleaning and sanitizing. We didn't have any fucking wipe balls today to really do some deep clean shit. We just had, like, the paper towels that you to wash your hands with, you know, like, those little, like, you know, towel dispensers and shit. You would, like, see the bathroom, where the fuck. We had those. That was it. So, doing a lot of extra deep clean shit was a bitch today. Way more so than the usual. It's like, holy fuck, dude. And again, I just hate that, like, nothing was ever mentioned about how, oh yeah, the front looks good, but what happened in the back? You know, have you guys just not gotten to it, this, that? Like, you know, Ecolab, again, a private health inspection company, which I don't know why exists, you know, was just like, no, you guys are trash, you know, when it comes to the back and this and that and everything. Is it not providing proper cleaning? Yes, it is. It is an OSHA violation. Oh, and I guarantee you they would argue, well, you have these little green scrub pads, which are not steel wool and doesn't get a lot of the, you know, fucking really heavy, grimy shit out. Like, I mean, you know, there's plenty of kitchens and plenty of delis and grocery stores that use steel wool when it comes to, like, around food products and shit. And they can have it, but for some reason we can't for some reason because, oh, the steel wool may or may not contaminate the food or something. Like, bitch. Like, I mean, like, name me a restaurant that, or name me a fucking, like, you know, a kitchen that doesn't have steel wool. Fucking name me one. Ours, apparently. It's so retarded. It's stupid. And also, like, these weird leaky ass fucking broken pipes. And why are they PVC too? Why aren't they just like some good proper steel pipes or some shit? Because with enough deterioration, with enough muck and grime and grease, you know, these pipes will not hold, and they don't. Like, a good proper steel pipe, even if you have to take them apart and just not use the sinks for a second, you know, to clean them and, you know, really kind of scrub them down because they get grimy and stuff, at least you can fucking deal with that, even if we have to do that shit. At least that's something that you can be dealt with, especially if they're at least threaded. You know, like, again, I mean, look at these fucking pipes. They're PVC and shit. Like, you can't fucking, like, you know, undo any of these to clean them and, you know, make it so they don't leak and get tightened up and shit. I mean, for real. I mean, it's like, how in the fuck am I supposed to, like, deal with a leaky ass pipe that's, you know, leaking water everywhere, besides put that there, and then we probably get bitched at for it. It's just like, I mean, what the fuck? I don't know if we were for that or not, but I'm sure we were. And then, like, the whole bullshit about, like, how, like, it's not necessarily just me, because she was like, oh, we're not, you know, pointing names out, even though they basically were. I mean, because also the entire time, like, even though there was 3 of us, like, in that office and shit, she was looking at me most of the time. Like, she was mostly talking to me. She just wanted to have a few witnesses just to kind of, like, make sure that, you know, it's like, you know, I wasn't just, like, you know, making bullshit up or something, you know? Like, that's my guess, honestly. Because, like, she predominantly was looking right on my ass on that shit. Because, you know, my assumption is that they think that I'm stealing shit or something. And they think that, you know, I just, like, take samples willy-nilly or whatever the fuck all the damn time. And I'm assuming the rumors are probably just a customer that, you know, looks at me suspiciously at night or some shit and, you know, complains about it to the PIC. It's like, I think somebody might have, you know, been taking stuff, but that's my guess. I'm assuming, you know, the rumors are literally probably just some random bullshit, you know, because, like, you know, maybe some Karen-ass customer, you know, trying to do their due diligence to try to be the little local cop. That's my guess, frankly. Because I can't really think of a reason why, outside of, like, frankly, a couple people in the morning in my department that would be, you know, spreading some weird bullshit rumors. And frankly, there is, like, one person I could think so, but how in the fuck would she know anything? She's in the morning, and she never ever fucking sees me. Except for unpaid rent-a-cop. Probably. And apparently, like, you know, like, I mean, we also do have legitimately, like, undercover customers, so to speak. I mean, I know we do very rarely employ them and shit, but I mean, they're not exactly, yeah, like, I mean, what do they fucking find? You know, literally anything, you know, that isn't much different, you know, from what, like, any other customer would see or deal with as a normal experience. I mean, it's just like, I mean, and frankly, honestly, I bet a lot of it is probably just, you know, due to some shit while I'm not there, frankly. Like, and I know another thing, too, is like, oh, we need to make sure we're taking breaks on time and this and that. I guess she never really mentioned about me, like, being late, you know, or whatever the fuck. I guess because that's not really a big deal anymore. But, you know, she was mentioning, like, oh, we need to make breaks on time and this and that. Which I guarantee you was because of, like, probably about a month or so back, I kind of accidentally fucked over, you know, one of our newer guys. You know, that, you know, wasn't exactly too happy because he was by himself for a second. You know, because one of our other coworkers was on lunch, even though he was supposed to be back within, like, a couple minutes time when I left. He wasn't. Like, he basically returned, like, 10 minutes after I, you know, and, like, you know, like, about 5 minutes before I came back. So it was just like, obviously, you know, it was more so on the other dude, more so than me, but, you know, like, it was more so of my bad. I probably should have just waited, but, you know, like, the root of that was towards the other guy. I don't really blame him against it. It was a while ago. I don't even think it was a big deal anymore. I moved on from it, but I'm assuming that's probably why, and they hold, you know, things like that as a grudge, or maybe, like, past, you know, experience or past history and shit of taking long-ass breaks or fucking, you know, being super late, and just use that as, like, you know, because you did it once or twice as a little slip up, you're all of a sudden like, oh, no, you're just doing this all the time. You need to make sure, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I mean, holy fuck, even the fact that, like, I have a dog sometimes, and yeah, you can be kind of a dick and have to, like, you know, deal with his ass, and I end up having my break a little longer every now and then. I ain't taking, like, fucking, like, 40, 50-minute breaks and shit. I'm not even taking, like, 30-minute breaks. They're literally at, like, most 25, frankly, at the maximum, and that's when he decides to go run off somewhere and be a douchebag. But I let, you know, my coworkers know, it's like, hey, my dog's being a dick, you know, it's gonna be just a tad longer, you know, like, I'll be up there very shortly, and they don't care. Because they know that I deal with him, and he's a little bit of a prick and an anarchist. But management don't give a fuck. They just want to make sure I come back on time. They don't really care, like, what's going on in my own personal life. Because, I'm doing time theft. Which, this is another thing, too, that I noticed. Because, like, there's this whole weird thing that she kind of threw out there that, like, as kind of a little throwaway thing. Which is, like, and there are people who are, like, you know, doing their half-hour lunches, but are taking, like, hour lunches, and that's time theft, and we can't allow that, and blah, blah, blah. And she just kind of threw it out there quickly, and I was just like, time theft? Who the fuck is doing that? Because, like, as far as I'm aware, when it comes to my breaks, they're breaks. They're not lunches. So there's that right off the bat. And two, who in the fuck would be doing that? Like, I mean, huh? That doesn't make sense. And I don't know who in the fuck would be doing that. And I don't think it's, I don't know. Like, it's, I don't know anybody. So that just was like a random weird thing. I'm just like, wait, so is taking breaks now time theft? Like, is taking a break, like, suddenly doing... Which, by the way, it's, like, considering the fucking wages and benefits and all this other shit that we as just regular workers get fucked with and shit day in and day out, we're really gonna bitch about us skirting the fucking time clock every now and then? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, really? It's like, there's no such thing as time theft, unless you're just, like, purposely not clocking off, like, 2 hours after you're officially done, and then you come back to work just to clock off. Like, that technically can be made an argument for that, but, you know, fuck it. Grind set, baby. I don't give a shit. We think I'm gonna have some moral qualm over that? This probably fucks your coworker. it probably fucks your coworkers over if you're late often. My boomer coworkers are always late and fucks over everyone else. Time theft's just nobody won't work no more with extra steps. Yeah, basically. And also, like, I mean, the thing is, like, when it comes to, you know, my attendance to show up to work, yeah, like, I mean, I haven't, you know, been, like, going out of my way to be late and this or that, whatever, fuck. I'm either showing up on time, or if anything, if they need me early, I'll show up early at this point. Like, especially knowing that I got, like, you know, these things coming up with, like, some concerts and, you know, the furry convention I'm going to later this month, so, like, you know, like, I mean, if anything, I want the onus to try to, you know, kind of get my hours, so to speak, you know, and soak up the hours and shit, which, in, like, if that's the case, then how's that time theft if I'm, like, soaking up hours but still doing my job and getting shit done? That's not time theft, I'm still doing my fucking job. That's still doing your job. I mean, like, when it comes to, like, my, you know, breaks and stuff, I still be communicating with my coworkers about that. Like, I let them know, like, hey, I don't necessarily take 10 minutes because I run home to check on my pup, you know, let him out really quick in case he needs to, and smoke a toke really quick and go right back to work. And they're like, okay, that's fine. None of them really care that much, as long as I don't, like, fucking push it, obviously. You know, and I let them know it's, like, at maximum, it might be 20, but it's gonna be about 15. Which actually, by law, like, you know, Oregon requires 15-minute breaks anyway, or at least, you know, that's kind of, like, the encouraged, like, amount and stuff. So, if anything, I'm going by, essentially, you know, kind of like, you know, by what state law, or at least, you know, kind of generally by what the encouraged, you know, general law about it is. So, I mean, all in all, it's either like 10 or 15 minutes, you know, when it comes to breaks. That's usually how most companies and most states kind of recognize it when it comes to just like a regular break, which I think is fair. Like, honestly, I'm more inclined to have the idea of 15-minute breaks and then 30-minute or 40-minute lunches or some shit like that. You know, like, I'm okay with that. You know, and so, like, I let them know about that, and they're like, all right, that's fine. You know, and then, you know, like I said, run home, check on this little fluff ball, you know, let him outside and let him back in, and take a toke real quick, run back up there. Usually that takes no more than 15 minutes. Every now and then he's a prick, like I said, but I communicate that and I'll text one of them and be like, hey, you know, my dog's a dick, you know, it's gonna be a tad longer, but I'll be up there soon. You know, and they're like, okay, no worries. It's either slow, or they're like, alright, hurry up and get him, it's kind of busy, and I'm like, cool, don't worry, I'll be up there soon, blah, blah, blah. Usually by the time I get up there, you know, like, things roll out and are fine. And, you know, so, and also, it's just like, I mean, considering, like, you know, when it comes to, like, whole break time and shit, I mean, like, there's, like, when it comes to, like, you know, people on their shifts at this point, because it's pretty somewhat consistent, you know, with who's, you know, working what days and shit at this rate. So, like, I mean, there's already kind of, like, a little bit of a rhythm that kind of people are into when it comes to, like, you know, breaks and lunches and shit like that. You know, outside if, you know, shit gets wonky, like, you know, today and frankly for the past fucking week. So it's just like, I mean, especially today. And I'm sure it's going to be just as bad for, frankly, probably the rest of the week, because I know we got one of our close on fucking vacation. So, I mean, you know, that's going to be a brutal week. Outside of just fucking today, but what a great fucking start for the goddamn day. Like, breaks should be longer than 10 minutes. Oh, I agree. They definitely should. It takes about like 4 to 5 minutes for me to walk home. You know, it takes about 5-ish minutes for me to let him out and let him back in, depending on how long he is. Sometimes he'll literally just sniff around half the time and then take a shit, like, for more than 5 minutes. So, like, sometimes he'll take a little longer because he wants to take a longer shit. Or, like, sniff around and find the right spot first, you know? Like, I mean, you know, I can't help, you know, when his body wants to go, and sometimes he just doesn't want to, so he'll just kind of wander around, and I thinking he wants to go, but isn't, he's just wandering around. I'm like, alright, come on, let's go, you're just wandering around, get back inside. I can't sit here and stare at you just, you know, exploring the backyard forever. But, yeah, I honestly think, you know, what, like, breaks definitely should be is, you know, at least 15 minutes, that should be the minimal, 15. Because, like I said, you know, how I do my breaks, they're about 15 minutes, at maximum 20. You know, it's like, every now and then, it might be a little bit longer, just because, again, my dog's a dick. But, you know, everybody, even the PICs who, you know, are supposed to check us out at night and stuff like that, even they understand that, they know that. And I come in on my days off, you know, on Wednesdays and Thursdays, with my dog to work, so everyone knows, you know, my dog, everyone knows that I have him. So they obviously know that, you know, I take care of him, and, you know, I'm a fur dad, you know, right? Like, so, Like, I mean, it's not like they don't know that. So when it comes to my breaks, even like when the store director was staring at me, it's like, you need to be on time or whatever. It's like, like, you've seen me with my dog. You know I have him, and I'm literally just right down the street. Like, I mean, it's like, that, like, I have him, and it's always been kind of like an inferred, like, it's okay, it's understandable when I go over to check on him. I mean, and I mean, what the fuck? Like, and all of a sudden, it's a big deal. I mean, it's like, holy shit. And also, like, I mean, considering what my shifts are, I don't even need to take a lunch. So, I never take lunches unless it's, like, certainly over 6 hours, like today. I took one lunch today, but I didn't go over, like, 50 fucking minutes. I actually timed it. It was 35. So, like, I mean, all in all, I mean, it's like, holy shit, what the... I mean, again, it's all gaslighting bullshit, because it's like, I know what I'm doing. It's like, I pay for my beers and shit, I pay for my fucking squirrel food and all this and that, on top of saving up for my shit and everything else. It's like, I mean, the only thing that could get me on is, like, the fact that every now and then I might, like take a bag like this of, which is full of fucking, actually, I need to recycle it, but, like, I'll have, like, a bag with that, without a tag, obviously, but it's, like, the end bits, like, like, of meat chubs that aren't sold and usually just immediately thrown away, because they're, like, the first start, of how, when you open up a meat chub and start cutting into it. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? I mean, like, why would someone buy that? That's, like, negligent. It's like basically nil weight. It's negligent weight. Like that ain't worth anything outside of, like, a snack for a dog. Not many people want the end piece. I mean, the only reason why they would want, they would consider that stealing or some shit is because they literally just want to maximize their profit as much as possible over the meat chubs that they buy. Because it goes by the pound with how it's sold, so they want to maximize as much net weight off of that meat chub as possible to sell. Because when they buy those meat chubs, it's at a set price, so they want to maximize as much money off of those meat chubs when they sell them. By, taking as much of the net weight, in value when it comes to selling it, as a profit. So even if I cut an end piece, they literally want me to tag that and buy that, despite the fact that it's just a nil, regardless, like, throwaway piece, basically. They don't give a shit. And it's bullshit. Like, nah, fuck that. Like, if anything, honestly, especially if we're working a food, department and shit at a grocery store, we should be obligated to at least have, like, a little bit of a sense of having samples and shit. I can understand maybe, like, walking away with, like, full-on fucking meals or, like, it's shit like that. But having at least, like, a little bit of, like, some sampling at the very minimal, just as, like, a justification for quality control to make sure that the food is good. Like, yeah, we should be able to do that. Like, honestly, that should be a, like, a right that, we should be able to do it. That, I mean, obviously do so sanitarily, like, wash your hands and the whole shebang and blah, blah, blah. Like, you can't forego that, obviously. Like, if you, and also just do it where it is, acceptable to do so. Don't do it in the sink prep area. Don't do it in front of customers, do it in the back office, or, like, do it out of sight, so to speak. Like, I mean, that's not, I don't think these are bad things. Or at least step outside of the deli department or some shit and be on the floor if you do it or something, It's like, I mean, like I said, I think, having some element of, like, kind of quality control is not a bad thing. To at least, be like, hey, is, this good? Hey, yep, tastes good, all good, seems fine, alright, Gucci gang. It's like, there you go. Wait, oh, you sent me a... He sent me an Italiano cat. An Italian kitty. Oh, look at that kitty. That kitty cute. That's a cute kitty. Can I have that kitty? Looks like a pretty kitty. My old boss got me on for using bacon on MP sandwiches, bitch. You put me on physical activity for 6 hours. I'm hungry. For use bacon on end piece sandwiches, so I'm assuming, like, those, like, end pieces on, like, bread, and you just put some bacon on it, and you just, like, eat that, like, basically, literally just a bacon with some bread. Bread and bacon just smashed together in a decent little hearty, quick little meal. What's wrong with that? I mean, as long as you're not doing it in like a fruit prep area or like for the customers, shit like that. Like if you do it in the break room or in the office or shit like that, I don't see a problem with that. Like there shouldn't be an issue with that, in my opinion. The same thing when it comes to having water. Like as long as it's not like an open container, I can understand that. But like, you know, when it comes to our little corner office, I should take a picture of what our office looks like so I can show you what I mean. It's literally like about as like maybe about as maximum width from here to where I'm standing, and about as wide as like where that fridge is to where I'm standing as well. It's a very small little area, and it's also like, you know, you got like one flat area, and then you got like this weird corner, and then it goes like arcs this way, and then you got like this weird arc. So it's actually a triangle. They have to allow water, even at a shitty pizza place I worked at allowed water. Yes, they are allowed. They are required to. And here's how they skirt that. We are allowed to, we just have to have it in the break room. So we have to leave our department, go to the break room, which I guess conveniently happens to be right next to our department. But we have to go to the break room to have it. Or be outside the department. It's like our little office space has fuck one to do with food, customers, or anything. It is an area that can be accepted and, you know, allowed when it comes to having water and shit like that, or at least some form of hydration for you to have. Like our little office corner, as far as I'm absolutely concerned, is an acceptable space to have, you know, a little bit of food and drink if, you know, you want a little something to eat, you know, when it comes to a snack, or when it comes to, you know, having a sample for quality control or having water. Like, I think a little office corner is absolutely a valid location for that, and there needs to actually be an official, like, fucking confirmation about this. Especially when things are about to get really fucking hot, you know, and starting to, you know, roll around towards summertime and shit. It gets hot and sweaty back there. There's been times where I've almost had heat illness. In fact, I know I've had heat illness a couple times back there and shit, because we're not allowed to have water back there and shit, and they got the PICs fucking circling around the floor like a hawk. Not our department specifically, but, you know, just around the store. So, can't really have, you know, water or whatever, because they might yell at you and shit, even though you can obviously tell them, like, you know, about to fucking pass out. So it's like, what the fuck? I down like 4 cups of Dr. Pepper a day. They're just incredibly unhealthy, actually. Yeah. I had 2 cups of coffee. I bought 2 cups. Yeah, I bought like 2 cans of coffee. You know the coffee I get. Like, I bought 2 of those, thinking I'll have one today and one tomorrow. No, I drank both of those today. I'm still pumped up on caffeine right now. Like, because, like, I had 2 of those because, holy fuck, because I've been, like, worn out for the past week and doing that 6-day work week, and on top of this fucking bullshit today, oh, I had to go for 2. I had to really bump up my caffeine usage today. Not chug coffee. It's not my fault it tastes good, okay? Hey, blame them for making coffee that tastes good. At least it's Colombian coffee. I don't know if that means that it's, you know, child exploited or not, but it's Colombian-based coffee. So I don't know. There you go. I mean, I don't know if that helps out with anything on that. And they have denounced Kyle Rittenhouse. They don't like him. So there is that. They didn't defend him. So, I mean, there is also that. I mean, they're not, like, the worst fucking conservatives out there. You should have turned the deli into open bar. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, dude, you know, I'm gonna be giving samples. I'm gonna discount the fuck out of everything. Dude, my last day there, I'm gonna go hog wild, bro. I ain't gonna give a fuck, dude. I'm even gonna tell customers, this is my last day today. I'm kind of celebrating. You get a discount because you happen to directly, you know, have me as your employee to service you. I'll straight up fucking tell people that day. Like, you're getting, you know, instead of having a breast for $2.79, guess what? It's 99 cents. Hey, fire sale, baby. Woo! Let's do it. I'll fucking unironically do it. I'll specifically tell them, you're checking this out with me so they don't fuck on you about it. And they don't get at me about it. Like, you know, we're just, you know, just check out me if this. We'll have it in this bag. We'll have your receipt right there. So if they question you about it, just pull the receipt. They'll not say anything about it. And there you go. You know, if you still got more shopping, that's okay. That's all good. I'm just trying to protect my own skin for the last, you know, day and shit. You know, just much, you know, make sure that you get a nice, good, quality customer service. So margaritas and tequila sunrise and Scrooge. Oh my god, dude. Oh, you know what, bro? What if I start getting tips, like, out of nowhere? What if, like, customers are like, here's $5, or like, here's like $3 or some shit, you know, as like a... What if I make like hella tips out of nowhere on my last day? Like, I make $100 outside of my paycheck for that week. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Oh my god, that'd be so fucking great. I don't want to do the whole bar thing because I literally would probably get arrested because I don't have an alcohol, like, handler's license or anything. I mean, like, I would probably literally get arrested. I probably would even if I did, and yeah, that probably wouldn't be good. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I feel you, though. But I will discount people. Know your luck, Karen. Know your luck. You would get Karen who would complain about getting a discount. How can you give me a discount? Was this corporate approved? Where's the manager? I care about the well-being of the, you know, good Safeway Corporation and the well-being of good ethics. How dare you try to give me a sale, dude? Honestly, knowing how I have unironically have stopped Karens from being Karens because I flexed and just, like, you know, step in and be the stepdad that stepped up, basically. And, you know, just, like, you know, be like, hey, what's going on? And give them a hookup. And all of a sudden, they become, like, the nicest fucking human being ever out of nowhere. Like, I mean, because I'll see that, like, you know, they're just kind of butthurt over literally some random bullshit. And I'm just like, oh, hell no. Like, I mean, I would just, like, you know, step in and try to, you know, calm the situation down. Like, I'm actually pretty good about that. I've been able to do that way more times than you think. Like, I've been able to stop Karens from literally going full Karen. Like, I could sense the Karen coming out, and I'm like, oh, hell no, I don't want to deal with Karen today. No. Like, and I'm just like, oh, hell no, I'm not doing this. Because I have dealt with some Karens every now and then. Not like, you know, the Karens that you'll see on Public Freakout and shit like that. Not like that level. But, you know, kind of like the beginner's level Karen, you know, a stereotypical one, like, you know, that just bitches, asks for the manager and just yells at you and shit. But doesn't, like, you know, have a full meltdown, you know, that you see online. Like, that's kind of unfortunate. Like, you don't really get, like, you know, people are just really being assholes and annoying. You get people who are freaking the fuck out who are Karens. It's like, and I really do wish that Karen, you know, as a term would expand back to its true form a little bit. Because there's more times than not when there's a Karen, like, it's never really qualified anymore, even though it is, you know? Like, cause, like, not every, like, cause there's more Karens out there than people think. You know, but, you know, they're just not really acknowledged anymore because, like, more times than not, people are looking for, like, a full fucking meltdown. And honestly, half the time, those people aren't Karens. They just got legitimately, like, a lot of stress and mental problems, you know, and especially mental problems. And, you know, it compounds into legit kind of like a serious, you know, like, mental episode, frankly. Not all of them. Frankly, there's a lot of Karens out there that are just racist fucking scumbag piece of shit or fucking misogynist or this and that, whatever the fuck. Like, you get a lot of legitimately, like, you know, really scum Karens out there, but I would argue especially a lot of that we see these days tend to be just due to mental illness, really, anything. Sadly. Unfortunate as it is, but, I mean, still. Doesn't justify their actions, by the way. I'm just saying. It's at least a way to maybe understand why, you know, that tends to be. But I think it's just because people just want that, like, you know, fucking, like, you know, full-on meltdown, like, freak unhinged, you know, type of thing. And it's like, not every Karen's like that. A lot of Karens tend to be pretty cool and collected. They just get fucking really mad and just want to make it, like, you know, everyone's problem, you know? It's like, and that's most Karens, I would argue. People really want to see, like, the more niche, extreme Karens, but those are way few far between. Because if people, like, you know, were, you know, like, you know, really calling Karens for what they really are and shit, at least especially for all the ones that are out there, I mean, you know, I would have, like, you know, stories galore, frankly. In fact, I have one that I share about this old-ass fucking lady and shit with the sandwich bar. Oh my god, I love telling it every now and then. Should I tell it again? Because, oh my god, this old cunt, she had a rapport, and she had, like, a whole fucking thing. where she was just like freaking the fuck out over the fact that she wanted like this turkey mayo cranberry wrap thing, and was freaking the fuck out like that I just was not doing it to her exact specifications, and would just be like, how dare you, and would freak out right off the bat. Like, she came up to the same, I remember the day too. Like, I started my shift, I think she was ironically the first person I helped that day, and she was like, can I get someone over here? Like, not even like 5 seconds after she rolled up, and I'm like, alright, I'll be right there. Yeah, I was like, oh shit, okay, got someone that's a little feisty, alright. You know, let me go over there really quick, you know, grab my gloves on and shit, and I'm like, alright, you know, what can I get you? And she's like, I want a turkey wrap or whatever, and I'm like, okay. So I grabbed, you know, the wrap or whatever, and, you know, and got the turkey and shit, and she was just like, alright, so now, you know, it's like, before you get the turkey on there, and I already put it on there, and I was just like, it's like, no, put it off! And I'm like, oh, okay. So I take it off to the side real quick, it's like, I want cranberry, and I want mayo on there first. Light mayo, and I want the cranberry on there, and I want it all spread. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. And I was saying it like that. I was like, okay. You know, I was just like, hey, you know, no need to be feisty. You know, I wasn't about to say anything about that quite yet, but I was like, okay, no need to be feisty. Let's take it down a notch. So, you know, then, you know, like I, you know, get the cranberry and put it on there and shit, and I get, you know, and I start spreading that around. And I was like, is that good on spread? She's like, yeah, that's fine, I guess. I'm like, alright, light mayo, and I do like a little light spread, and it's like, no, I want more! And I'm like, okay. I already did a light, you know, drizzle mayo, so I put a little more on there. It's just like, no, more! Like, literally like that, I'm not even fucking kidding you. I was like, alright, so I just squirted the fucker on there and had like this like drizzle of ropes of just like this creamy ass fucking grossness that is mayo. And I'm like, so far for the light mayo, I'd hate to see what regular mayo looks like on her fucking wraps. You know, and I spread it around, and she's like, no, you didn't spread it more. And I was like, okay. And I'm like, I already spread it a lot. I literally told her, it's like, I already spread it pretty significantly. Like, I mean, she's like, no. Now it's like, okay. And then, like, she started freaking out. I was like, I need someone else over here to help this fucking idiot. And I was like, and I was about to be like, okay, you know what? And I said that, and then my other coworker literally fucking pushed me into the fucking back. Just took me like this and like, go in the back. And I just went, good idea. I just did that, and I just turned around, and I overheard her. It's like, you need to quit fucking doing this to all of us, because, you know, that is bullshit and very fucking rude, and how dare you continue to do this. If you do this one more time to any of us, the next time you come here, we're going to kick you out for trespassing, and how dare you. Like, I heard that shit, and I was just like, ooh, go get him. And I heard her, and I did not hear her fucking raise her voice ever since that point. Like, I heard her kind of, like, murmur a lot. You know, as I was in the back, I kind of saw her kind of, like, you know, murmuring what she fucking wanted and shit, because she shut the fuck up pretty quick after that. Because if it wasn't me, my other coworker stepped in who had experience with her already, on top of everybody else that day, too. Like, everyone had to deal with her ass. And, you know, and, like, you know, and because that was my first time dealing with her, like, you know, and after dealing with that, when I was kind of, you know, dressing down my fucking frustration about it, be like, dude, that fucking cunt, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, yeah, she's like that. And I went, wait, you had to deal with her? It's like, dude, we all had to at one point. And, dude, she comes here a lot being like that, and she's always like this, no matter what. She's always like that. And I was just like, what the fuck? So why haven't we just, like, refused service from her? Because she's a cunt. I just straight said that. She literally is a cunt. Fuck her. Like, I will never help her again if I happen to see her again. And honestly, they were like, yeah, we're probably not going to help her again after this anyway, because that was, you know, this is getting bullshit and blah, blah, blah. Because, you know, we don't deserve to fucking get demeaned over that shit. We already get demeaned from fucking corporate and their bullshit. We don't need some motherfucking Karen, especially some old boomer-ass Karen, you know, to fucking, you know, yap at us about their bullshit. Like, None of us get paid enough to be, you know, dealing with your bullshit just as much as corporate's bullshit. Why do you think, you know, when it comes to these Karens and a lot of this fucking bullshit, we just immediately kick you the fuck out? We got no time for you. We kick your ass out. Because we have to deal with fucking corporate Karens that fucking yap at us, you know, from the fucking bottom up, and we can't say shit to that. So be lucky that these Karens, you know, don't really feel the wrath of the worker, honestly. I mean, I'm being serious with that one. Because honestly, I mean, just look at Waffle House. Like, those people, employees at a Waffle House don't give a fuck, you know, what type of Karen comes through and shit. They will literally, like, they're, like, made for fucking combat. They're warriors. Like, Waffle House employees are warriors. Like, unironically, they're, like, gladiatorial, battle-hardened warriors, dude. Like, they're another breed of worker. Like, I mean, like, and honestly, it's because they are the unleashed energy of, like, you know, the fucking shit that we are just sick of taking, and we're like, you know what, fuck that. Like, we're just gonna unleash. Like, that's just, like, you know, a Waffle House employee in a nutshell. Just like how we all truly fucking feel. That's at least my opinion, honestly. Because, I mean, I remember that one where, like, that crazy bitch, you know, Karen fucking threw a literal chair. A literal chair. And this young fucking crazy Waffle House employee, a young woman, probably in her 20s, literally grabbed that shit and parried it. Fucking parried it like some Mortal Kombat shit, threw it down, and literally went like, boom! Oh, like, fucking flexed. She straight flexed up, bitch. Like, she just, like, I mean, I was literally like, oh my god, I was impressed when I saw that shit. I mean, it's like, I've never seen any fucking worker ever do that, but you've seen that from a Waffle House worker, because they're a different breed, like I said, dude. Cut from a different breed. I don't even know if I could work at a Waffle House. You know what? Yeah, I could. Yeah, honestly, I could, because it would just basically, you know, depending on who shows up, it would be the day to unleash, and I know I can get away with it, and I'd be fine. This again, man, they're cut from a goddamn different breed, bro. There's something about the goddamn Waffle House employees, dude. There really is. I respect them, honestly. I truly respect them. They are not paid enough. You sent a meme. It's just true.
I don't think you guys understand.
I swear to fucking God, if someone did that, I would do the same thing. By the way, bass, you got Jordan Stallion, dude. Dude, I love this guy. This guy's bass. I love him. I think he sent me him too before, but I also watch him because he's great. He's literally just like the voice of all of us. Like, he's like the most relatable human being I think that has ever existed. Like, he knows secrets that I just did not even know, dude. Also, I am straight deadass going to be using some of his secrets. But anyway, yeah, honestly, by the way, Aaron, just to replay the clip that he was doing. Like, I would literally just have grabbed whatever, that lip balm, I think it is. I would have grabbed it and just like, boop, and just threw it at him. It's like, is this, alright, it's like, how's that? It's like, hey, you want it now? Are you sure you really want it? You know what? I would, but you know what? That was good too. You know what? Good on the worker. Like, honestly, like, I'll defend him. I mean, yeah, was it being, you know, did he take the more aggressive way of doing it? Sure, but I don't give a fuck. Like, don't fuck with him. Like, this is what I mean. Don't fuck with us. Like, when it comes to us, like, grocery store level employees, do not fuck with us. Because we are literally, like, one, getting fucked with, you know, shit away from, like, you know, really having a bad day. Like, honestly, like, I woke up today thinking, nah, it ain't gonna be that bad. It's gonna be kind of a somewhat maybe busy Monday, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I came in today being fucking hell. So, like, you know, we're literally our one fucking little fucking bullshit thing away from, like, goddamn snapping, yo, okay? When it comes to this shit, do not fucking do that. Do not do that. Because I guarantee you, that guy literally wanted to beat his ass into concrete. He literally, like, I guarantee you, that worker probably wanted to take that customer, grab him by his, you know, fucking neck, and literally just, like, you know, make him fucking make out with the concrete over and over again. Like, I'm not even kidding. Would that be justifiable? No, it would not. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that's probably what the fuck he's feeling. Like, and honestly, a lot of us do feel that way. I personally don't necessarily feel that way with a lot of people I interact with for shit. I feel that with certain, individuals, but not all of them. Like, there are certain people that are definitely dicks or really don't want to be dealing with right now, but yet show up and I have to deal with them because it's impeding on my work. So it's like, yeah, there's times I feel that way. Don't fuck me and we be Gucci gang. And luckily, no one ever does. But then you get some wise-ass fuck like that who's testing people's patience. Don't be that guy. Ever. Take it from a worker like that. Because I've had my patience tested before, and like I was just telling a story about it, where it's been tested, and I was like, you know what? And I was about to fucking pop off before I got pushed aside. Like, I mean, that was years ago, by the way. I think that was just after COVID. I think that was like 2021, so like 2 years ago when that happened. But either way, like, do not test us like that. No, that's bad. Don't do that. So another secret from the Fast Food Seekers Club: if you die and God wants you to send you to hell, and all you have to do is convert to Mormonism on the spot, since they do after death conversions. I don't know if I'd do that, personally.
I don't think you guys understand. Come here. There are 3 different types of employees you just do not mess with. Right?
Yep.
There's Waffle House employees, McDonald's.
Amen. McDonald's. I don't know. You don't really hear a lot of stories from them, personally. I'm willing to believe them, though. I honestly, considering the wisdom this man has spoken, like, I'm willing to believe that, that's true. Honestly. Let's just say we are, but not actually ignore. I'm willing to work with that. But, dude, when you say Waffle House employees with coworkers you don't mess with, fuck men, dude. I was just saying it earlier, like with the, like that, Waffle House lady that parried that fucking chair. We all know the instance. That was on Public Freakout. I think even Moist Critical, Charlie, I'm pretty sure he talked about it, dude. A lot of people talked about it when it first popped off. That was like months ago and shit. I remember talking about it and watching the clip myself. I mean, it was fucking amazing.
And Walmart employees.
Yeah.
Why? Because the patience level of a Walmart employee is already almost at 0 by the time they clock in for work.
Yep.
Okay, a Walmart employee has to find reasons to want to go to work. And then by the time they're at work, they automatically want to go home. But the minute they clock out to go home, they're already upset because they know they have to go right back to work the next day, right? So when they're in that mentality, I promise you do not want to prank them. Okay? Unless you are well-versed in martial arts, I would just leave that alone. I'm not gonna lie to you, because they're about that life.
They're about that life. Fuck men, brother. Dude, I love Jordan because that was some truth. What's some other stuff we got from him? What we got from my boy? My boy, my homie, my G, my top G. Like an actual top G. Like, you know what, like, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the quote-unquote, like, manosphere, like, male role model type of figure, motherfucker type of shit, like, when it comes to that, like, sphere things, like, when it comes to a legitimate, good, like, male role model, I see this guy, who, by the way, this guy is younger than me. Dude, look at him. I don't even know what this is, but, like, dude, look at him when we watch this. Dude, this guy is younger than me. He's, like, about 24, 25. I'm about 25, about to be 26. Like, this guy is about, like, literally about my age or younger. And he literally looks like he's in his fucking 30s. And he has all this wisdom.
That are, like, greasy stains in Tupperware.
So in that original video, come here, she said that the secret to get the red little stains out of your Tupperware containers was to just put dish soap in it with hot water and a paper towel, close the lid, and shake it. Well, what they don't tell you is that the red stains is called lycopene, and because that molecule is hydrophobic, those stains like to cling on to plastic because water doesn't really get rid of them. What you need to do is rub butter around the edges of the containers that have the red stains on them, and then put the dish soap in there and shake it around, and it'll all go away. I'll show you. So here are the two containers.
What? Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa. Dude, the wisdom we're about to learn. Whoa. Wait, you use butter to... Dude, you use butter. You can actually see it already on there. So you use butter, a paper towel, and some hot water to get rid of all the stains that would be in Tupperware that you can't get rid of?
This is red, this is clear. I'm going to rub butter around the edges of this container for you. So there's butter all around the container now.
There we go.
I'm going to put dish soap in it. I'll put
dish
soap in there, and then wet this.
Whoa, his dish soap is red. Mine's blue.
Now close the lid and shake it. Now that the lid's secure, just shake it until it's clear. Open it, pour it out. Stains are all gone. Try.
Get rid of.
Whoa! Yo! Okay, alright, we gotta use some butter one of these days. We gotta try that. That was some base shit right there. That was some beast that shit. See, dude, that was some wisdom right there. I mean, you can't, dog on some fucking dope-ass wisdom like that. Dude, that was dope. Fuck going to college, just watch Jordan. And this guy went to college and he dropped out. So, I mean, whatever, he didn't learn from college, he obviously is able to, show us, and we can learn from him. I'm not even gonna lie, he's also a very handsome, attractive guy. It's just like, goddamn. Dude's legit just fucking awesome. I really do like the guy. When I first started watching his content, I was like, okay, cool, I guess. I mean, at first I was kind of like, alright, whatever, we got a Ramdo, but he has a lot of followings, so I guess there's something to him a little bit. But then it started getting recommended to me a little more and more, and I was like, huh. I started kind of getting more into it, and I was like, okay. And then I realized, you know what, this guy has fucking wisdom. He started letting some secrets out, and I was like, ooh. And I was like, okay, wait a minute, this guy is actually a gem. And then, pretty much, as far as I'm concerned, literally everybody, as far as I'm aware, kind of knows him on one way, shape, or form. But he only has two weaknesses, spiders and snakes. Well, there's been a few times he's reacted to, spider videos, and they're literally CGI. I can literally tell they're CGI. And for the snakes, I don't know. I think snakes are cute. I like snakes. I mean, snakes are cool. I mean, yeah. Honestly, spiders are. Dude, last night, there was, a big-ass wolf spider, and she was a beautiful girl. Had big-ass fucking fangs, too. I caught her and let her outside and shit, because I didn't want her to, get eaten by my dog. My dog, the reason why I found her is because my dog freaked the fuck out on me, and was wanting to eat her, and I was like, you back the fuck up. And I found her over here in this corner, picked her up, showed her off for a second, let her outside, and so my dog wanted to eat her, and, yeah. She eventually found herself on a little leaf and is probably living a more happier life being outside than, potentially being dog food. So. But she has some pretty big fangs, though. I mean, they were just that's a fat ass fucking, big old fangs. There. And the title says we got some reacts, so I want to check out a thing. And I literally refreshed the YouTube homepage, and there's literally already something right off the bat that looks just cringe. And it's literally a white woman moment. White toy trans. Wait, whoa. Trans girl? Hold on, I didn't even read the title yet. I just saw this, and I thought, okay, this has to be a gem. Because I saw the defense slavery, I literally didn't even register anything else. I just saw Rightoid defense slavery. I didn't even register everything else. Oh my god, this is a trans woman saying this? Okay, now we have to click this. Oh my god, now we have to watch this. Wait, no way. Who the fuck is this bitch? Who are you? Who are you as a trans woman to defend slavery, you fucking weird ass bitch? What the fuck?
The problem with it is, for the vast majority of
oh
them,
my god,
fails, because unless they're an actual threesome, unless they're an actual pick-me, then
pick me, slavery's okay, please, right-wing extremists and fascists, please love me, slavery's okay, huh? It was totally the truth.
Ollie London's a good example of this. Obviously, the OGs are Blair White and whatnot, but recently we've seen a pretty large rise in smaller figures trying to gain a bit of a foothold.
Alright, we get it. I just want to start seeing the clips. I mean, I just want to know who it honestly is. Do we hear the name of him?
Binary people offend me. #trans. Why do non-binary people offend her?
Wait, what's her name? Can we see it in here somewhere? No? What's her name? I just want to know that. That's all I just want to find. Wait, there's a yikes at the very end of it, okay? But whatever. Wait, does someone in here maybe say what her name is? I don't want to make a comment. No. No one's seen her name. Okay, I guess we'll find out eventually. We'll find out what her name is. Does that have to do with slavery? Well, I think we're gonna build up to it. I think we're establishing who she is as a grifter. Because, like, there are, like, starting to be, like, a segment of these trans people, like, well, quote-unquote, well, frankly, I personally think, quote-unquote, trans people that, you know, are starting to, like, really prop up outside of, like, Caitlyn Jenner and Blair White. You know, like, you got Ollie London, who they're not trans. They used to formerly apparently be trans, but now they're not. They're just bisexual now, or gay, depending on what mood you find them in. And then you got, like, you know, people like this and shit who are like, oh yeah, we're trans, but we're just like right-wing extremist pick-me's out of nowhere. We're just basically literally, because, like, the equivalent of, like, fascistic, like, you know, far-right tradcon women, basically. It's just like, okay, wow, that's a coinkydink. Huh. I mean, maybe honestly there probably are trans and shit, but, like, because, I mean, you know, I guess you don't have to necessarily, you know, like, have, like, you know, some progressive values or whatever the fuck to be trans, obviously. But, I mean, it's just, there's kind of, like, a subtle, tiny little chunk of my mind that's just like, are you? Or is this just a part of the grift? It just starts making me questioning them, you know? Because it's like, I mean, who the fuck are you really? Because you got people like, you know, you got, like, people like Ollie London who use transgenderism and, like, being trans-Korean and like, transracial, basically, and transgender as a grift. So, I mean, when you have people like Ollie London who have openly, factually have used, you know, basically being a trans trender, you know, someone who is basically trans, you know, to be transracial or, you know, like transgender, but no longer identifies as that to basically be a part of a broader grift against trans people and shit, it really starts making me questioning them about, like, you know, the broader identity. Like, and frankly, at the end of it, it's mainly just because they have a lot of fucking, like, mental illness and shit, and probably got a lot of struggling that they're going on in their life and shit. But a lot of this right-wing extremism is really adding on to a lot of it, and really makes it more sinister than, you know, maybe we perceive. Like, I don't know. I mean, it just adds a lot of, like, extra qualms and shit that really shouldn't have to be there. Because, I mean, maybe I'm just, you know, kind of a paranoid mind a little bit, but, like, I mean, I just really question, like, the integrity or, like, you know, the genuinity of these people. It's typical conservatism to veer into totally different topics. What do you think of work strikes? Well, to answer your question, let me tell you why gays shouldn't be married. Like, no, those things have no connection whatsoever. Yeah.
She's about to say a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with non-binary people, and a bunch of, like, arguments that aren't very well, like, supported by any, like...
Oh, wow, even Zane is saying the video we're about to see, you know, whatever claims she has to do with NBs, you know, like, it hasn't, well, whatever she says has nothing to do with them, even though apparently it's about them.
Evidence? Like, do you guys want to bet it's probably going to be a bunch of, like, bizarre, like, conspiracy theories about,
yep,
like, non-binary people being fake and making trans people look bad?
Yep.
Let's take a look.
It's day 10 of being on the right, and today I want to talk about why I'm offended by non-binary people.
NBs, not NIMBYs. Well, I'm saying NBs. I mean, it sounds similar to NIMBY, I will admit, but there's no NIM. This is NBs. I mean, I will admit, they do sound similar, but yeah, just to clarify, non-binary / NBs, not NIMBYs. Not like the liberals who want to have homeless people, like, fucking put in prison because, oh, God forbid we have homeless services that might be in our neighborhoods.
Did she just start this TikTok by saying it's day 10 of being on the right?
Yes. By the way, I don't know if you heard that, but she literally said, today is day 10 of me being on the right. Like, she's keeping track of the days she's been conservative. Like, you cannot tell me that's a grift. Like, okay, honestly, I could tell right off the bat, she's, like, you know, probably trans, but probably just does not give a fuck politically about anything. Like, oh, I'm day 10 of being conservative. It's like, what, you transition to be conservative or some shit? Like, what the fuck? Like, apparently that's a thing now. You could just transition from being conservative to, like, you know, day 1 to be conservative out of nowhere. Like, you just don't change that shit, like, out of nowhere like that. Like, what the oh my god, I don't even, okay, oh my god, I already can tell where this is going.
Well, if you guys needed any indication that this wasn't, like, or that this was evidently a grift, it's the fact that she's literally, like, doing a series where she says, oh, day 10 of being a conservative, here's what I learned today. Like, it is very, very clear that she is grifting.
Yep.
Well, as a transgender woman, when I look at my...
This cunt's always been conservative. I mean, that is true. I mean, if there's a slight disagreement of Zan on that one, I mean... She's probably, like, you know, using, I guess, the whole day 10 of being on the right, you know, as a part of a grift. But yeah, she's probably have always been conservative. Because, like I said, if you're trans, I mean, you don't have to be, like, a leftist progressive, you have to be trans, obviously. I mean, there's, you know, different people who are conservative, you know, like Caitlyn Jenner, Blair Wright, etc., that are trans and shit, but yet they're conservative as fuck. So it's like, obviously, you know, like, just, your politics have nothing to do if you're trans or not. That's just, like, your identity. Like, your politics don't really got much to do about, like, you know, how you express yourself, you know, as an identity, just as a human. Like, when it comes to, like, your worldviews and, well, your politics, that's a different thing. But, you know, so it's like, and being trans doesn't really have anything to do with that. Outside if you want to not be discriminated and not be, you know, like, you know, like, like, fucking, you know, have bigots, you know, fucking, like, have policies, you know, against you and shit like that. I mean, in that sense it is, but just because there's a bunch of far-right extremists, you know, making a whole weird culture war, anti-trans movement against trans people and shit. Like, that's the main reason why. Like, that's the only reason why, you know, trans people in any metric are political is because of these right-wing extremist fucks that make it political. Like, there shouldn't be anything about being trans that is political, but yet it is, you know, just on the virtue of these motherfuckers. Like, it shouldn't have to, but yet it is. Yet they're the same ones that don't want to make things political. Like, actually, there's another thing I want to kind of check out and shit, too, that, you know, just really grinds my gears about, like, that subject, but we'll wait for that for, you know, for later.
Transition and just transgenderism in general. To me, I think that people are either born a man or a woman. I think some...
Wait, what about you, then? Wait, if you're a trans woman, then what about you? Are you... Wait, hold on. What? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Now, see, this is why, like, at least for some of these newer, like, trans grifters... Like, I honestly do legit think that some of them aren't necessarily, like, entirely trans, so to speak. Because, again, you got Ollie London, who formerly used to be trans, not just racial, but also gender. They were transracial first, with wanting to literally look like a fucking K-pop star, or, like, Jimmins, or Jimmy, or Jims, or whatever the fuck their name was. I don't even know. Like, one of those K-pop stars that, you know, like, that's a part of, like, BTS or whatever those fucking K-pop bands are. I don't know or care about that specifically. But either way, that, you know, Ollie London tried to look like this person. Literally did plastic surgery and the whole nine to transracialize themselves to look more Korean and shit. And then they tried to transgender themselves to look like a woman, but now no longer identifies as trans and is, you know, detransitioning currently. And that's a part of their right-wing grift when it comes to Ollie London specifically. So that at least shows, you know, that there are definitely some of these right-wing pick-me, quote-unquote, trans people and shit that will also denounce their transitions and their transgenderism, you know, for this fucking grift. So it makes me wonder, is, well, she, they, he, like, I mean, are they gonna do the same thing, frankly? Like, is this person also going to do the same shit? Like, because that kind of opens the door if they think, oh, people are just born as a man and a woman, yet we have a trans woman here, you know, born a male, but it's transitioned to be female and shit, saying this as a right-wing grift. You know, it's like, like, are you just, like, somehow, like, exclusive to that, and you're just, like, uniquely, like, exempt from it? Or is this just all a fucking grift, and you're gonna have, like, a whole detransition because you were, like, abused and discriminated or this and that or some shit, and detransition was a better option, and you're gonna grift that bullshit? And say that that's, like, you know, there's a lot of people to detransition because there's a whole, like, ideological indoctrination towards kids or whatever the fuck the right wing wants to push. Is it gonna be that? Because honestly, I'm willing to guarantee you that this bitch right here is going to be doing some shit like that. Guaranteed. Guaranteed she's probably gonna have a transition arc, or detransition arc. Guaranteed. Like, cause some of these fucking weird right-wing trans pick-me's and shit are using that as an ability to fucking grift and shit. There's actually one not that long ago that was doing that. That was like using, like I'm, like being trans actually, ruined my body and stuff because I was balding and this and that. Even though they admitted that they had early onset baldness when they were cis before they admitted they were trans and started going for HRT and shit like that. Like, I mean, you had, and they also, despite that, we're still saying, yeah, I'm trans and this and that and shit, but you were willing to at least try to make it a grift, and pretty much, like, no right-wing outlet really necessarily, like, fucking picked up on it. Because those, because that person was also attempting to use the whole detransition thing as a grift. Like, and, because that same person on their social media when making those posts and shit, like, followed pretty much every conservative outlet hoping they would pick it up. But they didn't. And then after that, they're like, oh, well, I'm still trans and this and that, and my balding wasn't because, of the transitioning and this and that and stuff. It was, actually before that, and blah, 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 blah. Like, after they got called out and shit, they realized, fucked up. Because no one, no right-wing grifter was, picked up on their shit. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, they pick up on everything, honestly, because they do. Or at least they try. Off topic a bit, but do you think libertarians who get introduced to deregulation should qualify for Darwin Award? A little bit. I mean, I guess not entirely, but there should be maybe, like, indirectly. Like the Schadenfreude Award, I'd probably say. Hey! Would that be the right one? Schadenfreude Award? It's just like, you advocate, against those ideas, but, like, when it comes to deregulation and shit like that, but, kind of, get hurt because of that. I feel like that's a little bit of a Schadenfreude thing. It's like, I don't know, I won't say so. I don't know. Schadenfreude? Well, it's basically that you take humor and, like, and kind of laugh at other people's expense and shit. So, I would think it would probably be more like that, but I don't know, I guess it's kind of tangential towards, being, like, winning a Darwin Award, because they're kind of poking fun at someone else's hubris and shit, of them winning a Darwin Award, so, but, either way.
Like myself are born men, and they feel socially that they'd be more comfortable in the female binary, and they go out of their way to do surgeries.
Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, the whole thing about the transition thing, I think she might honestly grift this. Hold on. I was just saying that earlier, right? Well, she just said, oh, well, like, there are people born male and female. That's just literally objectively how it is. And hear this.
People like myself are born men, and they feel socially that they'd be more comfortable in the female binary.
Which, yeah, probably because you're trans. That's probably why, but, like, the fact that she is openly saying that, oh, I'm born a male, so thus I need to be a male, like, she's kind of doing this whole conservative pick-me shit. This is implying that she's, probably likely, going to do a whole detransition arc. Like, honestly, I feel like it. Like, there's a hunch about this very strongly. But she just said they would feel more comfortable as women. Yeah, and that's the stupid bullshit about it. Like, and honestly, as far as I'm concerned, she looks like a woman. Like, as far as I'm concerned, willing to identify as a woman. As far as, things go, she literally looks like a woman. She just kind of looks like a tradcon woman, basically. Like, some sort of, like, woman I'd see in fucking Texas or something. Like, I don't know. Like, she just looks like one of those chicks. Like, some tradcon, girl that's, like, out in the South, hanging out with, like, one of her family members or some shit. Like, like, at a restaurant or some shit. I don't fucking know. Like, I mean, that's... Or, like, hanging out with her girlfriends and shit, like, at one of the fucking bars or whatever. Like, she literally just looks like a tradcon southern, like, Texan, darling gal or some shit, Like, I mean, she just kind of looks like that. I mean, like... If you're born male, like, well, guess what? At this point, you don't look like that. So, who cares? Like, and also, if you feel more socially, even if society, says that you'd feel more comfortable being a woman, and thus you went all the way, to do this, then evidently you feel more comfortable doing so. So what's the problem? Why is this an issue? Like, cause yeah, sure, like, maybe you were born a man, or maybe you were born a woman, and this and that and shit. But, like, if you wish to change that, what the fuck's the issue? Like, why is this such a fucking issue? Because, like, oh, maybe children might be, you know, like, exposed to it? Well, guess what? Some kid, you know, like, a lot of these people who are trans and shit start feeling this way when they're kids. So giving them a basic idea of, like, you know, what the shit feels like, or, like, you know, what it is as a general basic form of education, at least, like, as a form of sex ed and shit, like, yeah, here's, like, you know, when it comes to first introducing that shit, like, here's literally the basics, here's, like, you know, like, the male and female biology, and then there's, like, the male and female gender, and then there's sometimes every now and then, like, some outliers and stuff, but nonetheless, like, that's what it is, blah, 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 blah. Like, I mean, you know, it's like the basic fucking foundation that you can be teaching 5th to 6th graders and shit. Like, I mean, you can also be teaching some basic foundations for what the fuck trans people and non-binary people are. Like, you don't have to go into all the nitty-gritty details of it yet. Save that for fucking high school and fucking college and shit. Like, you know, you can, you know, like, you don't have to go into the nitty-gritty right off the fucking bat. Just, you know, acknowledge the fact that they just simply exist. You know, because then it allows kids to understand, like, oh, that exists? Well, that's actually kind of probably why I feel the way I do. Maybe because I feel that way, and that's how I am. You know, like, I mean, it lets kids know that it exists out there, and they might feel that way, because, guess what? There are some kids that probably do. Why do you think there's such a spike when it comes to, like, you know, people who are, like, Zoomers and shit that, you know, identify with being LGBT more often than not? Because it's more normalized and taught to them at an early age that exists, and it lets them know, and lets them feel more comfortable about who the fuck they are as a person, and says that, like, hey, you know, like, it's a thing that already exists out there, you know, so I know that, like, I, you know, don't have to feel as bad for feeling the way I do and shit, because it's out there. You know, there are people that exist that are like this, and are born that way and shit, and this and that, yada yada. Like, you know, it establishes in their head to let them know that, like, it's out there, and I'm kind of a part of that, and it's fine. I mean, as they grow older and shit, they'll learn more about it, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, so, you know, like, how's this so fucking, you know, like, it's such a big deal? Like, oh, because it goes against your, like, your moral values, or it goes against God or some shit. It's like, fuck your God. I hate how, like, religion in this country is so fucking influential still. To the point where, like, even, like, you know, liberal, like, dem centrist types and shit will get sold on this bullshit. I mean, it's like, fuck. It's a wonder why the far right, especially in red states, you know, have such power and shit, because you got a lot of these moderate, like, fucking centrist liberal types and shit that are willing to fucking, you know, play either side and shit, because, like, you know, they're willing to, like, hear everything out as long as things are civil. As long as you're not radical. You know, as long as you don't want to, like, you know, try to cancel people or push people into an extreme and blah, blah, blah. We gotta hear other perspectives. And then you got the far right, you literally manipulating that fucking idea. And, you know, and fucking sell those motherfuckers to a silver platter and shit, where it ends up being more of a radical, violent demise than they even fucking realize and shit. It's like, I wonder where that could lead.
They go out of their way to do surgeries to make themselves physically appear as a woman, right? Or
like you?
Vice versa for transgender men. When it comes to non-binary people...
Okay, so she definitely gaffed a little bit there on her wording, because she definitely said some things I don't think she actually meant to say, like, wording-wise, but what I think she actually meant to say was... I'll distill her argument down. It's a very stupid argument, but I'll distill it down. It's not uncommon. The idea is that trans people are actually just delusional, like trans women, for example, is what she's claiming, are like delusional men who feel like they're a certain way, or they feel like they're women, and so they get surgeries to look like women because they feel better presenting as more feminine on the binary.
I mean, also, this is very similar to the whole fucking argument about gay people. Because I grew up, not like, you know, hardcore gay conversion therapy. I think as fuck, you know, I've never, you know, been to any of those fucking therapies or any of, like, gay conversion camp or whatever the fuck. I don't even think Oregon has any. as far as I'm aware. But I never went for any of that shit. Actually, I remember specifically and pretty vividly, and it kind of even led me to kind of help open myself up and be more comfortable with my own sexuality, frankly, honestly, looking back. There was one time at church camp where I had like one of our youth pastors come out as bisexual to all of us because he didn't really feel totally comfortable doing so with anyone else, but he kind of felt comfortable with us, though, for whatever reason, frankly. And, you know, again, it's a church camp. It's a summer church camp thing. So, obviously, you know, like, you know, the first thing we're all gonna fucking do is just like, well, let's turn to the Bible for this. And, you know, for what that was, though, like, you know, what we turned to and shit was basically like, hey, look, like, God still loves you. Like, you're still individual. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. Like, and evidently, like, God made you the way you are. So, like, that's fine. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, just live who you are. And if you happen to be bisexual, so be it. Like, that's just, you know, like, that's fine. God still loves you and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, it ain't necessarily a sin and shit. Like, you don't have to, like, you know, like, live, you know, in a sense of guilt about that. And he kind of was like, yeah, you know, you're kind of right. You know, he kind of felt reassured. You know, it's like, and honestly, it's like literally the rare fucking example where, like, religion broadly, you know, is actually kind of maybe played, you know, somewhat of a positive role for someone's life and shit. Because at least for him, I felt like he probably did get reassured that, like, yeah, you know, it's okay. Like, you know, me being bisexual is not a bad thing. And honestly, looking back, I won't admit, I kind of had a crush on the guy because he was kind of a little bit of a stud. I'm just going to say that right now, so I can kind of understand why he might be bi, because there's probably some dudes who might have been thirsty for him a little bit. I'm not even going to deny that. Because, I mean, he was an attractive guy, I won't admit. You know, so it's just like, I mean, there was probably men who probably, you know, were hitting him up before in the past, and he just thought, oh, that's a sin, that's bad, blah, blah, blah. Like, I can't do that, that's horrible, even though he truly felt with those things, like, you know, oh, hey, like, I mean, you know, like, you're, you know, it's like, it's not a bad thing, like, it's okay. Like, he, you know, there was never a confirmation, he never really felt like, you know, he had that, you know, up until, you know, he, you know, was hanging out with us and talking about that, and kind of had, like, a little Bible study, so to speak. And, you know, I mean, all said and done, though, like, I mean, even with my anti-theism, you know, overall, I'm kind of glad that he had that experience, you know, honestly, you know, and I was glad to kind of see that, because it kind of helped with even my own sexuality, you know, and come to terms with that myself, because I never said anything about it to anyone at the time, because I was still trying to internally come to terms with it at that point, because I think I was, like, in maybe 7th or 8th grade at the point. Like, I never came out to anyone yet. But at that point, I definitely knew that I probably had bisexual tendencies at that point, and I just knew that, you know, but I just never really came out to anyone with it. You know, but, like, you know, at that point, it kind of helped me come to terms, like, okay, yeah, I mean, that's kind of fine, but, you know, I still had a little bit of a struggle about it just because of my own personal upbringing and, like, you know, with at least, you know, more specifically, my mom that, you know, like, that grew up pretty homophobic growing up and shit. I mean, at this point, I'd argue not so much anymore, but, I mean, growing up, though, she definitely had. And either way, though, like, I mean, it helped me come to terms, and it kind of helped him as well come to terms, you know, with himself. It kind of actually kind of feel a little bit kind of proudful, like, yeah, I mean, I am who I am, and it's okay. God still loves me, blah, blah, blah. I mean, all this other shit. I mean, and I'm sure, you know, at this point, he's probably, you know, turned out alright, and if anything, I hope he's, you know, found, like, a cute guy or gal, you know, that he's kind of settled down with or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, you know, it's because, you know, like, you know, because, like, the fact that, like, there are at least some sects of Christianity, sadly, more broadly, certain places, like, in the Pacific Northwest or the PNW, you know, broadly, you know, like, the PNW or, like, the, you know, New England or some shit where you might see this type of shit. I mean, it's just, like, I mean, at least there's some potential good that can come from it, in a sense. I mean, it's not like, you know, because I'm anti-theistic, you know, I'm going to be just totally, you know, saying fuck every aspect of it, because there are, you know, plenty of people that have kind of more of a libertarian or more progressive theological perspective about these things, and, you know, I can at least respect that, even if I think, you know, religion in itself is still a negative, you know, like, I can at least, you know, see that there are people that can at least interpret it in a more positive perspective. And at the end of the day, whatever, if their religious views are still quirky and stupid, and that's what I think at the end of the day, like, I can at least respect that there's, you know, it's put towards a more positive aspect, or at least a more positive worldview. Because in comparison to a lot of Christo nationalists and Christo fascists right now, I mean, I can't bitch about, you know, that, honestly. Like, I can't really bitch at progressive Christians or, like, you know, like libertarian theologian Christians and shit right now in comparison to the fucking far-right Christo fascist types, like this bitch right here. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, considering, you know, when it comes to the real, like, religious threat right now, like, I'm not gonna fucking bitch at someone because they have an antithesis of that. At least right now. That could be hashed out a different day, you know what I mean? Like I say about how you wait about her now, but having to refute, oh, we gonna fight for it over and over again must have been maddening. Oh my god. I mean, for real. I mean, I can understand why Bernie probably kind of, you know, felt somewhat complicit because, yeah, you know, that argument, you know, imagine him, like, you know, sitting, like, in those meetings, you know, like, I mean, if you really want to, like, you know, try to, like, like, kind of understand him a little bit, like, imagine him, like, you know, meeting with these different politicians and these DNC hacks and shit, and having a constant argument of, like, how are we going to pay for it? That's impractical. That's too radical. This and that. Blah, 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 blah. You're just kind of being a radical socialist with this idea. That can't be possible. That's just not on the menu. Blah, blah. Like, imagine how many fucking times he heard shit like that over and 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 over again. You know, when he tried to, like, you know, play along, and yet when he ever tried to fucking, you know, like, push even a fucking iota of a damn thing, you'd be like, hey, you know, can we do this, please? They're like, oh, well, that's not on the menu. We can't afford that. How can we pay for it? Oh, that's just like, you know, something that's impractical. That's too radical. You know, it's like you're just being a radical socialist with that idea. Blah, 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 blah. Like, I mean, like, how many times have, you know, has he probably heard that shit from these motherfuckers? I mean, it would probably beat me down. I mean, look at, you know, a lot of the people in the squad, you know, from AOC to Rashida Tlaib, etc. Like, a lot of them probably feel the same way. I mean, it's why I don't absolutely fucking totally disrespect them. I don't necessarily like, you know, all of their, you know, total gumption, so to speak. I wish they were a lot more radical, so, you know, all in all, but this is probably why. I mean, look at when fucking, like, you know, Pelosi, you know, when it came to the Iron Dome being voted on and shit, look at AOC, you know, literally getting fucking lectured and probably literally politically and career-wise threatened by Nancy Pelosi, being like, how fucking blah, 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 you know, from abstaining your vote, and, like, to the point AOC fucking cried. Like, I mean, like, and eventually, you know, instead of having a no vote, like, I think it was, like, abstained or, you know, voted yes. Like, I mean, it's like, I wish she didn't do that, but, I mean, holy fuck. I mean, considering what she probably got unleashed on her, I don't necessarily entirely blame her. Kinda, but not entirely. Because she got, like, immensely fucked on and probably had, like, her entire life threatened, basically. Like, I don't even, like, no one knew what Nancy said to her, but you can imagine it was probably fucking brutal. I wish AOC was more fucking vocal about it, frankly. I wish we knew what she said, because it was probably legit pretty brutal shit. Like, oh, your career is going to be fucking ruined. Your, you know, idea of being in politics from here on out, if you vote against this, is going to be ruined. We're going to be against you. You're going to be nothing but a viper against us, and we're going to be, you know, using every scent of venom, and that's the... She just showed AOC her true... Yeah, like, Nancy Pelosi showed AOC her true form. The true fucking viper, the true Machiavellian, malicious, egotistical, narcissistic scumbag fuck bitch that Nancy Pelosi truly was. AOC got to witness it. And that's kind of wish she was more vocal about it, and I kind of wish she stood up against it. I mean, I don't necessarily blame her for kind of, like, holy fuck, because, like, she just got, like, a sour bomb of fucking threats, you know, unleashed on her. I mean, it's why, like, while I do have my problems about the squad, you know, and people like AOC and shit, I don't entirely blame them necessarily at the end of the day. I mean, I still got my critiques, like I said. I wish they would have more backbone about things, but... I mean, you have to also kind of consider what they got to deal with, to an extent. I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with at least considering that. Even if you don't necessarily agree with how they go about it. But, you know, there's a lot of fucking, you know, crazy-ass, you know, fucking threats, you know, that are involved with this type of shit. And it's likely that, you know, these, you know, people like AOC and Ilhan Omar and shit, you know, they probably face these, like, pretty much every damn day. Not just from DNC either, but also from people on the far right too, from the RNC and the GOP broadly and stuff. Like, I mean, they face, threats and fucking bullshit from pretty much literally all fronts outside of the progressive caucus. Well, even then, maybe to some extent the progressive caucus, but at least, broadly, as leftists and progressives as a base. Besides them, they get hit from all fronts. So I can understand why they might be, feeling like they need to be, kind of complicit to some extent. I mean, I can get it. I don't agree with it entirely, but I get it a little bit. That's why it never comes from, like, well, fuck him, type of mentality, because I can kind of understand why they might feel that way. Like I said, don't totally agree with how they go about it, but I can understand why they go like that. Because, you got an entire fucking system, not just the DNC and the Democratic Party, but the entire fucking system stacked against them. How in the fuck can you, push against that and shit, outside of, just saying fuck it and just, hope for the best? And especially if you're trying to, maybe try to, get at least enough of a political power to, push for a real big thing and shit. It gets tricky and it gets real fucking hard. And in a sense, it becomes kind of tricky to be like, do I just say fuck it, or do I at least, get a little bit complicit so maybe I can win over some of the more moderate types that might be progressive leaning? It's a trick. At least on a national level. I feel like at least on a state level, at least on some of these more red states, some of the Democratic Party members and these minority state house legislators in red states, they seem to have a lot more stones and a lot more of a spine, so to speak. Zoe Zephyr, Justin Jones, etc., etc. But on a national level, not so much. I think it's just because of how much of it is just such a strong complicitness towards the status quo. At least state level Democrats, there's at least more and more of a sprinkling of those type of people that are becoming more recognized because they realize that it is bullshit. And I do hope that at least state level Democrats, and especially on red state level states and shit, really start getting more national recognition and put themselves on a national limelight. Because there's a lot of, red states, especially minority Democratic state lawmakers and shit right now that are really showing off a lot of true leadership potential. Especially Justin Jones and Justin Pearson. Those two, holy fuck. Imagine those two in Senate or some shit. If they had Tennessee as a lockdown as a Senate, when it comes to Justin Jones on one Senate seat and Justin Pearson on another Senate seat, oh my god. Dude, just the voice in Senate from that alone would be on lock for quite a while. It would be a major thorn in the DNC's side for a while. So... all in all, I really hope, for the absolute best and the most successful career that Justin Jones and Pearson can fucking do. Because holy shit, those two really got some goddamn gumption. And they're on the national limelight right now. So, it's good shit. People do know of their names. So they have potential to push themselves up further outside of just Tennessee politics. Which I hope they do. Young black progressive, lefty-leaning Democrats and shit, suddenly propped up on the limelight, nationally and shit, that could go a long way. That's, that's some good shit, honestly. And, both of them, in unique ways, in different ways, have really good charisma and really good advocacy and shit. Those two are just, I honestly, I've said it before, but if you, had pictures of them, or even videos of them, doing their little speeches and stuff, and put it in black and white, it was, from the fucking 60s or some shit, it was, during the Civil Rights Movement, they literally look like they would be time-warped into that era, especially with how they spoke. Both of them have, a kind of a way of speaking that is kind of reminiscent to a lot of different speakers that I would think of, during the Civil Rights Movement, almost. They have, a really good, way of speaking and shit that I just fucking love. They just have, a really great way of speaking. Both of them do, honestly. My favorite politician right now is Michelle Kavanaugh. Right now, honestly, it's, literally a three-way between Zoe Zephyr and Justin Jones and Pearson. The two J's and Zoe Zephyr. Those are my big three right now. personally. I don't know about Michaela Kavanaugh. She absolutely gives no fucks whatsoever. Awesome. Well, hey, I'll add that to the list then. Oh, and there's Katie Harper too. So, I mean, honestly, like, when it comes to, like, you know, more progressive radical voices, there are names to be had, you know, there are names to point out towards. They're just kind of on more, like, you know, state level, you know, kind of politics right now. Like, Mark Gamba's another one, but he's kind of a quiet guy. Like, I mean, he's not, like, you know, a dude who has, like, a fat, radical, big-name voice, so to speak. But he has results. Like, he has a lot of results as mayor in Milwaukee, you know, being my mayor. Like, I love him for being mayor and shit, and he's going to do really well being a 41st representative in the state house in Oregon. So it's just like, I mean, you know, and as far as I'm aware, he's so far doing okay. I mean, he hasn't made big waves, but he's not a guy that makes huge waves. He's just this guy that knows how to get damn results. And good ones at that. So, like, and honestly, I kind of hope that it makes, like, somewhat of a bigger name and kind of pushes itself out there a little more. Holding up pretty much everything. Wait, hold on. She's the Nebraska legislator that's been filibustering all year preventing Republicans. Oh, that's her. Did she have strep throat at one point too? Was she that lady? She had strep throat too while doing the filibuster and literally like had a mattress set up in her fucking office and slept there and shit. Isn't it that lady? No, I know who she is. I mean, honestly, I kind of forget about her sometimes, sadly. But no, I know who you're talking about. Like, she's like non-stop filibustering and all that shit. Dude, she's a fucking tiger, dude. I mean, she's just like a fucking, like, hardcore tiger queen. Dude, I mean, yeah. Honestly, yeah, now that you mention it, no, she absolutely, like, okay, so it's a four-way tie. Because, like, honestly, like, between Katie Harper, Justin Jones and Pearson, Zoe Zephyr, and her, and Kavanaugh, like, they're fucking, like, imagine them on a national level, dude. Like, imagine them in, like, Senate or, like, in, like, actual Congress. Like, they would legit be a force to be reckoned with, honestly. And frankly, it might give the squad, especially, like, some good needed, like, squad leaders, so to speak, you know, that they really need. Like, I mean, back when Nina Turner was running for office, like, I honestly thought she would be a really good squad leader, so to speak, for the squad. Because, like, I feel like, you know, what we consider the squad in the House right now, that's what they're lacking. They're lacking kind of, like, squad leaders, you know, and they really need that. Like, they need someone who's willing to have enough leadership capabilities and basically enough of a spine to say no fucks given and rally, you know, a lot of the squad / you know, the broader progressive caucus, you know, towards, you know, this type of, you know, towards progressive sides and shit. And actually having more of a backbone. And I think if there's, like, you know, at least one or even two or three people within the House, you know, that can do that shit, I mean, it would probably give the squad a lot more of an impact than just simply being, like, the progressive side of the Democratic House. And that's about it. Like, you know, just being kind of a slightly progressive voice in that instance. I mean, it's like it would be more than that at that point. Because the whole idea of the whole squad in the first place was to be like the thorn in the side of the DNC and the Democratic Party, you know, when it comes to more progressive, radical, you know, leftist radical voice and shit. But it hasn't really totally been that way. But I think a part of it is just because they haven't had squad leaders, so to speak. And I think this would be a good opportunity to maybe have some of these, you know, more state level Democrats right now that have a lot of fucking recognition to potentially, you know, get on a more national level in the Congress House and shit. Because, like, that would really, you know, I think, you know, make a legit dent a little bit. I mean, even if it's incremental, it will still help. Literally just, like, one out of those four, you know, like, people and shit, like, in the House, you know, like, maybe not this election, but at least the fucking next one after this one, like, in the next midterms, I mean, holy shit, I think that would make a legit big difference. And I hope, honestly, one of them, or multiple, you know, of the major four that I'm thinking of right now, like, between Kavanaugh, you know, the two Justins and Zoe Zephyr, like, I hope at least, you know, one of them, or at least even the both Justins, or some, you know, one of them at least do it. I know Zoe Zephyr's a lot more of a soft-spoken type of person, you know, when it comes to her charisma, but I still like her gumption and shit, because she don't give a fuck either way. You know, the two Justins, I mean, charismatically especially, are just fucking phenomenal. Like, I really see a really bright future for both of those two. And Kavanaugh, like, I mean, because especially of how much he don't give a fuck and just has, like, you know, no fucks to give whatsoever. about like filibustering and just stopping, you know, any type of Republican action and just being a thorn in their side, you know, endlessly and shit. I mean, I just wish it, you know, like, if the Democratic administration concurrently gave enough of a shit about these issues, they would actually uplift these voices more. Which really does say something. It's like, I mean, if the Democrats, you know, actually gave more of a fuck about these issues, they would help and uplift their more local, state-level voices that they have, you know, they're trying to fight tooth and nail against this shit. Which is really, you know, like, I've mentioned it before, but it's like, I think an indictment on Biden, because I do think he has power to stop some of these fucking anti-trans bills and, you know, and all this type of shit. Literally on the virtue of the supremacy clause. Like, I mean, there's no law in the federal government, you know, about, you know, discriminating against trans people and shit, so use the supremacy clause to fucking revoke these type of fucking laws and shit. There's a way to do it, but no one is fucking taking the action to do so. Especially Biden, because he can. At least with the virtue, just, like, you know, mention these fucking people and shit and, like, uplift their voices. I mean, something. I mean, it's like, goddamn, why are there, like, state level, the local Democrats and shit are the only ones that actually seem like they're worth a fuck, not the national level? I mean, it's especially why I'm an advocate for state level politics and electoralism, because there's at least somewhat worth a shit, you know, and actually, like, material gain to be had from that. Not on a national level. I mean, because they don't even give a fuck about the state level, as long as, you know, it maintains the status quo. Like, beyond that, they don't give that much of shit. If there's a radical voice there, they don't seem to back them up. They don't back Zoe Zephyr up. I mean, they barely kind of backed up Justin Jones and Justin Pearson. You know, a couple people, you know, mentioned, you know, some verbal support for them, but that's it. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, aren't, you know, like, isn't it a part of, like, Back in the Blue also supporting them when they're in office as well? Isn't that kind of part of the whole idea, right? I guess the DNC and national, like, you know, level, they don't really see it that way. They just want to use it as a whole campaign talking point to just vote for them. It's like, well, you gotta do more than just that. Because obviously it works when it comes to a certain state level and shit, when you got, like, radical voices that give a fuck. But do you back them? Evidently not. You just want them to be complicit and just kind of shut up. But when they're big and radical and stuff, you don't say fucking lick about them. You just kind of, it's left to us to kind of, you know, hear that voice and shit. Or maybe if, you know, media happens to, you know, bring their voices up to light. I mean, luckily, I mean, mainstream media did bring a lot of limelight towards Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, and to a lesser extent, Zoe Zephyr. Just because, and that's the only reason why people kind of know their voice right now. It's just because, I mean, it was literally the fourth estate, you know, even though that's basically bullshit at this point. Like, it was because of, you know, them actually, you know, having some sort of an element of actually talking about him and acknowledging them. It wasn't the Democratic Party that did it. It was a progressive base, you know, a lot of leftists that, you know, boosted their fucking voice up as well. No one else really did. The Republicans did because they want to fucking shut them up, but it ended up being more of a Streisand effect when it came to that shit because they're overreaching with this type of shit, and it ends up, you know, bringing, you know, the whole problem to the limelight. So, I mean, but at the end of the day, it ain't the Democratic Party doing it, which they should. Like, it ain't that hard of a fucking sell. It's like, how hard is it to just, like, boost their voice up and, if anything, like, have a more of an easier win, especially on the national level? It's like, I mean, really? It's not as simple as just like, well, we're not them. I mean, it can't, I mean, like, that is only gonna, like, you know, sell for so long before that ends up not being sellable anymore. Like, you might get, like, 1 or 2 more electric cycles out of that, and that, it's the second electric cycle, we're stretching that shit for sure. Like, this might be the last electric cycle you might be able to get away with, well, we're not them. That, like, this might be the last time you'll be able to sell that snake oil. And that's stretching it too, I feel like. There. Actually, let's kind of skip far more ahead. Should we get to the yikes? Yeah, here. Let's get to the yikes part. Actually, yeah, here was... Oh, God, what's going on here?
QIA, whatever community, I'm done with it. And no, this is not hate. This is me making a statement. This means everything to me. The burning of this flag means I'm leaving this cult.
What cult? What flag is that? I only see yellow and orange. Like, what flag is it?
And from now on, this is...
And from now on, this American flag, as big as can be, will be the only thing I represent. It's backwards, by the way. Did you mean for the video to be a mirror? You should have flipped the flag around so it actually was right side right. Like it's mirrored. Like it's not even facing the right direction. Oh my god. And honestly, like, just aesthetically, I just personally think the flag kind of sucks a little bit. Aesthetically. I mean, there's nothing really inherently, like, wrong with it, I guess. I don't really care about, like, the symbolism behind it or whatever. Yeah, I just think aesthetically, it kind of sucks. I'm kind of, like, you know, kind of about, like, you know, the diagonal, like, you know, thing going on. Like, honestly, this whole, like, you know, the 13 stripes, I think it would be kind of cool if we, like, had, you know, a diagonal, you know, kind of like this, you know, you got some diagonalness going on there. But, you know, like, the 13 stripes kind of going on a one end, you know, like a one end on, you know, the shit. You got the blue on the other end. And then maybe, like, the 50 stars in just kind of a different formation or some shit. And maybe, like, some cool fucking, like, you know, logo or some shit that, you know, is in the centerpiece of, you know, surrounding the stars or whatever the fuck. I feel like there could just be something that would be kind of cooler than this. I mean, it's just, aesthetically, I just think this kind of sucks. I mean, meh. I just think meh when I look at this flag. I don't even think about, like, the symbolism behind it and everything, necessarily. I just think, aesthetically, bleh, lame. Can we update it? Like, legit, like, just the entire thing. I mean, we can keep the 13 stripes to red, white, and blue, the 50 stars. I mean, we can keep that shit, sure, I mean, whatever. Can we just change up how it aesthetically looks, please? Just a little bit.
I'm standing for. This is my community.
America is my community! Like, what the fuck? Yo, bitch, do you realize that okay, oh my god. Like, do you realize that America is, like, an insane, diverse country? Like, I mean, there's no one set community. Is moron shooting hot water? No, it's the same translator we were looking at earlier. I just skipped ahead because I want to get to, like, the whole, like, yikes of her defending slavery and shit. So we're just kind of skipping ahead and we're kind of leading up to that right now. You know, so we're just kind of watching this before we get to the true yikes. We're just watching her be like, I don't identify with the LGBT flag. I identify with the American flag, and this is my community, America. Like, we're getting to this weird clip.
This country is what gave me the right to transition and be who I am.
Wait a minute! Hold the fucking phone! Wait! If America gave you the right to transition, then why are you anti-trans and anti-LGBT and shit? Because apparently that is a cult. And, like, wait a minute. Wait, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck? This is... Oh my... Okay. Why are you... Ah! Okay, this is about to break my brain. Never mind. Shut up.
This is the flag I'm gonna stand for.
I'd burn that goddamn flag. Dude, she has to be trolling. Dude, okay, alright, hold on. Okay, I initially, you know, before I went on my other rants and stuff about, like, you know, the DNC, blah, blah, blah. Like, before I went on that rant, like, I was saying that she was probably, like, a hardcore grifter. Is she just a troll? Is she literally just, like, a troll that is grifting? What the... Wait. Am I back? Hold on. I need to make sure. Am I okay? We just had a little hiccup, I think. I just want to make sure we're Gucci gang. Make sure. Am I okay? Okay, we're Gucci gang. You good? Okay. All right. I think it literally said I was offline, and it took a second to reconnect. So I don't know if that meant I was, you know, F mode for a second, but. Alright. Well, okay, looks like we're alright. Alright. I just wanted to make sure. My phone was giving me some weird vibes. I wasn't liking it. But okay, we're okay. I mean, I don't know if the screen showed it, but it kind of made me, like, it kind of freaked me out a second. They said, I was offline. I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? I was a little concerned. I thought, like, you know, my service or YouTube or something fucked with me there, you know, but I guess not, we're good, never mind. Anyway.
Trolling or grifting. There's no way.
What about the lesbian woman of color on Fox? Maybe they're related? Probably. Wait. You gotta show me the clip of that. I gotta remind myself of that. I don't even remember that.
You would say that as
lesbian woman of color? Who the I feel like I know this, but I want to react to it because I don't remember it, so I feel like it would be kind of fresh either way. If you can find the clip, find it for me.
Hundreds of bills are being introduced to outright ban transitioning for even adults across, like, all the red states, all the Republican conservatives. She is 100% either trolling or a massive grifter. That, like, you can't.
Porque no los dos? Why not
as
both?
A trans person who like has any knowledge about, like, the legislation around.
Oh, is that it? Okay, cool. All right, I'll check that out in a second, but we'll get to the juice. We'll get to the Sar Bomba of her defending slavery here in a second.
Stuff, which you have to, as an American trans person, not be trolling. There's no way she's not lying or trolling. Like, so is she just like severely retarded?
Yes. Yes, she is, Zan. Based, raunchy, fucking edge-pilled Zan. Yes, she is. She is just literally immensely retarded. Yes.
Like, no, she's trolling or grifting. There's no way. She doesn't believe what she just said.
She's both. She's literally both. And immensely retarded. She's all three. She's the unholy trinity.
She doesn't believe what she just said.
America.
America. Wait, didn't you just defile the flag by walking over it? You literally just, like, flew it on the ground, which is, you know, defiling the flag, which a lot of conservatives are going to hate that. And then you walked on it as it fell before you as you walked forward to turn your phone off to record. It's like you just like literally sacrilege the flag in like 8,000 ways that every conservative, you know, that is gung-ho about that damn flag will literally, well, I don't want to say, well, you know, fuck. They would basically just let you for it, okay? I'm just saying it right now, you know, not advocate for it or anything else. I'm just saying, like, that's just literally what they would do. Because they are weirdly, like, fucking fetishistically, like, you know, gonna jerk off to the flag and shit, like, in every way till Sunday because they are that weirdly gung-ho about it. And I guess this is her burning the LGBT flag, but whatever. Well, let's just get to the fucking yikes shit. Here we go, right here.
Watch.
Whatever is normal is, like, right. Is that correct?
Because man and woman are right. There are two genders. What are you talking about?
Do you believe that whatever is normal?
Biological sex and gender are the same thing, and I am totally not smart enough to understand the difference. Oh my god.
Is morally right and correct?
Like the majority of people.
Okay, so if we go back like a couple hundred years, it was pretty normal to own slaves. Is that right or correct?
Why are we talking about slavery?
Because I'm showing you why the...
Why are we talking about slavery? Oh my god, is she literally just a bimbo white blonde? You know what? I honestly think this weird grifter is trans, but she's literally, you know, identifies as a trans white bimbo blonde woman. She's just literally a white bimbo blonde, just a trans woman, but just literally just a white bimbo blonde. That's a stereotype I'm willing to enforce. I mean, I'm blonde. Look, I can be a bimbo sometimes. I mean, okay, look, there's no fucking, you know, bullshit going on here. Like, every now and then there's some blondes out there. Sometimes they're, you know, men. Frankly, sadly, most of the time they're women. But, like, you know, there's some dumbass blondes out there, okay? They really be. You know, and I really do, you know what? She's just one of them. She literally is just one of those, you know, dumb blondes that exists out there.
Masculine fallacy is a logical fallacy.
Honestly, back then, a lot of black people participated in the slave trade themselves.
Oh, shit. Okay, yep, this is where she's defending slavery. Okay, well, a lot of black people actually participated in the slave trade themselves, so it's actually okay back in the day. Oh my fucking god. Like, do we have to break down the historical context of literally everything about this? Like, were there, like, different tribes in Africa and different, like, kingdoms and different, like, societies in Africa and shit that, like, will take their enemies, and so to speak, and enslave them and sell them to white colonizers and shit in Africa? Yes, that happened. And thus, by proxy, participated in the Atlantic slave trade. Does that mean it was a good thing, or somehow it was just all hunky-dory? Fuck no, it wasn't! That's just a part of the fact of a horrible fucking disgusting thing that happened in history and shit when it came to the whole broader, well, North Atlantic slave trade. Because that was a part of it and shit. Like, I mean, holy fuck. Like, I mean, it doesn't make it good. Like, I mean, the acknowledgement that, yeah, back in the day, most people just saw that as, like, the norm, doesn't make it good. Like, oh my god, like, holy shit, you couldn't infer, like, historical context and realize that it's still ethically and morally bad. Like, I mean, what the like, holy shit, dude. Like, oh my god, the insanity of this. Like, wait, so some black people participated in slave trade, so thus it's good? Oh, it's not racist to, like, defend it or some shit? Like, oh, because there's, like, some Uncle Toms on, like, the fucking, slave owners, mansion and shit, suddenly that makes it okay because they just happen to lick the boot a little better than the rest of them or some fuck? Like, I mean, oh my, like, holy fuck! It's insane. Like, if you really, like, break it down to the justifications of what it is some insane shit. And literally some brutally racist fucking shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what? It's like, because the majority of people think it's okay, thus good? Like, what? Like, slavery would not be abolished if it wasn't for a minority of people back in the day fucking fighting back against it and challenging the broader social norms. Like, why do you think abolitionism was a movement before the Civil War? Oh my god, okay, I'm about to fucking burst the gasket and have an aneurysm and have a stroke. Like, I'm about to fucking, like, break some fucking blood vessels in my brain over this. Like, oh my fucking god. Like, oh my god, like, holy shit. This is some, like, I don't even think we got to the real juice of this quite yet. That's what scares me. I don't even think this is, like, the tip of the iceberg. I think we just literally saw, like, on the horizon the iceberg, and we haven't even approached it to fucking see the full details of this yet. Like, oh god, like, oh no. And it's already bad. Like, holy shit. Like, I don't even know where this is about to go. I'm actually clenching some cheeks right now. Like, I'm actually clenching cheeks. Like, oh, this is making me angsty. Wait, hold on. Yeah, just to lighten the loop. Yeah, hold on. I hate people who talk like this. Like, every statement is a question. I mean, no shit. Actually, what's interesting is that African slavery was not nearly as bad as American slavery. I mean, yeah, I guess if you take historical context of shit, all in all, it wasn't inherently as bad. I mean, obviously slavery is still bad, but yeah. And also, like, if you take, even, like, ancient societies and civilizations that, use slavery and shit, even those slaves were nowhere near, like, as badly as treated. Like, there was at least some basic sense of, like, yeah, you get kind of, like, the whole 3 hots on a cot, so to speak, and all that type of shit, and at least your voice is somewhat recognized, at least in the sense that, like, we have to at least make you work, so we're gonna at least, hear you out enough to make you complicit enough to work, and shit like that. Like, there's at least, like, some basic sense of, like, yeah, obviously you're a slave and you got, like, literally no rights, but we're gonna hear you out just enough so we can make you work. I mean, because that's about as far as it ever went. But does that make it good at the end of the day? Obviously, of course not. Duh, no. But, like, I mean, American slavery and the whole North American slave trade and shit was a pretty uniquely fucked type of fucking market. In a very uniquely fucked situation systemically. Like, it wasn't just, like, you know, the stereotypical, like, oh, some tribe, you know, fucking has, like, you know, some 20 slaves or some shit. Like, I mean, that's still not good, but there's a little bit of a caveat here about, like, how fucked it really is truly at the end of the day.
Yeah, that doesn't make slavery right. Are you trying to defend slavery?
It was a product of the time, dude.
Are you trying to defend slavery?
A product of the time. Wait, did she really just say that? Oh, it's just a product of the time. It's okay. No. It's like you can acknowledge maybe it might have been an unfortunate byproduct of the time, but that doesn't make it good. Like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Like, oh my god. This bitch should really be dumb. It's like saying rape is fine because it exists while relating to slavery. Yeah, yikes. And again, I'm gonna say the beard is slapping. I'm gonna the right winger is a second asshole. Yeah, I mean, no shit. I mean, well, you know, hey, that's what Voodoo Ranger does to you. I mean, honestly, after work tonight, I kind of deserve a pass a little bit. Like, cause holy shit. I mean, my god.
Did you not see Matt Walsh's new video on this topic?
Oh, yeah! Oh, my God, are you kidding me? Because Matt Walsh is such a fucking, like, sanctimonious, like, you know, perfectly just, like, valid voice to hear on this issue. Like, I mean, what the She just referred to Matt Walsh! No, I don't want to hear his fucking name for like 8 months, dude. I don't want to hear his name for the rest of the fucking year. Like, if she references Prig, I'm next, I'm done. Oh my god, no shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, holy fuck. Dude, look at it. Dude, I mean, look at the person she was talking to. She's literally like, she just tilted her head like, what the fuck did she just hear? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, her brain is rebooting. It literally is rebooting right now. Oh my god. I feel her pain. Dude, seriously. Like, oh my, holy shit. Look at her! She's frozen like that!
I would actually kill myself. Like, I think I would actually kill myself, like, in front of this woman if she said that to me. If she asked...
I probably would, frankly. I got way too many means to do that, so you know what?
Did you not see the new Matt Walsh video on this? I would actually just, like, just kill myself in front of her to forever change the trajectory of her life. That's, like, literally the fucking meme. Like, seppuku on the fucking spot.
Seppuku, dude. They just take a bayonet and just like, you know what? Hey, bitch, you did this to me. My intestines are literally hanging out of my body because of you, bitch. You just like fucking like die of shock right then and there. Oh my god, dude. Like, I mean, for real, I would probably like, as a martyr, dude, like for the clicks and the views and to be clipped and shipped, I would do it. Oh my god. In Minecraft, YouTube, this is all satire. Don't take me seriously.
Wait, I couldn't continue. I couldn't. The level of mental strength that this woman has after hearing...
I mean, dude, she literally, like, the way that Zan has her frozen right now in frame, she literally looks like her brain melted and broke, and she just had, like, a symbolic lobotomy. Like, her brain just mushed internally. Like, I mean... Like, it looked like she just had a lobotomy. She's like, what the fuck? I don't blame her, though. It's not a dog on her at all. I mean, she has to, like, you know, try to have a conversation / debate an insane, crazy bitch. I mean, I don't blame her for feeling this way.
See the new Matt Walsh video about black people actually loving slavery? Okay.
Have you seen the new Matt Walsh video about this time we good? It's like, yeah, my brain will break too.
I did, and I think that defending slavery is fucking cringe as hell. Whatever is normal is like...
It goes on. We've got another clip.
People enjoy being slaves?
We got another clip.
Defending slavery, but I think we're illogical if we didn't realize that a lot of black people enjoyed being slaves back when slavery was a thing.
She just didn't fucking say that. Oh my fucking god. Wait, is she basing this opinion off of, like, paintings and shit of, like, you know, slaves who would have, like, their break time playing, like, the fiddle and dancing around and, like, basically having the only fucking fun, happy time they would literally ever have in their life and having depictions of that in art and basically making that, you know, seem like, oh, that's how their life always was. Like, I mean, like, is she referring to shit like that? Because, oh, and like the Uncle Toms and shit, like, is she referring to that? Because, like, that was not the norm. Like, oh my god, what, like, holy fuck, why, like, I can't, man, the mountain's too high, we tried our best with saying it, dude, yeah, no, don't worry, dude, I'm pretty sure after this, I'm good. I'm Gucci, cause like, oh my god, dude, the mountain's too high for me, bro. In fact, just to confirm that, here you go. There you go. Like, I mean, you know what? I think we saw what we had to see. Cause holy shit, she unironically was literally just basically defending fucking slavery, bro. Oh my god. I mean, like, I don't even know, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, you could acknowledge, like, you know, like, the byproduct of history and still think it's fucked up, you know, that the shit happened in the first place. Like, yeah, you know, are there certain aspects of, like, oh, because of, like, the whole chattel slavery element that, like, African Americans, you know, have, like, you know, certain quote-unquote better genetics when it comes to, like, you know, dental health care or, like, being more, like, beefier or whatever the fuck. Yeah, but that's a byproduct of the whole slave trade, but that doesn't make it good. Or, like, you know, the idea of, like, oh, there's paintings of them having, like, you know, playing the fiddle and this and that and having a good time and shit. Yeah, because that's, like, the 1 hour of fucking free time they have for, like, the entire day of fucking slaving away and shit. And yeah, of course they're gonna fucking escape. And there's gonna be depictions of that in art. I mean, that doesn't make it, you know, the whole concept and the whole system good. Like, I mean, you know, and just, like, go down the list. I mean, it's like, holy fuck. I mean, it's like, you can acknowledge the byproduct of, like, some of the quote-unquote, like, you know, like, silver linings, so to speak, and still think the whole broader thing is fucked up and should have never happened, but yet did, but, you know, thus, as, you know, like, due to the modern, you know, like, remnants and, like, you know, shit that came from it, like, I mean, that doesn't mean you rectify that, because you should. Like, I mean, why do you think there's, like, you know, like, so much different, you know, elements about, like, systemic racism in our country and shit? Because of remnants of stuff like this. I mean, why do you think, you know, learning about shit like that should be, you know, looking at the present and the future to rectify that stuff? Like, it's pretty self-explanatory in my mind. It's like, I mean, learn about, like, how we fucked up in history to, like, you know, make the present and the future better. So, it ain't so fucked up when it comes to the history that, you know, the future generations get to learn about. It's like, wow, what a hard fuck concept to think about. And then, because of things like that, you won't necessarily have younger generations, people like me, that will look at, you know, the past generations with at least, you know, some certain level of animosity, because, like, where the fuck were you when this shit was going on? Right? Like, where are you fighting against that type of shit? Because of, like, the stuff that I learned in history and realizing how fucked things were, you know? It's like, I mean, what the fuck? It's like, where were you? I mean, it's not necessarily like, you know, a guilt, so to speak, but it's just like, I mean, hey, what the fuck? Like, why is everything on us out of nowhere? And we're just like, you know, and every time we critique it, we're somehow wrong, you know, as younger people. because we just don't have the experience or whatever the fuck. I mean, I hate boomers and these fucking, like, pull yourself up bootstraps or, like, survivalist bias motherfuckers and shit. There's a lot of older people, for sure, that absolutely do not feel this way. But there is just, like, you know, a good segment of these boomer motherfuckers that just, you know, think that, like, younger people, like, who happen to legitimately understand a little bit about history and understand a little bit about, like, their predicament and think, yo, it's fucked up. And we should try to change that a little bit and think, well, you're just immature, haven't had enough experience in the world yet. It's like, fuck you. It's like, I'm 25. I think I had enough experience as it is, bitch. It's like, yeah, I'm still a young buck, but guess what? I have enough experience to understand how the world works, motherfucker, so shut up. It's like, I hate motherfuckers like that. Especially considering my age right now. It's partially understandable if it'd be like 18, but even then that, you know, ain't flying no more. Because there's 18-year-olds that are fucking grinding it for the fucking workplace and shit, and likely to get shot up at their fucking school. So it's just like, I mean, fucking even 18-year-olds are, you know, becoming more like adults and shit than people like me, you know, growing up. It's like, fuck. It's like, I should consider our voice for once, because, hey, we're starting to have to, like, you know, become adults way quicker than you guys had to. Y'all didn't have to become adults until you were like 20, 21. We had to by the time we were fucking 16. And then we don't get legally treated as adults until we're 18. And then in some cases 21 and over anyway. So, what about our voice as young people? I'm 25 now, but still, I fucking, you know, will harp for their fucking voice too. As much as I poke fun at Zoomies, I'll fucking, you know, advocate for their voice too, as much as, you know, my own. Because they should have a political voice. I mean, holy fuck. I mean, especially with child labor basically coming back more than ever these days. I mean, like, fuck, they deserve a political voice. Especially when it comes to a union hall. I mean, look at the Gilded Age. I mean, there was literal child labor left and right in the mines and in the mills and shit like that back in the day. And, you know, children were considered just as much as a voice in the labor movement, just as much as the adults were. It's like, I mean, fuck, if, you know, they were back then we need to consider them too nowadays. Especially not just as laborers, but as a political voice. Because they, you know, like, yeah, they don't got the experience as, like, you know, living out in the world and shit. But goddamn, they could fucking learn about it. They could learn about it online or fucking through education or wherever the fuck. I mean, they're not dumb. I met plenty of people who are literally barely getting into fucking elementary school, or frankly, some bright-minded, you know, children who are really smart for their fucking age. And who are in my fucking family, by the way. It's like, I know children who are like, you know, like 13, 14, 10, like, and like, I know a kid who's like fucking like probably 5 now who is smarter than shit. Like, I mean, like the 5-year-old, the last time I was in Texas, I have a little step-nephew, you know, basically, that is like, for a 5-year-old, is insanely smart, having full-on conversations, having like very complex, like, you know, puzzle-solving capabilities, all this type of shit. For a 5-year-old, it's like, I mean, you know, like, more so than just like your average Joe, so to speak, you know, for that age, right? Like, I mean, it's just like, I mean, I even was recognized now. It's like, whoa, this kid is really fucking smart for their age. And I was even asking, it's like, I mean, do the parents know that their kid's really that smart? And they're like, oh yeah, they're gonna get them into, like, you know, some advanced, you know, education, so to speak, for their age, and, you know, see, you know, they qualify and this and that and stuff. And I'm like, well, goddamn. It's like, I mean, at least they recognize that, because it's like, holy shit. Because there really are kids, you know, who are legit, got some really fucking bright minds. I mean, if you actually tap into it. And there at least are some parents that are willing to see that and tap into it. But, like, I mean, goddamn, that's kind of, unfortunately, kind of like, you know, a rare exception these days. But still, it's just like, holy shit. It's like, I mean, you do have, you know, like, teenagers and kids who have legitimately, like, you know, really smart and sound minds, but we just don't consider them whatsoever. Like, seriously? That doesn't necessarily mean every kid is necessarily bright-minded, so to speak. I mean, sure, but, like, I mean, goddamn. Shouldn't at least be considered, especially a lot of the fucking bullshit they have to go through? especially considering a lot of the whole, like, you know, political problems when it comes to things like gun violence and stuff like that. I mean, it's like, holy shit. Should check those. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I should check that. Where was it? Oh, here it is. Wait, Right Republican tells Fox he's a lesbian woman of color. What the fuck? It is a cow clip. Oh my god. Oh, it's Jesse Waters. Oh, of course it's Jesse Waters. Of course it is.
He did a whole segment on the one joke.
I'm an attack helicopter joke, isn't it?
I'm just going to shut up and play the video for you. This is really something special. So, for the left, genders mean...
Oh my god, quit thinking you're a bunch of rock stars, you fucking piece of shit, you puritanical fucks.
Forget being a man or a woman. Now you can just be a wolf. A toaster oven.
Oh my god, they're doing it. You know what? If I want to identify as a wolf or a husky, go fuck yourself. How about that, bitch? Because, yeah, I do. I identify as a husky. Maybe not a wolf, but close enough, asshole. Fuck you. How about that?
Gender outlaw, if that's what your heart desires. And no one can tell you differently. If you dare ask...
No one can tell you differently. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Yeah, you can't tell me differently. Yeah, I'm an anthropomorphic husky fuckboy. What are you gonna do about it, bitch? Jesse Waters, you little pissant little pussy. Pro-TransUnion beer, take that, libs. Oh, dude, Samwise Adams. And whatever that song is in the advertisement, I actually do kind of like Sam Adams, honestly. And also they use fucking Dropkick Murphys. Like there was the one time they used the what's the song name? Kicking It Back in Boston or some shit like that. It's the name of that song, but it's like it's that song. Like, I mean, it's by the Dropkick Murphys, and like, you know, Samwise Adams has, you know, used them before, and Dropkick Murphys is overtly pretty lefty and pro-union and shit like that. And also they fucked on Ted Cruz, because one time Ted Cruz tried to use the Dropkick Murphys as a Shipping It Out to Boston. That's the name of the song. But yeah, Ted Cruz, I don't think it was that song, but they tried to use the Ted Cruz back in 2016 used the Dropkick Murphys song for his election campaign. And Dropkick Murphys made a tweet, and it kind of got viral a little bit, saying, "Don't use our songs ever again. We literally hate you. Fuck you." Like, that was basically the tweet, and it got viral a little bit after Ted Cruz used that for one of his campaign rallies back in 2016. It was glorious, dude. Dropkick Murphys are fucking based. Irish punk out of Boston, pro-union as fuck. I mean, like, pro-worker as fuck, too. They got the song Worker Song, too. I mean, they're based. They're great.
Labeled transphobic or racist. The left can't even define what a woman is anyway.
Oh my god, like, you can't either, bitch. That 2016 GOP con call was somehow 6 years ago. Yep. That was over 6 years ago, too, and I still fucking remember that pretty vividly. Dude, I remember that like it was a couple years ago, too. It still feels like 2 or 3 years ago, even though that was literally over 6 years ago. Actually, it was longer than that. Like, that 2016, 2015, that was like, what, 2023? So, that's about like 7 to almost, give or take, 7 to 8 years almost at this point. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, what the fuck? That's about to come up to a decade here? I don't like that. Oh my god. Chris Christie, Jeb, Tedward Cruz, Marco Bot, Trump. Oh my god. That was a clown car? Dude, that's almost 10 years ago. That's about to come up to 10 years ago. As soon as the 2026, like when those midterms hit, when we hit the midterms after 2024, that's going to be a decade ago. Oh my god, think about that. Oh my fucking god. I feel like that was like at most 4 years ago. Oh my god, how time has flown. Dude, time flew. Holy shit. Oh my God. Man. Wow. Wow, dude. Wow, we went for some trauma. We really did, didn't we? God damn.
So, if these are the new... Just side point, he's so bad at this job, right? He's not charismatic, he's not likable, he's very boring, his cadence sucks. Like, you're just not good at being a host, Jesse. You just, you spew your NPC bot conservative talking points. That's all you do. Now, granted,
I love how so casual, Kyle is just about roasting Jesse Waters, because he's not wrong. It's so casual, it's fucking beautiful. It's like, goddamn, the casual just roasting of Jesse Waters, dude. What a Chad. What a stallion that fucking Kyle Kalinske is. Like, I mean, say what you want. He might be, not the most, radical, progressive out there in the world. But, I mean, dude, he knows when, some motherfuckers are dumb and stupid and retarded. And he will fuck on them endlessly for it. And, and there's a plethora of them on the far right. And Jesse Waters ain't no exception. And fucking, Kyle, when it comes to him at the end of the day, he knows, when to fucking just, roast him into oblivion. And it's beautiful and gorgeous. I love it. Yeah, he's not even saying it as an insult. It's just literally a fact. That's what makes, this is why I love Kyle Kalinske. He might be, I guess, kind of a progressive social democrat, or I guess, kind of like a rad lib, he's not, a hardcore lefty, so to speak, but, dude, I mean, at the end of the day, when he's just, saying shit, he says it as, a fact. I mean, he'll have his takes, but when it comes to certain people like Jesse Waters, when it comes to this type of shit, he just says it's fact, but, I mean, the way he does it, though, is just such a Chad way of doing it, so casually, just so, not really emotionlessly, but just, with very little emotion, to where it's just kind of yeah, this is how you are, I mean, admit it, bitch. Just that mentality, I mean, I mean, goddamn, dude, Kyle's, a master at it, man, he really is, he's just good at it. I love it. And I always love Kyle for it, dude. I mean, I don't always agree with his takes at the end of the day, especially these days because I'm more radical left than he is. But, dude, he's shaped me to be that way. I first, understood that, I was more of a leftist and progressive, because of Kyle Kalinske. Because of his show. I got into politics broadly because of, at first, to some extent TOIT, but really especially because of Kyle Kalinske, because there's, his little, soft-handed, casual, kind of, funny little joshiness that he was doing, kind of what he was doing just a second ago. I mean, that's what really attached me to him so much. I mean, he always, has been like that, he's, he's always, just been the same, all in all. If there really is somebody who is, consistent, every step of the way, when it comes to, their personality, who they are, when it comes to their broader worldview, it really is Kyle. I mean, and honestly, I really do truly respect that. I mean, and he has pushed him more left to the point where, even now, honestly, there's some issues I'd kind of disagree with him a little bit on. But that's not really because, oh, he's, some NIMBY centrist lib, blah, blah, blah. It's not because of that. It's because that, he's shaped me to be more of a leftist to the point, where I kind of see him as more as, more liberal, so to speak, in comparison to myself. But that's okay. I do respect him because he at least, holds to his convictions. He actually, at the end of the day, believes in all the good ideas that, at the end of the day, that I do. I mean, he's not somebody that is, against, the radical left, so to speak, just because they happen to be that way. He's always endlessly, stated that he's always willing to hear the other side or hear, some other perspective that isn't his. He's a very open-minded guy. And I really respect that and like that about him. I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to a lot of these, alternative news media political pundits or, alternative commentary pundits, I always love Kyle. Because, I mean, he's, at the end of the day, he's, the most truest of them all. I mean, at least when it comes to, a lot of them, in my opinion. Mostly solid to love Kyle. I don't think Kyle's aggressive enough, but I do generally agree on policy. Yeah. like, I do generally agree on policy, and where a lot of my disagreements come from is because, like, I personally think, maybe he could probably be a little bit more, not just aggressive, but even more radical about some of these policies. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I disagree with him fundamentally. I mean, because, to the core, I mean, I do. Like, I mean, he just has, a certain level of nuance that I just, don't 100% agree with, but that's okay. I mean, that's the problem. I think, when it comes to a lot of lefties, I mean, they look at certain levels of disagreement and just rule out, somebody just because of that. Like, there's a lot of, like, radical lefties that will rule off, someone like Kyle Kalinske just because they happen to be a little too lib. And it's just like, really? Why? Like, there's not, like, I mean, yeah, sure, he might be, kind of a lib a little bit, but so what? I mean, at the end of the day, like, where the root of his issues, what he believes in is still broadly in agreement with what you do, as a lefty, so why fuck disagree and just rule him out? I mean, it's like, it just seems kind of dumb to me. I mean, it's like, I mean, I don't agree with everything, that he says, but I don't rule him out, because, I mean, I still listen to him, because, like, I like his takes. I mean, I also kind of like, his broader perspective. And if anything, maybe in a way it kind of helps rein in a little bit more about my more radical perspective about certain things. I mean, if anything, he could be kind of more of a voice for a reason for more my, I guess, for lack of better words, kind of a more emotionally reactionary bent, type of level about some of my ideas. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's okay to have, like, someone on the more, like, rad lib, like, radical left side of things, that isn't necessarily totally, like, far left, so to speak, to kind of help rein in some of that more radical leftism in somebody. I mean, because it kind of can help them, kind of keep them in tune a little bit about, like, the general reality that, like, obviously not everybody's going to be, like, a hardcore, like, violent revolution fucking advocate and shit, right? Like, not everyone's like that, obviously. Even if maybe to the, core to the bone, you might believe in that. Like, I mean, not everyone's like that, obviously. So, I mean, it's good to have, voices like Kyle, because it kind of help rein in even some of the more radical left side, so to speak, and shit, to kind of let them understand that, like, we all agree on the same shit, but we just kind of have different tactics about doing it, and that's okay. We just kind of have to find the balance that we can all kind of see as, like, the best course of action and shit, because, I mean, that's possible. We just don't choose to do that. For whatever dumbass reason. Even though we all agree that people like Jesse Waters and all these other motherfuckers are dumb as shit. And, fundamentally the more broader problem.
78-year-old retirees. But, like, they're just not good at this, bro.
Republicans are going to have a little fun with this. Meet Ryan Webb, a straight white councilman from Delaware County, Indiana, who just announced he identifies as a woman. And not just any woman. Ryan has searched his soul and found out he's a woman of color. And
what? Wait a minute. So this Republican city council person or some shit, who's this white guy, suddenly out of nowhere, as a lawmaker in the city council, just suddenly just realized that I'm transracial / transgender? I'm a black woman of color? Out of nowhere? Okay, this guy is literally a troll / grifter. Oh my god. This guy's really just trying to poke fun of the whole trans idea. That's it. There's no serious or legitimacy to this. This is like a whole quote-unquote transgender fucking mentality. It's like, oh yeah, I'm totally trans. This is like this bullshit. Like, I mean, like, cause especially even exceptionally so for this fucker, cause I guarantee you, like, I could kind of see that fucking little icon in the corner, right there being played in the video. Like, that guy is literally a potato head looking white boy, dude. Like that guy's head literally looks like a goddamn russet potato. Like, like this guy is suddenly a trans woman of color. Fuck you. Like, what? Are you using, like, the 1/8 black in your ancestry to say that, like, oh, yes, I'm a female woman of color because I suddenly identify as trans? Like, go fuck yourself, bitch.
He's still attracted to females. That means he's also a lesbian. So he shouted,
You want to identify as a helicopter? You want to identify as an Apache helicopter? You want to identify as an Apache?
Very close. Picture Warren. Oh, no. Wait, I was actually close? Oh, my God. No. Don't tell me that. No.
They're doing it. They're the meme come to life. This guy, he literally says he's a cis white man or whatever. And then he goes on to say, but he now identifies as a person of color lesbian.
Who also is a woman who, yeah, is a lesbian. And, dude, oh my God. Look, I hate the whole, like, idea that, like, there are, you know, like, a segment of the population who are quote-unquote transgenders, because that is kind of, you know, broadly used to kind of discriminate against trans people specifically. But there kind of is, like, a certain very hyper-niche level of the population that are grifty as fuck. People like Ollie London, and I guess this weird fucker, who will use this as a trend broadly to basically, you know, push a grift. So there is like a certain segment of like the population, very, very hyper niche, and just saying right out the bat, right now, they're hyper fucking niche, but there is like a certain level of the population that really does use this as like a trend to fucking push a grift, and it's always going to be on the right wing when it comes to this grift. Like, I mean, like, it really does seem to kind of be a little bit of a slight correlation with this, just ever so slightly. Like, I kind of want to, you know, is there more? Yeah, here we go. I want to see this shit.
You're so funny. Now let me go post some racist memes on Facebook.
What the fuck? I don't even know what he was talking about, but I love it.
Let me go yell.
I love it when I just find Kyle out of context like that. Oh my God. There needs to be a new, like, Kyle out of context. We haven't had that in, like, what? Like, over a year now? Dude, we need a new Kyle out of context. And we need it to be like a mega gauntlet. Out of context Kyle. Dude, for real. Dude. Tell me right now that we have not had, like, one in a long time. Because, like, we have not had one in a long time. But, like, we need a new one. We need a Kyle out of context. And we just found one right there. Like, like, I mean, we really, truly do need a new Kyle out of context. There has not been one. Have you seen them? Oh, dude, I've kept up to date. Dude, I love them. Dude, the Kyle out of context, you know, compilations are fucking gold, dude. Dude, they're beautiful. I love them so much. Like, I mean, and that's why I'm kind of a little butthurt we haven't had one in what feels like a goddamn year. Like, we haven't had one in a long time. It's like, goddamn, there's a lot of them out there. It's like, what the fuck? We haven't had one in forever. It's like, come on now. It's like, I want my Kyle out of context, because Kyle's funny. There's a lot of shit out there that, you know, is out of context that's even more hilarious, just like what we just skipped to. But, you know, either way, like, the dude's, like, Kyle's funny, dude. This is another reason why I love Kyle. Like, I mean, he's just, like, you know, one of the few people who's, like, you know, an internet, like, you know, political, social commentator and shit like that, who's legit true to himself, you know, through and through. There's not really, you know, many people you can truly say that about. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, a lot of these, like, you know, broader, you know, political commentators and shit like that. I mean, there's a few people who are legitimately, like, true to who they are on the left, you know, and frankly, far more rare, but there might be, like, you know, a couple on the right that might be kind of like that, but again, I'm willing to grant that they're very fucking rare. But there's certain people that are like that, but if anything, that makes them even more disgusting, just because it's like they really truly believe in the gumption that they do. But nonetheless, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, dog! But nonetheless, you know, yeah, they do either way. You know, but it's just like, you know, at least on the left, I mean, yeah, there's like a lot of people that, you know, are just kind of like, kind of going with the flow, so to speak. But there's a lot of people out there that, you know, they're still kind of true to the gumptions and shit. And Kyle's one of them for sure. And I like that. Like, that's at least someone who's just kind of out there just kind of being who he is and doesn't really give a fuck about, like, kind of the general zeitgeist and about what their kind of, like, public figure, like, you know, like, shit is overall and stuff. What the fuck? You still have water. Oh, wait, is it food? Is that it? Yeah, dude, that was filled when I started this. Are you not hungry right now? Are you hungry? Are you that hungry? My boy be hungry. You be hungry, boy.
My nephew would call him a communist. What are we doing here?
Your nephew's a communist!
Didn't really like Ryan's coming out party.
If he were serious, I'd sing his praises. But instead, I know better.
I cannot believe that I had to take time out of my day today to attempt to teach a grown man how to behave appropriately. I feel that he should resign, and if he doesn't, I would look at county council to talk to legal and see what they can do about removing him.
By the way, okay, Delaware County government is what we're talking about here. Hey, bro, don't you have some potholes to fix?
Or maybe, I don't know, like, you know, a education budget that could probably be fixed because it's like hyper ultra extra invested into like sports or the administrative costs or some shit like that. Like, you know, just some stuff like that. Wait, that shit was in Delaware? Like, also, like, maybe you can upgrade, like, your technology when it comes to, like, camera and audio equipment, too, because that shit sounded like it was from the goddamn 90s. Like, what was that, 1993? Like, what the fuck type of quality was that? Like, goddamn, Delaware, like, I thought better of you. Like, you're just, like, one of those states I forget about, frankly. But, like, I mean, holy shit. I mean, at least I thought it was just literally because, like, you're not that bad of a state. You're literally just in the middle of the road. But no, you're not, apparently. What the hell was that? Like, what was that, like, 1992 level fucking audio and video quality, too, at that? Like, what the fuck are y'all using over there in Delaware? VHSs? Not that I have really anything against that, but still. You're Delaware. I mean, it's just like, dude, what was that, man? That was like some weird fucking malarkey. Dude, like, what the hell? That was some malarkey shit. Mornax and I should make an out of context Signar. Do it. Out of context Signar. Dude, I honestly want that. I want that to be a thing. I will literally upload those myself, even. If y'all, like, I'm not even kidding. If you actually make those, I will upload. If you upload them to your channel, I'll upload them to my channel, too. I'll upload them. Dude, I will make sure we boost that shit. If you do it, I'll do it. I'll push that shit. Like, cause, dude, there's a lot of times where there's a lot of out-of-context Signars. Like, dude, a lot. Like, there's a lot of them out there, okay? Like, you can go back in my archives. Like, I wish I could go back in my Twitch archives, because you know there's a lot of out-of-context Signars there, too. Like, oh my god. Oh, dude, there would be a lot of content out of that. Imagine the people that'd be like, yo, you're out of context Signars, what do you meant by that? Now I have to go back and fucking find the clip or some shit, because some motherfucker will find that instead, you know, watching. Oh my god, dude, yeah, do it. I honestly, seriously, I'll even help you. If I can, I'll fucking, you know, clip some of these, you know, if I distinctly remember, you know, something that can be clipped. Because I know this for a fact, there is plenty to clip. Like, there's at least, like, one for sure at minimal when it comes to a clip for any stream, but there has to at least be, like, maybe 2 or 3 plus, you know, at any given metric. Just saying that right off the bat.
Don't you have some, you know, garbage collection issues to dive into? Why don't you go look at your city budget? Fix the stoplight on 7th Street. Like, really?
Specifically 7th Street. I like how Kyle is just so specific about this. This is why I love him, dude. This is why I love Kyle, bro. Because it's like, why, yo, Delaware as a state, why don't you go fix fucking the streetlight on 7th Street, bitch? Like, like, I mean, you know, like, this is why I love Kyle Kalinske, dude. I mean, he's just like, you know, that type of guy. I mean, I like him, dude. That's why I love him.
This is what you're wasting your time doing?
Because he's not wrong. I mean, he really isn't, though, if you really think about it to the core root of the issue.
virtue signaling to all your right-wing followers, but oh yes, I'm gonna stand up to the gender insanity on the left.
Here to respond is the lesbian woman of color in Delaware County Council.
Look at this bitch. Dude, this guy is literally the most whitest fucking russet potato I've ever seen. Like, you're a fucking trans woman of color who's a lesbian? Go McFuck yourself, you sad russet potato white boy. You crackerjack honky tonk looking motherfucker. Like, are you serious? You literally look like you're a fucking wannabe Texan sheriff without the cowboy hat. You're like, I would say you're all hat and no cattle, but you got all cattle and no hat. So, like, I mean, goddamn, dude. Like, Jesus. If you put a gun in my head, I cannot tell you a single thing about Delaware. I know it's one of the 13 colonies and is obviously one of the first 13 states of the United States when it came to the United States being an independent country. But that's literally about as far as I could tell you about Delaware. It has, like, historical, you know, sites when it comes to, like, you know, early American colonization, I guess. But that literally is all I can tell you. Delaware River? Washington crossing Delaware River? I assume that's in Delaware. I don't fucking know. I passed through Delaware on Amtrak. It's very small, not much to see. Wilmington looks kind of run down. I guess they have a cool bridge, I guess. A cool bridge! Oh, amazing! These facts will be useful if I run to any Delaware radicals. Radicals of Delaware? Oh my god. I take that back, that bridge was in Maryland. Oh! That was in Maryland! Oh no! Damn, Delaware is getting fucked on, and I approve of it. I don't even know or care about Delaware. It's just one of those states that I just kind of forget exists. Like, honestly, can we just, like... Okay, like, considering how big a lot of the states are in the Midwest and the West Coast and shit... Can we look at the East Coast and just, like, morph some of these states into just bigger states? Like New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Maryland. Like, we can morph that into one big-ass state. Like, Delaware and all, you know, Massachusetts, I think those are next to each other. I'm pretty sure if I remember my geography. Like, and then, you know, like, what, Vermont and, like, what the fuck else? Like, you know, Connecticut or some shit? That could be one state. Like, I mean, like, we could pretty much... Oh, wait, Delaware's next to New Jersey and Philly. Okay, so combine Philadelphia, New Jersey, and Delaware into one bigger fucking state. Delaware's not even close to Massachusetts. Well, okay, I'm retarded. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I'm retarded. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, okay, so morph, you know, Delaware with Massachusetts. And, well, not Massachusetts. What? God damn it. Fuck you. Philadelphia and New Jersey. Morph those three states into one and just call it, like, Mega Philadelphia or something. I don't fucking know. Like, I mean, seriously. Like, I mean, it's just like, I mean, the New England states are tiny as shit. Yeah, Rhode Island should just be morphed into Massachusetts. That's for sure. Yeah. Okay, so it's Rhode Island that's right next to Massachusetts. Okay. I got some of my geography a little fucked up. I'm sorry. New England, like, my point is proven, if anything. Like, they got so many tiny-ass little states and, like, all over the fucking place. You know, all up in there in that goddamn northeastern corner of the America. It's like, New York is the only big-ass fuck you state that's sitting right there. Like, the rest of them are tiny as shit. I guess Maine, maybe. It's not too complicated. I'm sorry, I'm too American for this. It is complicated for me. Connecticut and Rhode Island sitting under Massachusetts. Make them all one state. Pennsylvania is pretty big. Yeah, okay, whatever. Pennsylvania is kind of big. I don't necessarily count that with, like, broadly New England, though. But Philly's kind of cut off from the rest of the state. Well, either way, like, you combine Pennsylvania with, like, well, what was it again? Delaware? In New Jersey, yeah, just combine all 3 of those states. And then Rhode Island with Massachusetts. There you go. Boom. Got some bigger states. We rely on Rhode Island's size as a metric of measuring big things. It's 14 Rhode Islands. Damn it! Oh my... Dude, why is Rhode Island so goddamn tiny, but a separate state? Like, and also the state itself is not entirely the island itself. It's also, like, some of the mainland, too. It's like, why is that? Okay, look, Rhode Island as a state, specifically, why is it a thing? Like, it really should just be more... It's like North and South Dakota. Like, it really should just be morphed into one big state. Like, Rhode Island should be morphed with the state next to it. North and South Dakota should be merged. West Virginia and Virginia can be, you know, separate. But West Virginia should rename itself. North and South Carolina, they can morph into one big state. Like, there's certain states that could just kind of morph and become bigger states. If anything, it would probably be better for it. People like rounding numbers. But how do you explain that when you got states like California, which has like a fuckload of people? Or New York? I mean, if it's about like the people that live in those states, and like, also what about like places like Wyoming? You know, it's like, I mean, that obviously ain't necessarily the case. We need more states so people's votes matter. I mean, if anything, I just want to district a lot of the southern states. I just want to make the states, you know, fucking districts. Like, I'm honestly kind of on the opposite perspective. Like, some of these fucking states have, like, you know, proven to me that they do not deserve their states' rights. Like, but that's just my opinion. That doesn't mean that I would, like, you know, push more states' rights for, you know, other states. That state seems to be split up to at least 3 states. I agree with that. Like, California should be split up to at least, like, 3, 4, or even 5 states. Maybe even 6. I don't know. But I'm willing to say at least, like, 3, 4, at maximum 5. I mean, there was a whole Jefferson State proposal. Like, I mean, Jefferson State basically being, like, a little bit of Southern Oregon and Northern California a little bit. I mean, there is kind of, like, been proposals in the past about splitting California up a little bit, so... I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be against it. Here, I want to check out Martin's, dude.
Where are your eyebrows at, bruh?
Wait, hold on. This guy doesn't have eyebrows! Oh my god, I didn't even realize that he doesn't have eyebrows.
You can identify as somebody with eyebrows.
Webb. So, you say you're a woman of color. What kind of color are we talking about here?
Orange.
Well, I am Jesse, and first I want to thank you for having me on here tonight and give me the opportunity to clear up any misunderstandings. I am identifying as a woman of color due to my extensive Native American history, Cherokee.
Oh my god, he's saying he's a woman of color because he's Native American? So he literally is using the I had a Native American princess in my white blood, so thus makes me Native American. He's unironically literally using that trope. Like, oh my fucking god. I thought it was gonna be a black woman. No, it was Native American. Holy fuck. He identifies as a female Cherokee woman because he probably had like some quote-unquote like white, yeah, like grandfather fuck a Cherokee princess one day. Oh my god, like, wow. Wow, dude. I should have really seen that coming, honestly.
As a matter of fact.
Oh my god, Kyle's reaction out. He just has to sigh and just like, Lord of mercy, Lord forgive this child.
They base an entire political philosophy, or lack thereof, it's not even really a philosophy. Their whole thing is just, I'm gonna trigger the libs. I'm gonna trigger the dumbass libs. I wake up in the morning, I trick...
You just count backwards for times to his head. 10, 9, 7, 6, Just nuke goes off.
Libs. I go to sleep at night, I trigger the libs. In the middle of the day, I trigger the libs.
Trigger
My
the
whole
libs.
life is based around triggering the libs. I hate the libs.
Fuck those goddamn libs.
You know what, libs? I'm gonna dedicate my life to saying you're stupid.
True. That's basically conservatism in a nutshell.
Okay. If your political
Florida,
philosophy...
just burn it. True. I mean, Florida is a pretty major-ass marshland, so I imagine it's pretty hard to burn it down because there's a lot of moisture and shit like that. But, yeah, you know, there's a lot of goddamn fucking... God, yeah, there's a clip out, God, yes, you're right. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, considering moisture in Florida, I mean, you're gonna need a lot of napalm. And also a lot of gas and shit like that. You're gonna need a lot of that. You'll be on the water soon. Well, hey, we should at least napalm it while we're at it. I mean, before it's underwater, napalm it. Agent Orange it. I don't fucking know. Just treat it like it's Vietnam over there.
Hellbent on endlessly trying to go after just the people you dislike. Your philosophy sucks. What are you actually for? That's a more important question. What are you actually in favor of? Right? So, of course, there are people politically who I'm against, and I stand up against them, and I fight them. But at the core of it is, everybody should have healthcare. We're the only developed country in the world that doesn't have everybody with healthcare. Everybody deserves healthcare.
True.
Everybody deserves higher wages. Unions get us higher wages. We need to get the money out of politics and end the corruption. Right now, the will of the people is not being listened to. It's the
Trump already Agent Orange shit, and DeSantis has been smoking the remains. Goddamn fuck. You know what? I really should have thought of that. You know, fuck you, Rip. How dare you fucking think of that before I did? How did I not even think about that? I was thinking about, like, Florida, of how tropical it is, and, like, referring to it, like, as Nam in that way, but, like, you just... Fuck how Trump is like he literally stationed in Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Oh my god, he really did. Oh fuck. Oh my god, you really nailed it. Holy shit. Holy shit. I just saw that motherfucker off and let it drift away. He just saw it away. Literally dig a fucking like 10-foot moat around Florida and just make a canal. Called it like the Florida River and just like, or the Florida Canal, and just like cut Florida off from the rest of the country. Do it. I'm okay with it. The fucking, you know, hurricanes will make that fucking canal like a goddamn fucking, basically make Florida a full-on island. I'll be down for it. Mar-a-Lardo, Mar-a-Lardo, Mar-a-Lardo. Oh my god. Holy shit, these bangers. Holy fuck. It's right on the coast, so all we need is one healthy hurricane and it's toast. Yeah, pretty much. Give it time. Mother Nature will take care of the state, but don't worry. Ben Shapiro said that the people get to sell their houses and move. Yeah, they get to sell their houses after they got, like, fucked and raped by a hurricane. Oh, yeah, they get to sell their houses for a nice, good profit. Mm-hmm.
The donors and the corporations and the billionaires that are being listened to. It's an oligarchy. We need democracy. We need people to have the... This is what's at the core of my politics. What's at the core of your politics? I hate my goddamn niece with her purple hair and her thick-ass glasses.
And her thick-ass ass. How dare she try to be a goddamn trans man with her thick ass and fucking goddamn blue hair and thick glasses. Fucking lib. Boo!
Works at Starbucks. She's got too many piercings. Fuck her.
And she got a shitload of piercings all over her. What's next? She's gonna fucking attach herself to a bunch of hooks and tattoo herself.
So brave and so intelligent. Things are changing and I don't like it. Ugh. Who cares?
I just can't. Looking at her sexy ass.
Who cares? You can't base a whole philosophy and ideology. I don't like these people. And I'm just obsessed with the fact I don't like these people.
I mean, unfortunately, Kyle, you can. I mean, I guess it's kind of like one of the rare things I kind of disagree on. Unfortunately, you can, because look at the goddamn Nazis. Like, the Nazis basically pertain pretty much like 90% of their entire fucking political philosophy of hating Jews. And anyone who happened to be of the broader Jewish narrative, like homosexuals, or Polish, or Russians, or communists, and leftists, and, you know, pretty much anyone that they happen to literally don't like. Like, I mean, the Nazis did it. I mean, like, unfortunately, I mean, sadly, like, it is, you know, partly a political philosophy that people can adhere to, because it's, like, overtly, like, a Nazistic, fascistic, you know, ideology. Like, pertaining your entire philosophy and political movement, and, you know, basically scapegoating and hating an entire group of people, like, that's Nazistic and fascistic. Like, I mean, unfortunately, it is, like, a legit political philosophy, but it's a fucking disgusting and important one. It should be fucking fought back in every aggressive way possible that is necessary, you know, against it. But either way, like, I mean, still, it's just, like, it sadly is. I wish it wasn't. I really wish it wasn't, but it is. Like, there are people that, you know, pertain their entire politics around this shit. And it's disgusting, it's fucked up, and they shouldn't, and fuck them.
Okay, so now, let's get to the substance of it. Why is this beyond idiotic? Guys, when there's some, like, just take trans people, for example. When somebody's trans, they have this feeling of what's called dysphoria. Hey, I was born in this body, but internally I'm convinced I am in the wrong body, effectively. I am the other gender. That's a real is a heart attack thing for a lot of people. So what do they do to address that? The most logical thing in the world, which is, why don't I have my outward presentation match that which I feel inward? So it's literally just somebody...
What a radical, horrible, communistic, fucking liberal piece of shit thing to fucking believe in. Ugh. How dare people think that's a good idea. And burp. Burp.
As true to themselves as humanly possible. By the way...
The Nazi guy that got a 4-year conviction today called an entire execution of the country's entire Jewish population. Hatchet speed. Hatchet speed. I don't know about this guy, but I mean, I'm sadly not really that surprised. Well, what? Back it up. Did he say the N-word? Wait, who? The Kyle? No?
For a lot of people. So what do they do to address that? The most logical thing in the world, which is, why don't I have my outward presentation match that which I feel inward? So it's literally just somebody being as true to themselves as humanly possible. By the way, despite sometimes damning social consequences where they'll feel ostracized, they'll get looked at differently.
I mean, okay, obviously by that point I've, you know, paused it after, you know, before that. So no. I don't see? Cancelled. Wait. N-word sounds like N-word. Wait, does it? Hold on.
As humanly possible. By the way, despite sometimes damning for a lot of people. So what do they do to address that? The most logical thing in the world, which is, why don't I have my outward presentation match that which I feel inward?
Oh, it literally sounds like N-word. It literally, oh my god, you tongue-in-cheek motherfucker. Yeah, I see what you did there.
Literally just somebody being as true to themselves.
Why does my outward appearance not feel like the N-word in me? Okay, I see what you got. Okay, I see what's going on there.
Humanly possible. By the way, despite sometimes damning social consequences where they'll feel ostracized, they'll get looked at differently, you know, people close to them might not accept it. This is stuff that's all very dangerous, psychologically damaging. Like, it's a brave thing to do that, right? But what's the core of it there? What's the heart of it? The heart of it is they actually mean it. They mean it. So when you go...
Watch them casually flip off the hard R.
Here and do this whole,
You know what's funny? I'm pretty sure... Like, I've listened to Kyle Kalinske since, like, 2015. Or maybe even at least since 2014, possibly. But I'm pretty sure since 2015. I mean, I've listened to Kyle for a long time. I'm pretty sure I have heard him say the, like, N-word with a soft A. Not the hard R at all. Like, I mean, but I'm pretty sure I've heard him say a soft A version of it before, like, once or twice. Not, like, in, like, a mean way, or obviously, or anything like that, but kind of like, you know, if he's, like, actually referring to the lyrics, because he's into rap and stuff like that, especially, like, 90s rap and shit. And a lot of, you know, rap, you know, some, every now and then, yeah, the N-word, at least the soft A version of it, you know, gets, you know, thrown around occasionally. I mean, it's not necessarily, like, you know, some racist shit, obviously. I mean, so, and I don't necessarily think Kyle's doing it in that nature at all. So, I mean, like, if I remember correctly, I think he has before. And if it is, it's literally because it's, like, you know, referring to rap lyrics. Not because, like, he's, like, saying it just casually, willy-nilly, or whatever the fuck. So, I don't know. Like, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure it's over something like that. And it's, as far as I'm concerned, not really racist as fuck to literally recite lyrics. Like, if you recite lyrics to a song and has, you know, a certain word in there or some shit, like faggot or the N-word or some other shit, like, I don't really necessarily think it's, like, you know, bad to, like, you know, like, you quote the lyrics, so to speak. Like, I mean, I've quoted lyrics and shit, and honestly, even, you know, considering, you know, a lot of the sensitivity about the N-word, I will still, you know, refrain from using it, even if it is in lyrics. But I don't even think it's necessarily a bad thing if you're referring to lyrics or, like, a quote that someone has, you know, referred to. Like, if we're talking about, like, MLK or Malcolm X and shit, because, you know, in different speeches and quotes that they've had, like, they've definitely used the N-word, or at least, you know, certain variations of that in speeches and quotes that they have. Like, and would it be, like, a bad thing to quote them specifically, you know, when it comes to, like, when it comes to the quote specifically, because of what they're talking about, which is, like, obviously broadly, like, pretty, you know, like, you know, anti-racist and shit overall. Like, I don't know, I don't necessarily think so, but that's why I think, you know, there, at least when it comes to, like, quotations or, like, certain, like, you know, contextual use, I don't necessarily think it's, like, entirely bad, but it has to be very specifically in a contextual use. Like, it can't just, you know, be, like, something that's, like, willy-nilly just said you know, whatever the fuck. Unless, like, you got, like, a friend group where it's, like, okay and acceptable. If it's, like, a friend group that has, like, someone that's a black person, I guess. I don't know. Like, there's certain very virtues where I think, you know, like, when it comes to that type of thing, like, it's not horribly bad, but it has to be, like, you know, a very specific, like, you know, contextual use of it. And it can't just be, you know, a willy-nilly thing. Like, you know, lyrics, you know, songs or quotes and stuff like that. Like, I think that's, you know, an acceptable thing. Beyond that, it starts getting very gray, and if anything starts, you know, skirting a line where it's like, don't do that. It's probably, you know, best to just refrain from it overall. Because it's, well, overall, not your thing to use. So don't do it. Like, unless it's, you know, a quote or a song lyric or some shit like that. Like, that's the only way where I can see it might be acceptable. Watch Kyle mispronounce Niger and get canceled. Niger. Well, at least I know how to pronounce the country's name, which accurately is Niger. Or Niger. But, I mean, it's specifically Niger. Because it's a French colony historically, so it's a French word. So, I know how to pronounce it. Niger.
A lesbian woman of color. It's like, no, you're not. Now, I get it. You're trying to do the I'm owning you, because why do you accept it when some people say it, but you don't accept it when other people say it? The answer is very simple. Because with some people, it's actually real. That feeling of dysphoria is real. What they feel internally versus what they show outwardly, it's different, and they try to make those things line up, and then you have a trans person, right? And so, the idea that we can't make value judgments on who actually is and isn't in the category is absurd. I'm not going to shut my brain off because you think you epically own the libs with your shitty joke here, which has been told 17,000 times in all different ways.
Probably since, like, the 90s, if anything. Like, I mean, fuck the 2015s and shit with the whole attack helicopter joke, but when it comes to all, like, oh, you identify as this and shit, I guarantee that shit's been around for probably quite a while.
Everybody knows you're not serious. And that's clear, and that doesn't take away from people who actually are trans. It doesn't, even in the slightest. It's just, like, they think they're so clever, they think they're so smart, but it's actually so primitive and so basic and so stupid and so obsessive and so dumb. Like, really, we're wasting our time doing this? They did a...
Yes, sadly. Because of a lot of far-right fascists and shit that literally want to make this a whole fucking political and cultural war idea and shit. That's mainly it. Like, things like this should not be considered, like, you know, political or, like, some culture war fucking thing or whatever the fuck. But motherfuckers like, you know, these far-right fascists and shit that literally want to be like, oh, well, I identify as, you know, whatever the fuck, and, you know, be these grifters and shit. And, like, you know, push this whole anti-trans rhetoric and shit. Like, they're the main reasons why they are, like, this whole fucking idea is political and shit. Wait, why am I doing that? Rose, send a link. But, like, I mean, because all in all, like, I mean, there's no reason why, like I said, these whole ideas, like, you know, trans ideology, or well, not even ideology, but just, like, trans identity, and just, like, the whole broader ideology of just accepting it, and just, like, thinking that, like, oh, hey, it's a norm, and it's just, like, you know, a thing that should be accepted, and, like, have, like, you know, affirming care and shit, like, that should just be considered okay and the norm, but it isn't. Because of these fucking far-right fascist motherfuckers. That's the main reason. Plants produce pungent tastes for the specific purposes not to get eaten. Humans. I missed the part where that is my problem. Garlic, peppers, and I'm assuming horseradish? Horseradish? Funny enough, I'm not the biggest fan of horseradish. I mean, it's okay if it's, like, you know, sauteed with, like, onions and garlic and, like, a bratwurst or some shit like that, but beyond that, I'm not the biggest fan of horseradish, personally. I'm assuming that's what it is. It looks like horseradish. Ignore accidentally steals in the air and gets the corn popped. Nope, definitely not. But here, I'll go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Actually, wait, hold on. Before I do that, I want to pull on to at least have a little something, you know, while I'm gone here. Here we go. Alright, be back. Woo-hoo! Goofy little pup. Come here. Fox is a little fucking goofball. He's ridiculous. Absurd and ridiculous. Dear God, no. Arguments is scary. Hey, this is Charlie. It's most critical. Hey. Hey.
Now, I've just been sitting here stewing, just letting some juices on my old noodle up here, as I've realized just how dangerous it is to have an argument in the real world in these days. Growing up, usually if you started beefing with someone, like you're insulting each other, like, hey, stupid face, are you looking for moron town? It's that way, idiot. You know, that would be letting bygones be bygones. Maybe they sigh and insult you back and you go about your separate ways. Or if the stars align and someone's real heated, they get real steamy, maybe you shove each other and a couple of wet noodle punches are thrown, just some really low-calorie knuckle sandwiches. But at the end of the day, both people walk away all right, and that's the end of it. I don't think that's the case anymore. Every single day now, I'm reading about how a very trivial argument or disagreement over something minor leads to somebody in a coffin. Just an absolute body bag over fucking nothing. I talked about this recently because I made a video on my second channel. I've been making a lot of content exclusive to the second channel, like I said I would.
Wait. He has a second channel? Wait, hold up. I gotta see that. Wait, he does? I never knew this. Well, he doesn't feature it. What the hell? What's it called? I never knew this.
I covered a story that was really, like, beyond pathetic and sad. It was about a man who murdered an 18-year-old.
Voice Charlie Clips. Okay, that's the name of the clip. Wait. Man ruins his life over a laughing emoji? Oh, wait. I saw a thumbnail for this. I never watched it yet, but I've seen, you know, some, like... I've seen this thumbnail. I've seen, like, this fucking... Goddamn... what's it called? Like, yeah... Oh my god, why am I blanking on it all of a sudden? I literally had it at the tip of my tongue. Fucking prison photo. Well, you know, whatever the fuck.
Kid had responded to his Facebook post with a laughing emoji. I couldn't even imagine the mentality of an unhinged lunatic that felt that that was an appropriate response to that kind of meaningless nonsense. Like, these days, if you do something so...
Mugshot. God damn it.
Much as putting too much mayonnaise on a sandwich, it could be a death sentence. I've talked about this story so many times.
Wait, Subway worker killed another injured over too much mayo? Oh my god! I literally had a Karen story, like, from earlier about, like, how she wanted light mayo, but I put not enough mayo and she freaked the fuck out over it. This is the opposite of that story. What the fuck? It's going to be funny, internet localtron, but now it's all serious. I mean, dude, this is all pretty serious, dude.
It weighs on my mind that there are
like,
just so many people around us that are just one small inconvenience away from killing someone. Just an actual murderer waiting to happen, just waiting for that one small spark to ignite that rage inside of them. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, it's because I keep getting stories about this shit happening, so I just wanted to share a couple from the last week or so. Yesterday, I shared some good, positive things going on in the world, so I figured today it's time to counterbalance that with some horrible shit that's happening. So, I mentioned the last...
Great! Amazing.
Emoji murderer. I'm just going to show you pieces from that video I already made covering it, and then getting into the other ones I wanted to talk about. But on Facebook... a gentleman had posted a picture of himself and his milady, him and his girlfriend, and somebody gave a laughing emoji reaction to it. And for that, he murdered them. When I went over this on stream, chat started saying L. Joe Dirt, because, I mean, his mugshot here makes him look like Joe Dierte. This fucking inbred loser looks illiterate, but somehow he was able to actually start talking to the victim on Facebook. I guess in between whippets, he started responding to the guy who wrote the laughing emoji, who, you know, posted the laughing emoji. Which this guy took as him dropping the gauntlet and challenging his honor. So he starts poking him a little bit, you know, trying to get some bread, huh? And shit, I don't know, you the one...
Wait, what's funny, Watkins reportedly wrote, trying to get some bread, huh? And shit, I don't know. You're the one on my dock. Nah, you always on some fun shit. The fuck you even trying to react to my shit for you anyways. I'm ready though. The shooter ended his last comment with a target emoji and a thumbs up. So what the fuck?
My dock.
Why in the fuck are, like, you know, posts like this not actually taken seriously and shit when it comes to stuff like this? Like, like, seriously?
Which I think he means dick. The fuck you even react to my shit for anyways? I'm ready though. Which is just such an unbelievably insane response. You're reacting to my shit? Okay, well I stay ready. Huh? When and where? When and where? You have the laughing emoji here? Prepare to die, bitch. Eventually the two agreed to meet up at a park to fight, where what?
Wow. These people, okay, look, I mean, I don't really want to victim blame here, but, like, the victim really thought, like, oh, it'd be a good idea to actually meet this fucking person. Like, sir, why? Dude, really? Like, and honestly, even if you want to, why aren't you bringing an equalizer, wink wink? Because evidently your fucking opponent did, and it killed you. So, like, I mean, like, if we're really gonna do this shit, like, wouldn't you want to, like, make sure they have, like, you know, all your precautions met or something? You know what I mean? I mean, like, even then, you shouldn't get to this fucking level in the first place. But, like, still, like, because why should any internet beef get to this goddamn fucking level? Like, I mean, seriously?
Fatally shot them. This was mind-blowing to me that the victim would even agree to meet up with this fucking maniac.
Shit!
I don't know what he was expecting to happen there. Some kind of honorable knight's code, like fisticuffs. Like,
yeah, no, they're gonna be like jousting on horseback, dude. They got like, you know, the fucking opponent had like 2 horses on standby, and they're gonna fucking like joust like honorable, like, you know, knights and shit, like at a fucking, like, you know, medieval festival.
we're gonna settle this like some pugilistic men from back in the day with our fists. Let our knuckle sandwiches do the talking. Surely this fucking weirdo on Facebook isn't gonna do anything sketchy or fishy. I don't know why he would agree to meet up at a park to fight about it, but yeah, they go to the park to fight it out where Watkins and friends end up shooting, which kills...
And friends? Wait, so it was like a whole posse? Like a whole posse shot him? It wasn't even just this person? Wait, why is this the only person arrested then? What the fuck?
The 18-year-old, and also injures another woman. So I guess it turned out they're turned into like a big shootout almost, where a lot of shots were fired. So not only was Tanner Watkins arrested for murder, but another person named Caleb Ramses was as well. All of this.
So I guess, okay, so there were other people arrested too. Like, but it sounds like there was more than 2 shooters though. Like, what the fuck? I mean, what the hell?
Laughing
How'd that conversation go? Yo, guys, some 18-year-old assaulted me on Facebook. Let's fucking shoot him, kill him dead. That fucking faggot. That piece of shit. Yeah, fuck this piece of shit, motherfucker. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, dude. It literally was probably verbatim, basically, it's the equivalent of that. In a nutshell. Not even kidding. Like, oh my god, like, dude, what a bitch. Dude, what a bunch of sad fucking soppa bitches, man.
On Facebook. Now, Tanner's
and on Facebook, too, no less. Like, fucking what a bunch of beta cuck pussy asshole motherfuckers, dude.
Well, for life, most likely. And that girl that he was defending the honor of, so steadfast, is now just gonna be getting piped by other men. So, amazing decision-making here from Tanner, really. Throwing his whole life away because someone laughed at him and his girlfriend, and now his girlfriend will no longer be his girlfriend. She is going to find another man while he rots in prison for the rest of his fucking life for killing a man over a laughing emoji. It doesn't get more pathetic than that. I promise you, Tanner did not have the last laugh here. He became an even bigger joke that now everyone's dropping.
He has the most stereotypical, like, jock bro, fucking insecure, wannabe bitch-made fucking cuck name ever. Tanner.
laughing
Wow,
emojis on
dude.
because he ruined his whole fucking life over nothing. And of course, it's also important we talk about Caleb Ramsey here, who also threw his life away because his friend had a laughing emoji dropped on him. So this guy is an even bigger cuck somehow. That's that story in a nutshell. I then went on to talk about kind of what I briefly mentioned here about how dangerous it is just to even engage in a potential fight with somebody. Like, I really do think when it comes to altercation in the real world, it's best just to de-escalate as much as possible because, you know, like in a road rage incident, you never know what the other person's capable of and how far they're going to go. But then,
especially considering that there's like, you know, a lot of different motherfuckers when it comes to road rage incidents where they literally will pull a gun out of nowhere over the most stupid benign bullshit. So, like, yeah, I mean, he's not wrong on that one at all. Like, you really ain't.
Sometimes it doesn't matter how hard you try and de-escalate something, it's almost inevitable. Fate stepped in order to bless you with an asshole that just wanted to commit an atrocity against you for no reason at all. Like the story I'm about to share with you now about a man from Florida, classic Florida man story. I know all great fairy tales begin in Florida. This man nearly beat to death another man with a golf club because he made the mistake of walking on the cart path of a golf course.
And a traumatic injury. We first showed you this body cam video last night at 11. It shows deputies arresting Eddie Robin.
Dude, look at this little insecure little twig of a fucking, like, borderline skeleton fucking white boy, fucking insecure hick bitch. Like, I mean, some rich white boy that, like, you know, literally comes out here on every, like, you know, fucking Sunday or some shit, you know, to fucking go golfing. And someone, you know, dared cross his path while, you know, he was golfing his shit. And how dare this fucking peasant do that, you know, to this rich white boy. You know, who probably goes to a tanning salon to get this weird fucking orange tan of his, too. Like, what a fucking weirdo twig. He almost looks like a gray alien. Like, he almost looks like that if it wasn't for the fact he looks so goddamn orange like Trump. Honestly, this cop over here on the far right kind of looks like a gray too. Like, what's going on here, you weird, like stick looking, weird pencil looking motherfucker? Like, what the fuck? There's a lot of alien weird shit going on here. Like, there's a lot of humans here that look pretty alien.
On a charge of aggravated battery. So now at 5, News 6's Emily McLeod is live.
Dude, that cop really is like a fucking twig. Oh my god. Like, dude, hold on. Like, hold on. We're going back a little bit. We're gonna pause here for a second. Like, that body cam really, like, focused on him for a second.
Eddie Robit on a charge of aggravated battery. So now at 5, News 6's...
I mean, look at... Dude, oh my god, he really is that fucking, like, much of a twig. What the fuck? Dude, wait, is there a cop that doesn't take steroids and is not fat either? What the fuck? Dude, that cop is skinny as shit. I never seen a cop so goddamn skinny. I'm really honestly kind of surprised. I'm impressed. Wow, a cop on a diet. That's impressive.
is live in Lake County. Emily, you spoke with the victim in this.
You know, Joseph Sivak is recovering from broken ribs, a ripped
You
ear,
look like a reflated balloon.
several facial fractures after Lake County
Wait,
Sheriff's
what the fuck happened there? Oh, wait, is this the same victim that got arrested?
Hey, this man, Leesburg dentist Eddie Orobit, beat Sivak with a golf club.
Now the attacker...
Oh, wait, so that guy, you know, who looks all fucked up was beaten by that guy earlier? Well, fuck that white hick-ass piece of shit even further. So, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on a minute.
Victim in this.
You know, just...
Well, okay, goddamn it was such a quick frame. But that guy literally looked like a stereotypical, like, you know, fucking dude you would find on a golf course, honestly, either way. Like, what, was he not rich enough, you know, to be, like, you know, a part of the broader in club of the fucking golf club or whatever the fuck there? You know, he just happened to be a member, but was not, like, you know, a full-on member because he looked, you know, a little too poor or some shit. What the fuck? bougie ass fucking. I hate these golf clubs, dude. Like these golf courses that are basically, you know, predominantly owned by these weird ass fucking bougie fucking clubs. I hate them so much. Oh my god, dude. They're like, I mean, they're even worse than like some HOAs in some ways, and like, you know, some of these NIMBY, you know, liberal motherfuckers in some cases, because they're basically just like a literal, like, you know, rich boy country club. That's all it is. I mean, like, in a lot of these cases. Like, I mean, it's honestly kind of lucky that Portland specifically also has some golf courses that are kind of like, you know, for the public, you know, in the sense where, like, the common Joe like me, you know, can go to them and afford them and not get ridiculed for being a peasant, basically. But there's a lot of rich boy fucking bougie ass fucking golf courses around here as well that really should not exist, you know, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I mean, it's just like, what is the fuck? Like, because it just is, a part of it's just a part of this, you know, culture. It's just enabling this type of same culture where, like, some rich, you know, fucking bougie-ass white boy motherfucker can look at someone who's a little bit more poor than them, basically, get in their way, because how dare they as a peasant, and fucking beat them with a golf club? Like, fuck you. Like, you piece of shit. Like, you rich boy-ass motherfucker. Like, what is it? Like, ugh. Like, oh my god, it just aggravates me so fucking much, dude.
Evac is recovering from broken ribs, a ripped ear, and several facial fractures after
facial fractures, broken ribs, and like a ripped ear, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, that rich-ass, bougie, white cracker jack motherfucker, you know, should literally be paying for every medical bill this guy has to deal with. Every medical bill. Like, if we have, like, you know, fucking goddamn privatized healthcare system like we do in America, that piece of shit should have to pay for every cent of this guy's healthcare. Every cent. Frankly, not just for the fucking injuries that he has, but for here on out. Fuck him. That's his punishment. You get to pay for his healthcare for the rest of your life. Fuck you. How about that? You can afford it. You can afford your own healthcare, because apparently you can fucking, like, jeopardize someone else's healthcare because you feel like you're rich enough to do so. So, hey, guess what? You're going to have the financial penalty for that. Shut up. What the fuck? You have food. You got water. You got no reason to bitch. So shut up. Oh, ho.
This man, Leesburg dentist Eddie Orobit beat.
I mean, look at him. I mean, you can't tell me this guy's, like, got, like, you know, thousands of dollars in fucking stocks or some shit he can easily afford, you know, when it comes to paying someone's health care. Like, you can't tell me this motherfucker has at least, like, thousands, if anything, tens of thousands of dollars in fucking stocks. Just alone. And I guarantee you this guy gets a fucking healthy-ass fucking pension for the weird, like, weird-ass real estate company he probably worked for and shit. Guaranteed. This guy's fucking loaded. You can't tell me this guy can't pay for the healthcare for the dude he abused and shit, and pay for that guy's healthcare, and then some? Like, pfft, of course he could.
Back with a golf club.
Now, the attacker here, who looks like he's in the witness protection program, he's actually a dentist, so I imagine this man...
Oh, he's a dentist. Oh, of course he could, then. A rich boy. Like, your rich boy fucking, you know, like, you know, exploiting the system via the healthcare system as a dentist. Well, there you go. Hey, yeah, you can pay for his healthcare just as much as yourself. Pretty easy peasy. There you go. Boom.
A bigger plan to fuck this dude's face up, like rearrange his teeth so that we'd have to see him later on in order to fix it. So maybe this is a money generating scheme and this isn't the first time.
And that's why he should probably pay for his health care, because he'd probably think twice about that now, wouldn't he? That'd be probably nice, now wouldn't it?
Anyway, in a nutshell, that man and his wife were walking along the cart path. They weren't playing golf, so it's a pretty fucking stupid place to be walking, because you could just get hit by balls. Like, you're not supposed to do that, I imagine, because...
So, if they weren't even playing golf, so what? They were probably literally crossing the course to get to another area. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna fault someone for, like, hey, I need to get to point A to B. I'm gonna cross this area, even though I probably shouldn't, but just because it's the quickest, I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna blame someone for that. Like, straight up. I like, whatever. Like, just, you know, like, go move along, you know, be quick, but I'm not gonna care. Like, alright, whatever, big deal. But apparently to this rich bourgeois fucking white boy, he wants to like beat the, you know, at least the guy over the face with a club and break his ribs and break his face and like rearrange his teeth and like, you know, fucking rip his ear off basically, you know, over it with a golf club. It's like, really? Like, over the fact that they just want to cross, you know, to one place to another, even though they probably shouldn't necessarily be doing that. So what? Just let them pass. I mean, it's not the worst fucking crime ever committed. Like, holy shit. It'd be one thing if they were, like, doing meth or some shit on the fucking, you know, side of the side of the, you know, pathway. Or fucking assaulting you or trying to break down the fucking, you know, golf cart you're on. But none of that was ever happening. Nothing like that was ever happening whatsoever. So, there is no reason for this. So, fuck you, white bitch.
You know, it's a private course, I bet.
Bougie ass motherfucker.
But there's a way of handling that doesn't involve beating the shit out of them, like, within an inch of their life. So he broke multiple ribs, a potential traumatic brain injury, fractured skull, ripped ear, all of that, because he walked on that cart path. And instead of just having a conversation, the guy walked up to him, spit in his face, hit him with the golf club in the leg, to which...
And spat in his face, so biological warfare too on top of that. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, just, you know, like, let's just give him the full fucking book, why don't we? Ooh! Fucking biological warfare? That's even worse than just basic assault.
The victim tried to defend himself with a plastic water bottle, but unfortunately...
Oh, wow, the poor bastard literally tried to defend himself with a water bottle, because that is so goddamn threatening.
A water bottle to a golf club fight, and damn near ended up like Joel from The Last of Us 2 here. Like, the guy did not hold back, and he had the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to be surprised that he was getting arrested. That is insulting. He's like, what are you arrested me for? What, because I almost killed a guy? Like, what? What happened to this being a free country? I can't just beat this man to death for walking on the golf cart path?
I mean, he probably saw the articles about Justin Neely, and probably was like, what the fuck? Like, I can't get free and, like, murder a dude in a, you know, subway, you know, just as much like I can murder a guy on a golf course? Like, I mean, come on now. What is this? You know, America or fucking, like, communist Venezuela? I mean, come on now.
Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. This is pathetic. Oh, this is sickening. Now, I'm not here to give you a new phobia, but this might just change the way you look at standard yard care equipment. A man in Illinois was shot and killed over using a leaf blower.
What? What the fuck? What, like there was, like, cheerleaders, like, what, like 2 weeks ago that were, like, shot because they accidentally entered the wrong car? Like... you know, like a fucking father that, like, got killed or shot critically because, like, the basketball, you know, rolled in the wrong driveway. Like, I mean, like, why is this honestly happening so fucking much? Like, what in the fuck? Why? Like, what? Like, I mean, it's like it's every instance of, like, suspiciousness. You know, it's like, is that, like, the point where people go Danny DeVito mode and, like, anyway, so I started blasting. Like, it's a fucking MG42, and, you know, just fucking blast everything in sight? Like, what in the fuck? What is what is this?
Normal, you know, sprucing up with the old...
High school, me on Saturday, is kind of middling on this one. I don't really necessarily blame you. Seen Blifford dead by his neighbor.
Driveway, the old front yard. Using the leaf blower, he got into an argument with his 79-year-old neighbor, who then shot...
A 79-year-old neighbor who had a gun. Could there possibly be maybe an argument if you're a certain age, you should probably just not have them anymore? I mean, honestly, could there probably be an argument for that? Like, if you're a certain age, should you probably, you know, like, due to the fact of, like, your senility, or, like, due to your age, or due to the fact that you, like, I mean... I mean, seriously, should there really be probably an age limit on this? Because, like, goddamn. I'm not talking about a minimal age limit, I'm talking about a maximum age limit, because, like, there are a lot of instances of gun violence where, at least when it comes to more isolated events like this, where it's old motherfuckers that are the ones perpetrating it, versus a lot of young people. I mean, you know, like, because I remember, like, you know, like, it was probably, like, honestly, maybe about a year ago, give or take, where there's, like, some old dude who happened to, like, you know, be in the same apartment complex as some other guy, but because he didn't like him, in the same fucking apartment office, he, like, fucking shot him like a mafia boss, like, in both of his goddamn knees. I think it was actually the landowner, if I remember correctly. I think the old man was actually the fucking landlord. But, like, he shot, like, one of his tenants, like a mafia boss, in both of his fucking knees, like, fuck you, you're gonna be paying me and shit. Like, it was like, what the fuck? It was insane. It was like, what the hell? Like, this old-ass man shaking around, like, oh, I'm gonna shoot you in the knee now. Boop. And it's just like, bop. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, it's insane. Like, how in the fuck are, like, you know, these old-ass fucks, you know, able to allow to have firearms? Like, and also, at the same time, it's like, we have at least ostensibly, like, the idea in certain states, like, an age limit when it comes to driving. One, that should be a federal level. And two, should we also extend that to certain things, like, I don't know, guns? Because that probably might be a good idea. Because, you know, a lot of these elements about, like, violence when it comes to this type of shit happens to be by some pretty old farts. At least when it comes to more isolated incidents like this. I mean, maybe, obviously not when it comes to, like, mass shootings or suicide, stuff like that. But at least when it comes to, like, other outliers and, like, other variables when it comes to gun violence in the country, they seem to happen to be, like, a pretty decent, like, level of, like, percentile when it comes to gun violence. Just in my opinion. But, want to take guns. Communism. You want to take guns. It's like, well, if you're unhinged enough or maybe too old enough to have them, probably shouldn't. Sorry. Too bad, so sad now, isn't it?
Killed him. I'm surprised that 79-year-old was even able to pull the trigger with the amount of arthritis they must be encumbered by. Just downright evil. Now, according to neighbors, these two did have a history leading up to this. Not that there's any kind of history that would excuse murdering a man in cold blood over using a fucking leaf blower, but apparently the two weren't exactly on friendly terms, and based on this story, I'm gonna say that the 79-year-old was most likely the jerk here in this relationship.
Very likely.
What an unbelievable piece of shit. I've seen quite a few more over the last week, but I'm only going to show you one more story here, and the reason I want to bring this one up is
more?
In situations where there's like an argument that was filmed or a fight that broke out and something happens, I see a lot of people on Twitter saying, how did no one step in and get in the middle of this and stop this bad thing from happening, or like do something to protect everyone? And like, I don't think this is necessarily a bad take or anything. Like, it's noble. Like, you want to see the good in people, that someone would be a fucking anime hero and step up and put the kibosh on everything like a fucking saint. Everyone simmers down, everyone shakes hands and walks away. But the reality of the situation is that doesn't always happen. Usually when someone tries to intervene in a situation that's escalated, like in an argument, they usually end up being a victim as well. So in the case of this story I'm about to show you, a couple was arguing at a restaurant, someone tried to calm them down and was fucking shot for it.
But an early morning.
What? Wait, so a couple was having an argument in a restaurant, some other Samaritan came in and it's like, hey, what's going on? Can y'all chill and blah blah blah, and they got shot for it? Never try to help people. I mean, what the fuck do you take away from that? I mean, really? Like, oh, better not fucking, intervene and help people if they might be, at risk, because one of them might just shoot me. Like, what the fuck? What?
In Hollywood, police say a man and woman were arguing near the El Compadre restaurant on Sunset Boulevard just after 2:30 this morning. Another man tried to intervene and then was shot by that man who was having the argument. Well, the suspect then took off. The victim was taken to the hospital, and no word yet tonight on his condition.
There is a real justifiable fear from bystanders that are watching an argument escalate or a situation or fight break out for what.
The only thing that should have happened is that some our staff should have told them to get the fuck out. I mean, no shit.
Don't intervene and put themselves in danger there, because it could come at the cost of their life, getting shot or some horrible shit like that. So it's a fucking lose-lose situation most of the time. It's fucking scary. I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I keep seeing these stories. Again, I don't know if this is just so much access to information, so you're just inundated with all of the most awful stories all the time.
I mean, kind of. I mean, because a lot of mainstream media, including press outlets, are including social media platforms, are very immensely adamant about, just giving you nothing but, horrible fucking doom and gloom, if it bleeds, it leads, fucking stories. I guarantee you, let's look at the homepage real quick. Hold on. Where's the news? Yeah, right here. 6-year-old survival boy is lone survivor and family in mass shooting. I guarantee you that's what it says. Something about Putin and Ukraine war, Treasury Secretary, blah, 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 whatever, bullshit. Second public hearing against criminal case about Trump, I guess, because I think that's Trump. So something about that. A Paso mayor, on search of migrants, because anti-immigration, fuck the border, fuck migrant, got that going on. Something about COVID, because you still got to talk about that. More fucking, border bullshit going on there. I mean, see what I mean? If it bleeds, it leads, basically.
Or if there really is just an increase in the frequency of these deadly, violent shootings and
also, honestly, before all this bullshit, there was a lot of fucking, mass shooting fucking, articles and videos and stuff. In fact, I'm pretty sure this right here is about it. This, man's brother, cousin critically injured and something. I'm assuming that's a mass shooting. Probably the one in fucking Texas recently. Close to arguments to hear about, okay, again, no Trump thing. There's a lot of Trump bullshit, but what the fuck? Okay, something about airlines, I guess, because a plane crashed somewhere once upon a time. I mean, either way, if it bleeds, it leads. I mean, this is another thing. This is something that is just consistent over fucking over again. It's no wonder, in a weird fucked way, it's no wonder, some people have such a doom and gloom mentality about shit, because, look how much fucking news, spills and spends so much fucking blood and so much fucking bullshit and death as, the main fucking element of news. It's that's literally the only thing going on? Really? It's the only thing happening is, literally, another shooting and this and that and more death and this, more brutality. Is that the only shit going on in the news? Are you fucking kidding me? But to the mainstream news, it is. That's why they want to push it so fucking much. To make you fucking scared. To fucking, make you a little bit more, obedient towards cops and, towards the idea of, law enforcement and shit. So you could be more safe because of how much, violence is out there potentially. There's a reason for that. Or at least when it comes to the migration element, when it comes to immigration policy, being anti-immigrant, or even sending military troops towards the border, like Biden's doing, by the way. Every news station, when there's a tragedy. Oh yeah, let me look up those tears. Oh yeah. No shit, dude. It'd really be a bunch of bullshit. Actually, yeah. Considering the homepage, I mean, I kind of want to see this real quick, but yeah, after this, I did say on the stream tile there is a likely karaoke. I'm definitely in the fucking mood for it, but let's check this out first. Hateful losers try to swat the trans lawmaker Zoe Zephyr's fiance and fails miserably. They try to swat her, like, her fiance? Like, are you actually fucking kidding me? This is why, like, she's, like, Zoe Zephyr's fucking base. Because, like, I mean, if they really see her as that much of a threat, where they're willing to try to swat her and by proxy potentially maybe kill her by the police, then, she obviously has got a lot of fucking, balls on her, no pun intended. Like, where, she is, legitimately a broader threat, when it comes to, the, GOP and their fucking ideas. And that's good. I thought we left swatting in 2019. Oh, fuck no. We did not. I mean, I wish, but nope. What's this? GoodNewsNetwork.org. Oh, really? Wait, this is a thing? Good News in History, May 9th. Oh, wait, Good News in History? I don't want to know about Good News in History. I want to know about now. Miracle Monday. Homeless for 28 years, Linda is offering a miracle reunion with her family and moves back home. Well, that's not bad. That's good. That's some good stuff. A mom posted to find friends for 24-year-old son with Down syndrome. The flood of support shocked her. Aw. Former NBA star Rick Fox is backing a startup to make concrete that absorbs more CO2 than it creates. What about, like, Roman concrete? Because Roman concrete literally gets more stronger the more wet it gets. Unironically. Like, and we just literally finally figured out how to make Roman concrete. Bruh. Like, Roman concrete still stands to this day. And it's like, in modern concrete, doesn't even stand close to it. It's, at longest, it will stand for like 50 plus years. At most. Give or take. But, like, Roman concrete is centuries old. And it still holds strong. And it's just like, yo. We just finally harness, like, how it finally works. It's just like, I mean, fuck this whole, like, fuck that shit. Like, imagine, like, like, the harnessing of, like, the components out to make Roman concrete. But it kept wandering off. We tried to use Roman concrete, but it kept wandering off. I mean, if anything, it solidifies more than OG concrete. Literally, like I said, the more wet it gets, the hardened and the more strengthened it gets and shit. Like, that's the way it's made. Dude, it's good. It's good shit. I don't know all the details to it. I'm not even going to entertain the idea of pretending to know how, but I know that much. What the fuck is this? Hydrogen powered Swiss jet may herald return to supersonic flight and cut travel time by 75%. You expect mass commercial fucking flight with that thing? Mass commercial flight with that? Seriously? I like, look, I get the ambition, but this is like some perseverance porn right here. Not even gonna lie. I mean, some of the first couple articles we were just looking at were the same thing. Like this one, that one. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, they kind of were. But, I mean, this one is even exceptionally so. Like, you really think that thing is gonna, like, have mass commercial flight? I mean, sure, maybe. We had a fucking, Concorde. But because it had a fucking engine failure because maintenance crews were fucking shitty at one point, we decided to fucking cancel that. So, like, I mean, we already have the tech for this. Like, we already could do it. Like, I mean, come on. It's like, I mean, really? Like, we don't need the Swiss to fucking figure it out. We already did it once. We just have to fucking do it again. Like, I mean, bleh. Wait, what's this? Stranded dog wags his tail with joy as fire crews rescue him from sheer cliff face. Aww. Oh, look at the little puppy. You can see the little pup right there. Oh my goodness. Look at the little pup being rescued. So cute. Wait, what? This is fucking... It's anchovies in a can. Not that one, the image above. Wait, what's this? Formerly homeless hero stops runaway baby stroller moments before it rolls in traffic. Whoa. 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 A gust of wind? Damn. Is there some people on the plane? Oh. Oh, yeah, because he literally would be... Oh, yeah, the passenger... Oh, my God. Oh. Okay. It literally took... It took 2 seconds to make me realize that. Wow. Got one, the baby dead. It sounded like it. Speed of the Bear Valley Road and the spirit. Okay, who cares? Oh my God. Didn't even rack time to think about it. Just so you react. Okay. Well, yeah. Homeless person saved the baby. Woo! Good News Network. Yeah. Homeless person saved the baby. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Deep Fried should fucking, you know, like, on their onion nuggets tomorrow, honestly, do some segments. Or at least, you know, do some news on that. And just watch Paul fucking, like, go endlessly, just like, bleh. He just fucking, like, bitch about it. Dude, watch Paul fucking get triggered over it, dude. Oh my God. If... That'd be funny. You know it'd be true, though, but it would be funny. But, I mean, in a way, he wouldn't be wrong. So, I mean, could he really deny it? No, probably not. Probably not. Anyway, let's get Zoe Zephyr shit.
Okay, just a nice little update. It's not entirely nice. It's, you know, it's at least partially nice. If you all recall, there was a based and red-pilled state legislator named...
based in, red-pilled, my dude, my guy, my homo sapien, my gorilla. And then there's a mugger stabbed someone in Times Square and stole their wallet, saying, quote, "There's no ethical consumption under capitalism before fleeing the scene." What the fuck?
Zoe Zephyr, a trans girl's name if ever there was one, and she is the only trans person, in fact, in the Montana state legislature, and she was censured by the by her peers for saying that they had blood on their hands for passing anti-trans legislation. And since then...
I think this is literally for the rest of the year. Like, she can still technically, like, work, but it's basically the equivalent of, like, you know, getting a timeout in class where it's like, you have to basically do your classwork outside. Like, you're no longer allowed in a classroom or whatever the fuck because you're so disruptive. Like, and you have, like, a little desk outside of the classroom. Like, this is literally the equivalent of what is going on here. It's like, like, at least from my understand. Like, I mean, because what happened to Zoe Zephyr isn't an expulsion. It's just that she's, like, censored from, like, basically being in the fucking local Congress. You know, like the Montana Congress, basically. She can't partake in that. Like, she can still vote and stuff like that, but she can't do literally anything else. She has to do that outside of the fucking room. Because she, at this point, for all intents and purposes, she would be trespassing and all that shit. Because she's expelled from that. Not necessarily from being a lawmaker. So, like, they kind of learned from Justin Pearson and Justin Jones, where they can't outright expel them as a lawmaker, but they can expel them outside, you know, from that. And that's kind of what they're doing here. Which, well, obviously is some bullshit. Either way, no matter what.
We've had kind of like a wacky clown show of a series of events. You guys remember how back in Tennessee, our boys, the Justins, were ousted by an extremely racist Republican-led legislature, and in doing so, elevated the cause of our boys, the Justins, to a national stage, getting them an ungodly amount of attention and money and popularity.
I mean, honestly, I love how Vosh refers to to the Justins. My boys, the Justins, the Jays, my dudes, my boys. I love it.
And support that they never would have had previously. Well, Zoe Zephyr has seen quite a lot of attention recently for the work that she's done. Look at this, okay? Absolutely ridiculous. So the consequence of the censure that she was met with meant she could no longer enter the actual room she's supposed to do her work in. She can submit votes, but only from a distance, basically. But she's still allowed to show up and do her work, in the benches outside. I know this sounds like a classroom thing, oh yeah, you're kicked out of the room for being disruptive, but you still need to do your classwork, so you have to do it in the hallway, but that's literally what's happening. That's
that's how I described it earlier. I mean, it's pretty much just what's going on. So, she has to basically be in the hallway of the classroom and just you still gotta do your work, but fuck you, you're too disruptive, so, you're in the hallway now. I mean, that's basically what is going on, essentially.
Happening. So basically, Zoe started showing up and doing her work publicly in the benches outside the proper voting room.
Based.
And immediately...
Obviously, there's a caveat to this, but...
this attracted a bunch of negative attention from the majority conservative state.
So, a lot of different fascists in Montana, go figure.
He's, white...
You got a bunch of old ass white women just sitting on the bench over there. Oh my god. Is this no different than civil rights movement, when it came to segregation of black people can't sit here, so we're gonna, us as cackling little white women are gonna laugh at you because you can't sit here, ha ha ha. I mean, isn't that basically the equivalent of that type of shit? I mean, what the fuck? I guarantee Vosh is gonna say that type of shit too. I swear to God, I did not fucking pre-watch this. I mean, I just know these conservatives too much, dude. I mean, so much of, their anti-trans rhetoric is so reminiscent, not just, towards, quasi and, Nazistic rhetoric, but also, towards the whole, hardcore segregationist rhetoric of, civil rights movement and shit. I mean, so much of what they do is so reminiscent of that type of shit. I mean, it's how are you any different from those motherfuckers? I mean, seriously.
A photo of women snickering at trans lawmaker Zoe Zephyr in Montana looks like a lot of...
Oh my god, it's literally the article title! A photo of a woman snickering at trans lawmaker Zoe Zephyr in Montana looks a lot like the photos of white people snickering at black people in the 1950s. The article I didn't even look at the article headline, but it literally says what I was just fucking referring to. I didn't even look at that. I didn't even think about looking at the article before even saying that. Or at least the headline. I mean, go fucking figure, because it is. Wow. I ain't the only one to fucking notice that. Go figure. Who would have thunk?
Photos of white people snickering at black people in the 1950s. Spot on title, completely correct.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Zoe's here at a standing desk because these women got here early. These wonderful women, to fill up the couch or the sofa seat, whatever, that Zoe was doing her work on previously. So Zoe just had a standing desk brought, apparently, and started doing her work there. Or maybe there was a standing desk out in the hall.
I mean, either way, she don't give a fuck. She's literally out there with a desk, you know what, fuck it, I'm still gonna do my shit. She's literally out there I'm still gonna do my emails, do my fucking legislative work and this and that. She don't give a fuck. That's why Zoe, this is why I love her so much. Because she don't give a damn. I mean, she's not as, like, you know, like, vocal, so to speak, or at least as charismatic, you know, in a sense, you know, it's like, you know, Justin Jones or Pearson and shit, but, like, I mean, she still has the same gumption. She still has, like, the same type of mentality and the same kind of, like, backbone, you know, that they have as, you know, just as much. She just has, like, kind of a different way of doing it. And, I mean, all in all, like, goddamn, I love it. Because, like, I mean, she's not backing down despite, you know, the fucking, you know, pressure that is, you know, being put against her, you know, fundamentally every way till Sunday, you know, being in Montana. And she ain't backing down. I love that shit. And also, like, her fucking drip is fucking amazing. Like, that fucking skirt or dress or whatever she's wearing, like, I love that pattern. Like, every time I see her, like, she's always got, like, some cool fucking drip. Like, it's pretty simple, it's very subtle, but, like, the patterns and, like, the colors and everything, like, it always has, like, some sort of, like, you know, oomph and pizzazz. I'm like, damn, I love that shit. Like, I mean, she always knows how to, like, you know, to have, like, you know, some really cool, like, pattern colors, you know, when it comes to her drip, and I love it.
Here's the larger photo. Looks like it may have already been out there. The point is, she kept doing her work.
I mean, dude, look at that. Dude, look at her dress. Looks fucking dope. Love that shit.
So thwarted by Zoe's ability to stand while working, you know, something that these lazy pieces of shit would probably never even dream of, Zoe's partner, Aaron Reed, a pro-trans activist and journalist on Twitter, got swatted. Because, again, they want you dead, and that is, of course, what swatting is meant to do. Nobody was hurt, thankfully, but, you know. An enormous amount of attention has been brought to the treatment that Zoe has experienced over the past couple of days. I mean, some of the tweets that she's made, like this one, 75,000. One I'm about to show you, 114,000 likes. The one that got the most attention, by the way, and this is just too nice, I had to, right? Zoe proposed to Aaron just a little bit after the swatting.
Aww.
They were at some kind of gay event, whatever gay people do. I don't know. You know, good for them.
Good for them, the gay event, the gay people thing. Damn, Bosch. Okay.
Being gay, I don't know. However it works. Many such cases.
Aw, that's so cute. Oh, look at them all happy.
Some kind of.
And dude, look at look at Zoe Zephyr. I mean, she's on the right. I mean, dude, look at her drip. Look at the. Dude, there's something about her that she knows about, like, you know, like, colors and patterns. I mean, she knows what to do with that. Like, because, holy shit. Like, even right here, in whatever dress, you know, that she was in here, like, goddamn. Looks dope.
Event. That's true, yes.
I like it.
It's just so. It's so indicative of the moral character evident on both sides of the aisle here, where on one hand you have a politician fighting for a marginalized group after being censured unjustly by a reactionary legislature, continuing to work right out there in the hallway outside while snickering. Apparently one of these is a mother of a Republican legislator. So,
what? Like, wait, so one of those women sitting on that fucking bench is like a mother of one of the Republican legislators in the same fucking Montana house? Oh my god. Wow, dude. Wow. So they literally went there as basically as a grift. Go fucking figure. Wow. Go figure. Hi. Well, hello. Hello.
This is someone's mom. Like, literally, mom showed up to work. Great.
God damn it, Bosh. Yeah, that was literally mom showing up to work. That literally is. What the fuck?
Here. You know, to fill the little, to fill the little couch. To block her out while she continues to work, you know. Then swatting happens against Aaron Reed, and then a proposal. Like, it's good versus
Vosh fan. I like Vosh. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with every single thing that he says, but at least especially when it comes to, like, trans rights, I mean, I tend to agree with him on those issues.
Well, isn't it? How much clearer could it be? I swear, when I was younger, I used to think, I'm so much more mature and complex than all these movies where the bad guys are like these evil, obviously villainous people in big towers, and the good guys are all these heroic la-di-da. Well, sometimes in reality, life really is that simple, There's actually sometimes a lot less ambiguity and a lot less complexity. Sometimes growing up is realizing that you're attempting to inject nuance into a situation where it's unwarranted and oftentimes not actually present. This is just pure good versus pure evil. Well, hold on, I shouldn't say pure good versus pure evil. It's good versus pure evil. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe one time Zoe Zeph.
Simply good, but pure evil. I don't know. It's kind of like hard to quantify, I guess, in my sense. But all in all, I get what you're saying, though. It's like you got like basic, like regular, casual, like normalcy of like, hey, this should be probably accepted because like this is how some people are. It's like, and then you got like the other side where it's like, nah, how dare you? It's like, how dare you go against our fucking moral qualms of how reality should work. It's like you got motherfuckers like that. It's like, like, well, I obviously, don't want to be nowhere near that. So obviously, I'll be around the people that want to at least have a basic acceptance of like, like got people, like live and shit. Because at least it's a little better. It's like, because Jesus Christ. This idea that, like, like other, people just based on that and identify as, like, somehow, like, a moral evil and, like, the most moralistic, like, fucking wrong in society is just so, it's just literally so goddamn silly. It's, like, how in the fuck is that, like, some major, qualm upon society just because, like, someone wants to identify a different way? Like, oh no, what a big fucking moral qualm and shit. Like, it revolts, to the round the idea that, like, there needs to be, fucking, like, lawmakers that are, that has, like, their fiancé swatted, or, like, people, who are expelled because, they happen to, they have, like, a very strong, radical, progressive voice and shit, and they happen to be, like, against, some way, shape, or form, the broader virtues of what you are. It's like, oh my good lord, like, give me a break. And people have that one to hurt. Yeah, honestly, yeah, exactly. Like you're saying, exactly.
Right. Cut me off in traffic personally. I've never been to Montana. Maybe she's been to LA. I can't really say. Maybe she's bad, secretly. It's called...
I've been to Montana myself because I got some family out there. And honestly, Montana ain't that bad of a state. I'd argue it's, somewhat purple to an extent. There's a lot of problems with the state overall, but, like, all in all, it's definitely, like, got a little bit of a transitionary phase where it's gonna probably be, purple, for here on out. Like, it's definitely gonna have a lot of backlash considering, as of right now, where it comes to this type of shit. But, either way, like, Montana's, like, one of the states where it's kind of close enough to the PNW, and there's, like, a lot of young people, especially good, like, MSU and, Bozeman and shit. And I have family that, I have a sister that lives out in Billings, Montana, and she's pretty much antithetical to all these fucking virtues that the far right, Christian conservatives, think about. She's pretty gothic, loves tattoos, does crazy ass body piercings shit that are pretty extreme even for my tastes. Like, so she does pretty, quirky stuff. But all in all, it's just like, these type of things, are just like, they're out there in places like in Montana and shit, but there's like such a strong fucking, like, at least, political body that is like so prevalent there that is kind of making Montana not really necessarily such a, really, I guess, on a surface level, a good state to look at, even though really realistically it kind of is not a bad state. It's just there's just a lot of, Christian and Catholic, based, type of extremists that live in those states that, are really gun-ho about trying to keep, a lot of the quote-unquote traditionalism of the state. So thus, you're going to have, a lot of side people are very militant and gun-ho about, trying to preserve that. Because I know Billings, has a pretty predominant, Catholic demographic there, and a lot of different other parts of Montana have different variations of regionally of like Christian demographics are very majority as well. So I mean, it varies, but like I mean, all in all, there's a reason why they're like so militant and so aggressive about their ideas and values, because they think it's kind of like a now or never thing. It's not just Montana either, like all these other states. I mean, nationally, overall, this is kind of how they feel like. I mean, it's like it's either a now or never. Like, we either, like, try to push our fucking ideas now and push that as much as possible in the legislature and within law, or it's like we never are going to be able to do it again. Like, I mean, that's kind of why they're so gung-ho about this type of shit. And that kind of shows, realistically, that they're on especially on the long term, they're on the losing side of shit. Because, like, I mean, all this attempt to, to do a whole now and never approach, realistically, is just like a broader overreach that they're not going to sell that to, as many people as they think. And, it's not going to, really go as far as they would like to think that it is. Like, it's not going to, go to the same extent that they really think it will be, where it's going to be like, codification and the solidification of, their broader traditional values. I mean, fucking oh. Especially as people like me exist out there who want to resist that, type of broader idea and those type of values. Oh, fuck no. Oh, hell no, that ain't gonna happen.
Informed simplicity. I like that term. Informed simplicity. When you know enough about an issue to understand how simple it is. You have good and you have evil. It's really simple. It's really straightforward. I couldn't not talk about the proposal. It's too sweet. We highlight so many negative stories, but I want this to be seen as a positive. First of all, the state of Montana, to my knowledge, has a population approximately double what you see in this picture. So, low stakes state. Not to sound dismissive, just saying, Montana, right. That's one, okay? For two, at every level here, a positive demonstration of the moral character of Zoe Zephyr has been has been shown. From the initial comment about blood on their hands, to continuing to work through all this, to dealing with her girlfriend, now fiancé, getting swatted, to the proposal. It's just a nice show of adversity and strength in difficult times. Wouldn't you all agree? I think it's important to talk about stuff like this.
I mean, I agree with it. Like at the political governmental level. There's kind of a part of me that wants to kind of get into that a little bit. I mean, at least initially, I would definitely want to get it on to the broader union level of that type of shit. Because I know there's with the new season labor union being pretty big predominant thing. I want to kind of transfer, or at least transition a little bit of a lot of my labor efforts from the UFCW 505 union towards that, just because I think that would be a lot more of a bigger impact, considering just a new store that's going to open up that is a new seasons and shit like that. And I'm just getting sick of the bullshit, at my work. I mean, at the beginning of this stream, I mean, I just went for the fucking bullshit when it came to, work today, because, oh my fucking god, it was bullshit. Literally because, Ecolab, which is a private fucking, health inspection contracting company, blah, 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 that, for some reason, it's taking care of what the fucking state should be able to do. Because it's state health inspectors, and they exist and shit. But for some reason, we don't get that. We get, some private contractors who get hair up their asses, about fucking on us over a brand of bullshit, and we don't get, the acknowledgement over that type of shit. Sounds sane. I mean, you can kind of go in the beginning of it, but I'll give you the rundown over it. It was literally over because of, a different, aspects about really realistically the walls, or certain faucets, or certain things weren't properly deep cleaned and shit like that. I actually have hold on, I was doing this earlier, but I'll do it again just to really fucking prove this, just to show the bullshit I gotta deal with. So they fucked on us literally because in the back in the kitchen area, oh no, it was super dirty and stuff like that. I mean, oh no. By the way, those are literally potholes, on the floor. That's not like grease or stains or anything like that. But in there's a little bit like, oh no, uh-oh. You might get that a little bit. So I was kind of sweeping underneath and, you know, doing all that shit. By the way, there's literally a broom right next to my fucking feet for proof. And, oh no, there might be a little grease by the fryers and stuff. Oh no, we got a major audit where we had to get fucked over that, and we literally get blamed because, oh, y'all can, you know, do a bunch of daily cleaning duties, but why can't you do this? What the fuck? Even though that literally will take fucking hours of fucking endless deep cleaning to do, which I had to deal with. Oh, and, you know, here's where I literally took everything out, and I was just like, you know what, fuck this, let's get the mop under this bitch. And what do you know, it actually looks pretty nice once you actually kind of do it a little bit. But oh no, the gratification or like the actual respect or the acknowledgement of this type of shit never gets fucking considered. Because, like, you know, even though, like, you know, when the health inspectors came in, even though they're a private contractor, by the way, just putting that out there, you know, showed up, you know, to, like, you know, literally fuck on us over this type of shit, it's like, it's literally a simple thing, but they literally wanted to raise hell and fucking, like, you know, gaslight all of us over this type of shit. And thus, literally fucking, you know, fuck on a store manager, which, I mean, frankly, I mean, she literally just passes down a lot of bullshit from corporate. I don't really respect it totally that much. I understand, you know, some of her shit, but oh my fucking god, I mean, she can actually consider our bullshit every now and then, but she don't, so whatever, she don't get that much respect. Either way, she had to deal with their bullshit, and thus we had to deal with her bullshit because she had to deal with their bullshit because of this. So I stayed late as fuck, you know, tonight, you know, just to make sure that that type of stuff was taken care of and stuff, because that was the major thing that they dinged us for. Like, but I never got an acknowledgement for, you know, dealing with, like, you know, the front, you know, when it came to the front counter and shit, like, where customers would predominantly see, or when it came to, like, the meat counter, because there's, like, a lot of things on the wall section just like that. But for the meat counter, like, I dealt with all that shit, and I was, you know, kind of slowly but surely kind of working my way to things like this, but because Equalize shoved a little too soon, all of a sudden, it's all my fault that shit like that didn't get done. Because she was looking at me for shit like that, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, like, what? I'm supposed to be the miracle worker, you know, fixing shit like that? Like, are you serious? I mean, I ain't the only clean freak there, but I ain't the only, you know, but I also can't be the only one fucking dealing with shit like that. I mean, it's like, come on now. Looks like it's fused to the floor. I mean, it kind of was. You want to look, you want to see what it kind of looked like once I was totally done with it, though? Look at this shit. Look at that. You can see me with the mop right there, but look at that. Almost like it was not there. Almost. I mean, I didn't get all of it right there. I mean, to be fair, but you know what? I mean, comparison to, like, what? Like, this funky gunkness right there. I mean, look at that shit. I mean, that was like, you know, from part one. I went at it again. And, you know, did it one more time and fucking got that shit out pretty good. So, like, I swear to fucking God, if I hear some bullshit tomorrow, I'm about to, like, you know, like, I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. Like, I'm about to, like, you know, throw a gasket a little bit. It's like, yo, I got fucking, you know, documentation on this shit at this point because it's getting to be bullshit. Like, I ain't, like, obviously put, you know, like, my 2 cents when it comes to fucking cleaning this shit. Like, nah, this bullshit. Like, I'm actually putting my fucking worth in on this type of stuff. Oh, you know what? That wasn't even the final, like, cleanup. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that shit. Look at that. I got that shit out, son. But, am I gonna get fucking recognition for that? Probably not. I guarantee you the fucking Store Director ain't gonna mention shit over that. In fact, I doubt that'll be mentioned by probably hardly anybody outside of maybe like 1 or 2 of the morning crew. If anything. I've seen way dirty places. Same here. And honestly, like, when it came to our workplace and shit, things look way dirtier than what I was just showing you. Things have, like, way worse than that. And I've been almost working it for almost 8 years. Like about 7.5, give or take at this point. Like, and I've seen that place look way worse than that. But somehow, like, today was like, you know, the fucking Hail Mary of like hell on fire and shit when it came to everything, you know, being all fucked up. It's like, what? I never heard one thing about the front, even though, you know, mainly curiously enough, because, you know, for the past weekend, like, I was, you know, focusing on deep cleaning different things on the front and shit, so, curious how I never heard a single thing about that yet. Never got to the back yet, but I heard everything till Sunday about that type of shit. You have Discord? I do. I do indeed. I'm on different, like, you know, Discord groups and shit, actually. On, like, the mod Discord. I don't really, like, look at it that often, but on, like, the Foosh Discord as well. Stuff like that. But, yeah. Pay attention every now and then. Happy to stream. At least once a night. Sometimes in the morning too, before I go to work. Usually when I have a coffee. But those usually last about an hour. After work, those ones last about as far as I want. Until I feel like I want to go to bed or I'm hungry enough. Which I'm feeling neither, so. Actually, it says on the stream title that, you know, there's like a karaoke, and honestly, I'm definitely feeling the mood for that. Just a tidge. Try to catch more often. Well, not too hard to find me, because, like, honestly, it's pretty often to, you know, see me stream a shit, because, like I said, I at least do them at minimal once a night, but, I mean, every now and then, you'll probably see me in the morning as well. Actually, every now and then I try, because lately I tried to catch like different little critters and shit. Like, I'll see if I so I know there's like one time where I was able to catch like a little Stella Jay at one point. Is this one of them? It's not. God damn it. Alright, I don't want to dig too deep for it, but oh wait, here. Oh wait, I think this is actually it. Here we go. Ah. There you go. Super loud. Sounds like a random little noise, but whatever. Yeah, got a little Stella right there. I'm gonna skip actually to where it's kind of like chilling down on the ground. Look at that little guy. Got a little nut. Wait, hold on. But these little Stella Jays, I mean, they're really beautiful because they have like these like crested like little like feathers and shit that, like, you know, are really vividly black. I mean, you can kind of see a little bit right here with Stella Jay. Right there, you can kind of see it's very triangular. It's because a lot of its feathers are bloop, sticking straight up, like a mohawk, almost. These things are so fucking dinosaur-like too. They're little like caws or like or whatever the fuck. They're like super like dinosaur-like. They're crazy. Got a little fat nut in his mouth.
Where you going? Crazy thing. Now it's in there somewhere.
Somewhere in there. But yeah. Dude, I love Stella Jay, or just any Jay in general. They're really beautiful. I have exams at them, but after I have more time. Right on. Yeah, but like, I mean, every now and then, at least in the mornings, I'll at least have a chance, you know, to see some cool little shit. I'm trying to eventually, maybe see if I can get a squirrel to, like, show up while I have, like, some nuts out there. While also, like, start my stream out there while I'm, like, getting dressed, to kind of get ready while I sit over here, get my coffee and shit going and stuff. Because, like, I mean, every now and then when I wake up, I'm like, oh, I should start stream. And as there's a squirrel out there, but once I start that shit, they just never show up. It's like, I want a little fat little squirrel boy, just kind of show up and do his thing. I'm pretty sure, honestly, just like another one where, like, I mean, just like a squirrel that was chilling. You just have a squirrel running it. Oh, yeah, dude, yeah. I mean, yeah, that little spot that I had right there, I have a little platform, just dedicated, just for those little squirrels, where I have a bunch of nuts. But here, I'm pretty sure I have, like, if you do it at a set time, they'll learn to come. Oh, yeah, at this point, they definitely have learned to come at this point. But they just haven't, gotten to the point where they want to get, like, totally, like, interested in me quite yet. But they're getting there. Yeah, let's see. Is this another one where, like, a little squirrel's chilling? Or is this just kind of one where I have it just chilling out here and nothing happened? I guess not. Damn. Let's see if there's just, like, another little morning stream where there's another one, but unfortunately not. I'm sure there honestly is, but I don't want to dig too deep to try to find it. I'm sure there is at least somewhere recently. Aw. Hey, little pup. Oh, dog just looks so cute. Come here. Hey, little pup. Come here. Come here. I got a little treat for you. Come here. Come on. Come here. Really? Seriously? Really? Are you really actually kidding me right now? Really? Seriously? He's staring at me. He's literally staring at me. Yep, fuck it. We're going to him. Yeah. Come here, little bitch. Yeah, you. Come here. Little pup. Hey! Well, hey! What the hell? Little dick. Oh my god. He quickly wrapped up in such a little ball. Oh my god, look at this. He wrapped up in such a quick little ball. Oh, look at you. Oh. Look at that little tail. He's a beautiful dog. He's a little sweet boy. He's just a little beautiful little sweet boy. Look at you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Who's just a little chungus? Oh. Yeah. He's just a goofy little puppy. Oh. A little smush. Look at that. Look at all that smushiness. Oh. Oh. Little goof. Little goofball. Look at you. He's just wrapped up in a cute little ball. It's just so adorable. Look at this little... Wow. Wow. You know what? That needs to be disrupted. This adorableness must be disrupted. Wow. Me and Smush. Refusing to move. Me. Really? Yeah. What about here? Me. Me. You little goof. You barely moved. Come on, little goofball. Wow, you are a lazy bones. You are a lazy bones. Are you not in the play mode? You are like the most playful little pup, but now you're literally exerting your lack of playful power. Like, seriously? You're like the most adamant about like wrestling and shit, and now you're like doing the exact opposite right now. You're just like, nah, I just want to be in a ball. Fuck you. Me. Look at you. You're a fucking goof. You're a lazy boy. You're a little lazy boy furniture and appliance. That's what you is. Oh my god, that little face. That little face. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. What a what? Really? Wow. What a goof. What a goof. Yeah, you're a goof. What a goofball. He's just like giving me a hard stare down right now. Like the cold stare too, even. Not just a hard stare down, but like the cold stare. It's like, I wanted you to play with me, but I don't want to wrestle. But I still wanted you to be with me and play with me and scritch me. Give me the scritches and the loves. But you walked away from me. It's like, I mean, I want to wrestle with you, but you didn't want to do that. And now you're staring at me like a little goofball. Goddamn this dog. This dog is ridiculous. But adorable. Adorable, ridiculous, and cute all in one bundle. I mean, you know, what can go wrong with that? I mean, there's nothing but just abhorrent cuteness, just sweetness, and just the virtue that all dogs are good dogs. All boys are good boys. And the whole shebang. Mashah dog. I mean, you know, if you have, like, you know, the general, you know, conditions for it, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with having one. I mean, I kind of personally felt like, you know, it was a good time for me to have one, and even despite a lot of the backlash initially, I mean, pretty much every single fucking person that had, like, the backlash from it, literally just, like, you know, was like, alright, you know what, he's a sweet boy, he's actually mellow, you know, he's okay. The building I live, Bantam, oh, okay, that's understandable, but it's still bullshit. The idea of, like, you know, a building, you know, an apartment will ban them just because we don't like them, ugh, bullshit. All doggos are sweet doggos, and that should not be a thing. Landlords, yeah, boo. Fuck the landlords. That's what I say. In fact, actually, here. Okay, good. Bluetooth's still on. There. Let's play a 2 and 2 before we wrap things up in its totality. Here, where is it? Where's the good song? No, not too drunk to fuck. No, not to kill. No, not kill the poor. Not stupid is good food. Not those songs. Not Nazi punks fuck off. Not that one. Where are you? Okay, I gotta look it up. God damn it. I was hoping maybe YouTube will like recommend it to me quickly, but it didn't. Here we go. Let's launch your landlord. Swoop. Down below. To the devil's camp, the city hall. We can. You know we can. We can. You know we can. Let's let your landlord man. Around the water. Don't turn on the heat. Never head to the bottom down. Here. We can. You know we can. So fun. What the fuck are you doing? What are you smacking? You know your tail's a lethal weapon, right? Jeez, crazy dog. Look to my knees. We can. You know we can. Let's with the landlord. Let's with the landlord. Let's with the landlord. What are you doing to that chair? Okay, this song is starting to get a little fucking rebellious. What's he doing to the chair? What are you doing to the chair? The song called Clown. Simply, literally called Let's Lunch Your Landlord. It's by the Dead Kennedys. And this one's called California Uber Alice. It's about Jerry Brown, the governor of California, who was kind of a right-wing freakazoid a little bit. Jerry Brown. Soon I will be president. Actually, there's another song similar to this that's actually about Reagan, too. I should play it after this one, too. American? Yeah, I live in Oregon, so I live in the PNW, so most certainly yes. I don't absolutely kind of identify myself as Oregon first. I kind of identified myself into being in the PNW more so than that, but yeah, overall, essentially. I mean, just because, I mean, the overall virtue that I live here, I guess. But I mean, considering the broader values of like what America is in itself, I mean, that's not exactly the first thing I'm going to be adhering to. Especially, you know, with like, you know, a lot of values that are perpetuated with like the American status quo. I mean, there's just like too much of really about like America in itself that I just can't necessarily identify myself with. But being like in Oregon or like in a PNW, like, I mean, I definitely am myself more with that more so than anything else. Try to get a star extension. A little pup. Come here. Come over here. Hey, you don't want to be on my lap? Come on. You're licking her lips. Obviously you want this. Come here. Good boy. Let's call for freedom of speech. Moved up. Happy hours reinforced by law. You think happy special? No, the screwdriver. Whole bunch of Daniels. 2 large purple Kool-Aid and a jigger from Mile High from the brain of Hitler's brain that bring back to store. Oh my goodness. What do you think about that? You fucking lapdog, you. Look at you. Hey, don't be kissing me. No, don't be doing that. You like to single way. I'm not your Chardonnay. When I'm gonna call on you, you're gonna crazy. You Rogers, Christians too. California, Uber Alice. California, Uber Alice. Alice, California. He's a little sweet boy. He's a little good boy. I'm sorry, I have to revise for an exam tomorrow. Oh, no worries. I mean, it's all good. I mean, obviously, you gotta make sure you gotta get an A on that shit. We'll see you again. Oh, if you turn around a little bit, I'm sure you'll probably see me again. I do these, you know, like I said, at least, you know, somewhat on a fairly daily basis, so chances are you'll probably, you know, see me again around. Oh my god, this little dog. You're a little goof. Look at that. And a drink and a few more pretzels. Maybe some MSG too. Cowboys on your TV.
Welcome to 1984. Are you ready for the Third World War? You too will be the Claws! Beating global corporations' claws! Time for the currency of poisonous gas! Coming down Afghanistan! Making going back to Lincoln! We can let us own President Reagan! For the friends of President Reagan! California! Morales! California! Morales! Morales! California! Morales! California!
This dog does not know what to do. He's like, what the fuck do I do with this? What the fuck? It's like, I don't know what to do about any of this. This is absurd. This is crazy. Oh, this is a good boy. He's a crazy boy. He's a good boy. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I'll let you down. Wait, do you not want down? You want to just chill here? Okay. Okay. I tried to let him down, but he literally forced himself up here instead. Okay. Now I'll hug you and give you some love and snuggle instead. Oh. Who's a good boy, huh? Who's a good boy? You evidently want to be on my lap, so, I mean, wait, you want to do something here, or are you just going to sit here and just chill? I'm just going to literally, like, froth back and forth like a little worm. This little goof. I can't hold your fucking body up forever. Like, you're going to have to go down eventually. Here you go. There you go. Like, goddamn, dude, you're heavy, okay? You're a pretty heavy boy. Goddamn. What a goof. What a little fruit boy. This meal. Yeah, I said that, at least on the stream tile there was at least, you know, a little bit of a like karaoke, and yeah. I mean, I was gonna wrap it up, but you know what? Before I do, I might as well at least, you know, I'll just do one. Just a singular. Just to at least, you know, kind of make the title not totally clickbait. But let's see which one I want to do here. You know what? Considering I was playing some Dead Kennedys, see if it's California or not. See if there's a California. Jesus Christ! See if it's karaoke. I could do it from them. Here we go. This'll work. I mean, you know, it's one I've done before actually, but it'll be a fun one. There you go. This will be the one. A short one. Tonight we're going to truck. We'll go downtown doing beat up trunks. You know, just drive up, bring the beer. It's a late night shift, no one to fear. Then ride, how ride. We ride, low ride. Woo! It's round up time where the good horse meet. We're gonna drag one screaming off the street. Ride, how ride. Got a black uniform and a silver badge. Gonna play cops for real and the cops will pay. That's right. Low ride. Dress used to kick in the ass. Let's beat you blue till you shit in your pants. Don't move your trousers, bit box sick. You're shit 6 of us, babe. Let's suck it on dick. Let's ride, glide, ride. Let's ride, low ride. The left's in spins, I wind a bit, but the guys at the station, they don't give a shit. Dispatch calls, are you doing something wicked? No siree, Jack, just give a ticket. Ride, ride, ride. Let's ride, low ride. Let's ride, ride, ride. Let's ride, low ride. What, you want to add a little tune to you? What, you want to add a little bit of little songage to all that? Is that what you're trying to do? Oh my god, this little goddamn ears all flopped off on a little side like that. Oh man, I think it would be kind of cute if you have pointed ears, but those little floppy ears, oh my god, they're just so adorable. Just so damn cute. Adorable. But why? Why'd they be a little boofball that you is? For no reason, too. Your food bowl is still full. The water bowl is not even empty. And yet you still bitch. What's wrong with you? What a goofball. What a goofball. Oh, now what? What, you're gonna start, getting all like inksy and uppity over here? You're still staring at... What the fuck? Why do you have to stare at me with such judgment? What did I ever do to you? I give you love, scritches, cuteness, and attention, publicity, food, water, shelter. I don't even neuter you. I still let you keep your fucking balls. I mean, like, like, what more do you want? Wait, did you just literally take one kibble out of your food bowl and sit over the... He took one kibble, ate it, and went back to his food bowl and now is eating the rest of his kibble. He took a singular kibble to eat it and test it before he ate the rest of it. I don't even understand that, man. Guy's over there being a little boot boy, just eating it all away, like he should be. But what he just did there before that was just so weird. Now he's just chowing down like a little fucking piglet. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, he's a little sweet boy. I mean, I love him either way, but, like, I don't get him. He's a little freak. You're a freak. Hope you know that. I truly hope you do. He looked back for a second because I said that. He knows what I mean by that. Oh my god. Wow. He knows when I call him a freak. Oh my goodness. What a cute little puppy. He knows. He knows when he's being assaulted. Oh. Anyway. I'm smoking this last little bowl and I'll go for the rest of the day and make myself some food and that's, oh my god. I just hope that tomorrow is at least gonna be not as bullshit as it was today. I will admit that much. So yeah. Hopefully, yay. Anyway, peace out. Now, of course, I'll see y'all that next one. So, a toodaloo.